More than I find it, This is your captain speaking. We are currently cruising at 33,000 feet. Little sunshine out to your left today, and the weather, we're expecting a little bit of turbulence, but overall it should be good. Please remember, once that seatbelt sign hits, sit down and do not get up. Oh, God.
Come on, you can't giggle through it. You're not meant
Do you
to
reckon that's
giggle
what an
through it.
actual pilot does? Like, they're just sitting in the cockpit and they're like...
Please, all cabin and crew, cross-check and prepare for landing.
We have fun here. We have fun here.
We do, but we are about to take off. That's a damn sure. Played a 5.
Oh, nice turnaround.
Yeah, sometimes there is. But it's been, I guess it's been stock standard for Bliss, but things have kind of, I guess, gotten a little bit weird in the centre pack.
Yeah, it's that log jam that we talk about. I think there's only two teams missing from it on either end. Kelton's Knights have had a shocker of a stage.
Yep.
They've got to turn it around this week, and I say this week, that's both play days, today and tomorrow. And for Bliss, it's cruise sailing. I was going to say cruise flying, but you know what? Let's bring out the
Smooth
sailing. Smooth sailing. Cruise
Smooth cruising in the flight.
30,000 feet.
Smooth sailing for Bliss.
Let's
At
hope
cruising
it is.
altitude.
At cruising altitude. Let's hope we're cruising through this one, guys. I guess it's just a very... it's hard to actually predict where this mid-pack is going to go. Right now, we've obviously got, Odium being one of the front runners, but it doesn't mean it's going to stay there by any means. All of these teams between 7th and 2nd all have a claim in that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And a quick reminder to those following along at home, the top 6 make it through to the GSL playoff bracket. 1st and 2nd, though, get a pretty significant seeding advantage. They'll start in the 2nd round. Team Bliss, more than likely, are going to lock in 1st place. We're not too doubtful about that. 2nd, though, still very much up for grabs. And with Odium taking on Bliss tonight, there's going to be a challenge for them to retain 2nd position. Looking towards the bottom of the standings as well. As you mentioned, Kelton's Knights on 0 points, but still quite competitive for that 6th and final spot in the bracket.
Well, all games tonight could be incredibly close. In fact, I actually think this might be the closest night that we're going to have here in the OCE League, at least for the BO1 formats. We've got the old guard versus the washed old guard, if you will, Jake, over in match 2. And in match 3, I mean, that very well could also determine that conversation for 2nd place.
Yeah, it certainly could. Can't disagree with you. I think when you kind of look at these games on paper, Guz is just befuddled as to how I can't disagree with you. On paper, I think the first 3 games look great, and the argument then being even for match 4, even for including Bliss, it is Odium in 2nd who at the moment look really good, only the 1 loss. So, an opportunity for Odium, I think, in that match. Going into that, they should feel confident that they could maybe pull off an upset, or at the very least, go close with Bliss, go toe-to-toe. Can you go back and forth in rounds, be competitive, be consistent? We'll have to see. But yeah, I agree. 6 Tigers and Kelton's Knights, it's watched to be washed, but one's even more washed than the other. They've been hung out to dry at this point, Kelton's Knights. And Antic and Man feels like that battle for being the proverbial 2nd or 3rd best teams in the region. Circular Spheres and Panic to kick it all off. And, a CS roster, Guz, that I think they look like they're maybe back to their best last week, the way they closed things off.
Yeah, I mean, week 2 for CS is very different, very, very different to the first week. We were almost basically ready to pencil them in for bottom 2, but they flipped it around last week quite nicely, and they'll be looking to carry that forward into tonight.
Big one for Odium. Right now, they could realistically be neck and neck with Bliss, but unfortunately that loss against Panic has really left them in quite a spot of bother, guys. It feels as though, we were saying this last week, what team hasn't versed Bliss yet, right? That's really where you should put your stock in. And Odium are still yet to play them, obviously, match 4. Do we think that Odium might start to fade away a little bit into that mid-pack?
I mean, potentially, right? I think for Odium, their target needs to be in overtime. That then gives them a buffer. Even if the likes of Antic win tonight, it means they'll be ahead on points. The one thing to note as well, Odium actually has a very healthy round differential. So even if they lose tonight, as long as they're competitive and mount rounds, even if Antic are able to get the win tonight, they could still be ahead in terms of head-to-head. So just something to keep in mind, but we'll dive into that later.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep their necks out in front, because that 2nd place is going to be incredibly important come literally like a week and a half from now. So we're going to keep our eyes on that one. But let's go ahead and have a look at the predictions and how awfully things are going for me. 56% after... Oh my God, we all suck ass.
I suck the most, apparently. Now, remember last week I switched up my my prediction, which was, I think, Panic. Was it the Panic game?
Oh, you did a flip-flop and it came back to bite you.
And it came back to bite me, so dead last at the moment. But
special.
hey, a chance because I've got all 4 different predictions to production tonight, so I'm either going to be completely dead last or maybe I rebound. So I think across the board, though, as much as we did kind of highlight, and I do agree with you that the games necessarily on paper look pretty competitive, clearly see 6 targets over Kelton's Knights. It's the obvious choice, the way that both teams have been playing this stage. Antic, I think we're all believers of what they can do if they reach their potential. Yep. But man are more than capable. If Antic are 10% off, they lose this game. And obviously Bliss is the easiest pick of them all. The CS Panic game is the real coin flip.
I think the maybe the biggest concern that we've had so far for Man LFO comes in their previous match day against Odium where they lost 7-4. That was one we probably predicted to be even tighter than that. So I think that's kind of skewed some of those Antic Man LFO match predictions. But look, at the end of the day, the thing is, yes, any team could win. There are obviously clear outliers. We always need to preface that. But like match 2, for example, 6 targets versus Kelton's Knights. We all know what Kelton's Knights do when they turn up. But the exact same conversation gets hit for 6 targets. It doesn't really matter which way we fall on that fence line, Jake. There's an owner on either side.
I mean, look, Dev's got the most amount of predictions at 62.5%. Prediction rate. He's wooing in the background, but it's 62% worth wooing about. I mean, it really does sort of highlight how difficult the Oceania League has been to accurately predict. So I say and preface now to everyone who has been using their channel points, this might not be the region to do so. Do it prepared.
Do it in Korea.
If you want, no, don't do it in Korea. I don't know where you want to do it, but it's not in Asia. It's not in APAC. Go to NA, go to EU. Probably easier to predict over there.
Well, you know what they say.
I don't know. What did they say?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
90% of gamblers give up right before they hit big. It's a good opportunity tonight. Let's go ahead and talk about the team that really we have absolutely no idea about. Circular Spheres came into this stage, went 0-14. That is right, 0-14. Now, granted, there's probably a little bit of a caveat in that conversation. They versed the top 2 teams in the league at the moment in Team Bliss and Odium, but we were still almightily disappointed, Guz.
I mean, irrespective of the quality of your opponent, we expected better from Circular Sphere. 0-14 simply wasn't acceptable considering how good these players are and historically have been. We were really much expecting, at least personally, to be a very top contender for mid-table, probably even pushing top 3. Now, that's not completely out of the realm of possibility, right? If they have a really good run home, that could still be the case. But the question for me, and we'll get answers tonight, was last week a flash in the pan, or was that simply recovering and we'll see more of the same tonight? This is an important game for them. If they lose this, they are very much then under threat of bottom 2. That's just how close the league is in that mid-table and how important this game is. And the road home doesn't get much easier. They have Man LFO in their next game tomorrow, and then the week after they'll be taking on Antic. So they've got a pretty rough road home, unlike their opponents.
Yeah, and I think this is a roster, I agree, it should be fighting for top 3, should be at least fighting for second. First place might be out of their reach, but arguably speaking in this region, it's probably out of everyone's reach bar Bliss. But this is a roster I think is actually really well put together. They've been together such a long time. Jake, Pinku, Goof, great fraggers. You can see on the entry kill statistics as well, top level, so you know you're going to get your fraggers into the game. Japer, a pretty good flex player. Physics, a good support player. So across the board, as a core team, they've been together a while. They fit their roles well, and they play well together. And you can clearly see that as a group of 5, they like playing with each other. So they've got everything in terms of that recipe for success, but yet they started 0-14. Don't know how that happened, but they've bounced back. And there's plenty of time because it is that logjam of a stage that I think they can get more than enough results where they're a team fighting for Manchester by the end of the playoffs.
Guys, just before we actually move on to the next discussion, this might be maybe alarming, I don't know. Currently they're sitting in 5th place with 6 points, but they're the exact same round differential as Man Esports LFO after going 0-14.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And that's off the back of taking down Kelton's Knights 7-3 and then a really impressive 7-0 over 6 targets. Certainly didn't expect that result. So they're very much in the mix. And like I said, they're teetering on the edge of either being in the top 2 discussion, seemingly out of nowhere, or they could regress to a bottom 2 discussion. And that's probably a storyline that's going to persist for a lot of teams in this league.
With one hand, they almost grabbed their playoff spot, guys. They got a couple more wins before they have to do that. But with our other hand, we grab the snake by
the tail.
Yeah.
By the tail.
Is it a tail though? Because it's just all just one.
It's just one long body, brother. It's just, I don't even know what you call it. It's not a body. Panic Esports, though, have been bodying teams left, right, and center. Honestly, probably the most shocking... I don't even know what I'm going to say there. It's an incredible finding because we expected Panic to be finishing bottom of the table, and they just haven't done so, Xenox. They've fought tooth and nail. Their first opening play day really, I guess, set the mark. They lost 7-5 to Man LFO, but they still put on a good showing.
It's an interesting team. How much of it is down to, say, a player like Karma popping off in a game for them to find their success, or even Realers to that degree? The statistics for Sean, Owen, and River aren't that appealing in terms of a team that's looking to, say, challenge for top 2, top 3. But what I think they are is more than capable of an upset on any given night against anyone, probably bar Bliss. And therefore, you have to take them seriously, which is a really good position for this roster to be in. Coming into this stage, it could have been very easy for us to sit back and say bottom 2 candidate. I think that would have been a very easy assumption to make. But I think that they are more than just that. I think they can beat anyone as long as they have a good night. Karma, Reeler pop off together.
Yep.
And so... minus Bliss. They're the asterisks in all of this. Everyone else, bar Bliss. And so, certainly the kind of team that you don't want to take lightly if you are a Circular Spheres for that instance. I would say CS are the favourites, but Panic on their night, if they both play well as a core striking duo, Realers and Karma, more than capable.
Guys, does their 7-0 loss against Antic last play day, does that leave a blemish on their mark?
Yeah, a little bit. When we get to the head-to-head, I'll probably jump into that discussion a little bit more because it was relevant to one of the players. But in terms of the matchup and looking at that attack-defense win rate, it's actually quite surprising how close they are. And goes back to that point a little bit, right, that both teams have had quite competitive games, but they've also had blowouts. And in a sense, it's balanced itself out a little bit. I think for Panic more specifically, though, the fact that they were able to take down Odium in regulation, that 7-5 victory against the second-rated team at the moment in the league, goes to show that at their best, they're a very, very competitive team for the mid-table.
Well, there's currently only been 4 7-0s in these 4 play days, and all 7-0s these two teams have been a part of. So make of that what you will. It is time to go back to that head-to-head as you were mentioning before, Guz. So I'll let you break this one down.
Yeah, so we're looking at the 2 key fraggers, especially on entry for both of these rosters. We think back to Pinku last year. He really came into his own, had a phenomenal stage, in my opinion, and had a bit of a slower start here, but understandably so, CS as a whole struggled. So we'll keep an eye on him tonight. Karma as well, incredible on entry. When he's on, he is a huge win condition for this team. I cannot overstate it. Unfortunately, though, in that 7-0 loss against Antic, he was nowhere to be seen. It was like he wasn't even in the server. So it goes to show just how important he is for the team. And as long as he's facilitated and put in key playmaking positions and has the confidence to go find kills, then we'll see success for Panic. But if he's shut down, and I'm sure Circular Spheres will be trying everything they have and throwing everything they have at him to try and shut him down, if that's the case, I do start to get concerned for them.
Now, Jake, I've just been warned that we've got minimal players in the server. We'll leave the spray for another 10 minutes, but we'll give them time here. So we can relax a little bit and probably open this discussion a little more with the OCE League. But where do you place these two teams? Do you think that either of them will actually push that top 3 mark?
I think Circular Spheres can. I'd have more faith in them in the playoffs, especially.
Yep.
More experience. They've been together a long time. I think for Panic, it's been a good stage thus far. I agree. I think their result last week, the 0-7 loss, has taken the sting out of them because prior to that, they actually looked like a team that could maybe pull off an upset, beat an Antic, and really establish themselves as one of the top teams. And then for that to happen, and as you said, Karma not really showing up, I think then puts him into that category where it's kind of like not necessarily Karma or bust, but close to it.
Yeah,
or close
almost
enough.
like a Vinny conversation, right? Back in the day for Wildcard. No, I'm being serious. It was Vinny or bust for him.
Not quite.
No, you don't reckon? You don't reckon?
Nah, not quite
I feel
the
like the only time I ever saw Wildcard play well back in the day is when Vinny had a good game. And then all of a sudden
maybe
it was
closer to
flying.
even like a Josh Knights situation.
Oh, wow. What do you reckon
Knights
about that,
are their
guys?
best needed Josh. If he didn't show up, they didn't win.
Oh, that is tough.
I'd say Jigsaw Bliss, but...
Like OG Jigsaw Bliss?
Yeah, well, you think about player likeness, I would say Karma and Jigsaw in terms of how similarly they play in terms of role and just
I think Bliss had more
mechanically.
tools back then, though. Rapix, Oda were good.
Oh, no, the team overall
homies.
better rounded, for sure.
The homies. Oh, Refix. I miss that bloke. There was a rumour he was going to come back for this stage, but that's also been the rumour for the last 2 stages.
Didn't he play in one of the quals or something?
Yeah. No, I think he played in the campaign.
Oh, in the campaign.
I'm pretty sure I remember seeing his face. That gorgeous face pop back up. You're a real OG if you know what we're talking about here, because this predates a lot lot of the Blast tournaments. So, look, let's move on with this one. We've got the Veto to talk about because that will give us at least a stage to go to, Guz. How much the conversation will change. I don't feel like either data is really fair to go off at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see if it's one of the big 2 maps that have been played the most so far. I was going to say potentially Club. It's been the 4th. It's had 4 players, the 2nd most overall. But we end up heading to Skyscraper, which has had 2 players now thus far, 20 rounds, and it has a 70% defensive win rate. So it's going to be a defensive Stallwell. I'm not entirely sure which team starting what side, but yeah, if your defense to kick things off, you can obviously mount a bit of pressure on your opponent.
I'm a little surprised by this. I thought that looking at these 2 teams, they'd be more happy to go to the more open maps, but clearly banning a lot of those out early. You know, your Borders, your Banks, even Consulate to some degree, Chalet banned out. And then you look at the last 3, Labs, Club, and Sky. They're all pretty defensive-sided, and so I think the match was clearly heading into that direction. Both teams then should therefore be pretty content with this, considering where the map Veto has got to.
Yep.
Panic, I'm going off this graphic, look like they're going to be attacking first, and that's where it's going to come back to that Karma conversation. I know we're probably harping on it, but that is the win condition, is Karma, entries, Skyscraper. A map like Skyscraper as well, entries are so important, gets you map position, clears out certain chokehold positions as well. Apparently Panic will be defending first though. The conversation does apply still into that second half when eventually they will be attacking. For Circular Spheres, the conversation then also applies to them. I think Circular Spheres will coordinate their attacks a lot better as a core 5, and I think that will help them on Skyscraper. Whereas for Panic, I think it's going to be far more reliant on someone like Karma popping off, getting them into the map, and then playing behind him and off him.
Well, you say that, but I'm looking back at that CS Carlton's Knights result. CS only got 1 attacking round win in that game. Now, they had a flawless defensive half. They got 6 rounds there.
They only needed 1.
Yeah. Because they started defense. Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay. But
that's okay. That's okay.
But
so, hey,
no,
if you wanted to add, though, they still lost. They
lost
3.
3. Exactly. If you let me finish my point, Jake, but that's okay.
But it's funny. He said he's stupid. So
sometimes just the words.
Are you going to redact that?
No.
Sorry, retract it?
No, I'll let you have your little moment. But I mean, perfect defensive rotation, then they flip it. I think they actually may have taken a tactical timeout after that and then recovered. So that's the main thing at the end of the day. And ultimately, you only need to chip away and get 2 attacking rounds anyway. I will say it is a little bit of a red flag in this matchup. Panic have hidden Skyscraper as well. So we really don't know what to expect from them.
It is interesting, though, that he brings that up because they started defense last time. Now they're going to start attack.
Yeah.
So Circular Spheres will have to actually get more than just that 1 round. It is a bit different, I think, mentally in that moment. You're up 6-0. You know you only need 1 round. And also Skyscraper is the kind of map, too, where very similar to Oregon, where it's like you got the kind of 2 primaries and then you got the tertiary. You want to win that tertiary.
Yeah.
And so if you also know you got those rounds in the bank, takes that pressure off. You only need the 1 round, so you can kind of throw a couple. It's going to be a different environment, though, when you're starting on the attack first for Circular Spheres, going into sites like Tyrium Karaoke, then over to Office and Exhibition. How are you going to take those down? What is going to be their plan of attack? Are they going to sweep across? Are they going to go direct?
Yeah.
How are also Panic going to defend? Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to look to deny entry positions, or are they going to sit back, play site? Judging by what we've seen in Panic, I don't know if they'll play that style. I think they'll play far more aggressive, look to deny map control, map entry, look to take spawn peaks kind of fights. This could be a scrappy Skyscraper, and if that does happen, I think it gives Panic a little bit more of an edge.
Yeah, I think, like, when you look at... what are you doing, Karma?
Oh my God, did you just eat his cat?
He just took a nibble. Just took
He took a chunk out of it.
I tell you what, that's...
Poor Gravy.
Shout out Gravy, by the way, the star of OCE at the moment. Yeah, I mean, like, when you go to look at Panic's, most played defenders, you've got your Solus, your Malusis, your Legions, which I think leans into that conversation of maybe potentially Panic being a little bit more aggressive.
Checking himself out there?
Japer always checks himself out. That whole roster genuinely looks at themselves more than anyone I know. It is a constant...
Do they mew themselves?
Oh, they're mewing.
They are...
It's a pre-game ritual.
How does it go? Do you know how
I'm not doing that. No. I don't get paid enough to do that.
No, I almost got him. But look, going back to your conversation about like individuals in terms of, the differences between the 2 teams, realistically, Realism Karma's just they take up the vast majority of the discussion whenever it comes to Panic at the moment. So realistically, if you do shut down your Karma or you do shut down your Real, as we saw it last week, changes the game completely.
It does, but I also want to give a spotlight then to Physics, because sometimes we just look at the KDAs, we look at the fraggers, right? You look at these more supportive roles and the importance of them. I think back actually to someone like Juicy the other week actually on Skyscraper, and he was the MVP because he was able to shut down a lot of those entries, a lot of those pushes, and kept those sites under control. And a map like Skyscraper, then I think as important as it is, especially on the attack, defensively, you need your supports and your hard anchors to actually be playing that role, locking down those sites. If Physics, for example, is playing something like Geisha, that becomes almost as important as your Real is in Karma. So he needs to have a good game. He doesn't have to frag out and drop double digits, but hold that position, be difficult to kill, be difficult to flush out, keep those positions on the lock and key. So he's someone to keep an eye on as well.
Now, would you like to retract that statement about Physics?
Sure.
Might be the wrong team.
Is it?
Physics might be on Circular Spheres, not...
Ah, right.
Not
well,
Panic. I mean... Would you like to retract that statement?
No, I don't, because I can just apply to Circular Spheres.
Your point does stand.
It sticks. It sticks. Also, like the clear difference in the entry department really does stick out quite large. Panic have the vast majority of that result. Granted, though, again, it comes under, Karma and his performance again. So there's, you keep tossing and turning about this discussion. Ultimately, it feels like Circular Spheres, more rounded, have the opportunity to potentially let other players take that limelight for a little bit. Whereas, your Real is your Karma, they're not on, then the conversation flips a little bit. I mean, I don't really want to know how much more I want to talk, honestly. So we'll go to a break. We'll be back after this.
Sao Paulo, you have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Barulho! It's Virtus Pro versus W7M!
It's a tail, can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos a ser Odium!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you! He cannot, we know we can't. Into red time, he can't finish it! He's no brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome back to the game, everybody. We have finally gotten into it. We got very close there to having a forfeit. Thankfully, Circular Spheres and Panic are ready to go. They're ready to rumble. We've got a Skyscraper, Mandy. And for these two teams right on the border, 5th and 6th, right on the edge of those playoff spots, this game actually does mean a lot. You wouldn't want to leave it up to a forfeit.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for Circular Spheres, who unfortunately had a massive blunder in Week 1, have now activated themselves in Week 2, but they need to stay on the winning train if they want to actually land their spot inside of the playoffs. Panic, though, they've surprised us quite a lot through the last couple of weeks of OCE League. We didn't expect them to be good at all, and then they came in and they beat some pretty crazy teams.
They certainly have.
It's been good.
Yeah, and judging by the social vote, 89% in favor of Circular Spheres, it seems like everyone in the community is very much biased to the Week 2 results. Because as you said, Mandy, Circular Spheres Week 1, they did not win a round. 0-14 in rounds. Week 2 comes along, they almost 7-0 Kelton's Knights. It ends up a 7-3. That was actually on this map, funnily enough. And then they 7-0 6 targets. So we almost saw Circular Spheres go 14 and nothing the week after going nothing and 14. And yeah, if they can continue the form of last week, I would absolutely back them in to take down Panic, who, as you said, they've had a good surprise for us. Like, you know, they took down 6 targets in Odium, but they've also had some pretty shocking results. Their most recent one getting 7-0'd by Antic just last playday.
Yeah, I mean, for Circular Spheres, the asterisk to me on the Skyscraper result against Kelton's Knights is that they did start on the defending side of the map, right? But now, they're starting on the attacking side of the map, and that makes me a little more nervous. It makes me think it will be a little closer than we anticipate it to be, but you never know. You never know.
It's true. You never know. That's why we have to play the game. If we knew, we wouldn't actually have to play the games, would we?
I guess so.
No.
Yeah.
It's kind of good that we don't know.
Yes.
But I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I am going to toot my own horn. I actually have the highest prediction rate so far. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you're aware of that. Rob's telling me that I'm a
agree.
loser.
I concur.
I mean, I'm winning the predictions. That doesn't sound like something that would happen to a loser, does it?
Well, it's also because I think I'm coming last from the predictions right now.
Oh, so you're the loser.
Yeah, I'm the real loser.
Are you
but
actually
you're
coming
a loser.
last?
Really? You're just a big nerd.
Thank you.
Makes you a loser.
Thank you. But nerds are cool. Didn't you know that? It's 2024
Is that, like,
now.
that's
Nerds
the
are
new
cool
in?
now.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
No. You're a loser.
All right, Mandy. All right.
Okay.
Let's dig into the game, though. We've already seen 2 very frustrating operators in the recent meta banned out. Some of my faves, personally.
Yes, Monty seems to be rather important on this map, or maybe it just gets played a lot and it's not actually that important, but people like it because it's like a comfortable way to get inside the map. So Skyscraper, one of those maps where entry points are not super viable. There are not that many safe ways to like get yourself in the interior of the building, right? So Monty is one of those ways that you can enable yourself to get in. So that being taken out does make me think that Circular Spheres, you know, leaning probably more into the limited cutoffs that there are to try and find those opening picks, or actually just brute forcing their way on in. Really, that seems to be the Circular Spheres MO.
Very true. But what we do have, Mandy, we've got Thatcher, we've got Maverick, all these hard breach enabling operators. But on the flip side, we also have all the hard breach counters on defense in the Kaid, the Bandit, even the Mute, everything you could possibly want. All those big hitting operators except for the Valkyrie and Fenrir, you know, the Solus, for example, which we are seeing here picked by Panic in the opening round. And notably the Echo, an operator that does sneak in there every now and then. Very powerful, and yeah, I do love it when he gets picked.
Echo's a weird operator these days, I think. Like, he's in a very strange spot in the defense, especially when... I don't really know how to say it, but I feel like the game's slowed down a lot. It's like, it's weird to have like a character like Echo where you are like, you know, you're already quite separated from the... Anyway, that's very nerdy. It doesn't really matter that much, to be honest.
I thought you didn't like nerds. You do. You are a big nerd. Deep down. You're nerdier than me.
Nah.
You are nerdier than me, admit it.
Hell no, absolutely not. I'm normal.
I'm normal. We just had an audible laughter from Rob on the couch.
I'm normal. I'm the normal one. That's like my whole thing on the, you know, on the title with it.
I don't think any of us on the OCE League are normal. And certainly that definitely, unfortunately, is the case as well for Circular Spheres, as we can see. Some of these bloody names are still yet to be changed.
Oh dear. Anyway, so Panic, we haven't spoken about this yet, but they've actually gone down to what we would consider a tertiary bomb site typically, going down to Kitchen and Barbecue, I believe it is, over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the side for Circular Spheres, seems like they're looking to do a sweep across the map. Pinku, who's been pretty solid, to be honest, for Circular Spheres, the highest rated player by far on this team since rejoining them in Playdate 2. Panic not looking for that much of an extension over on the other side of the map. Like, yes, it's aided by the Solves a little bit. I wonder what the Yokais are doing, potentially supporting that top floor as well on the side of River.
Oh, here we go. Oh, nice little spot in the mezzanine here.
That's cool.
The other one's at the bottom of restaurant. So a lot of late round information here.
I would say mid-round, to be honest, mid-round information, because by the time that these attackers hit the middle of the map, which is, you know, that shrine type area, that mezzanine type area, then that's where the yokai drones are going to have the most impact in terms of info, right? So first pick, regardless, is going to go the way of, I don't know who that is, of Goofed. Meanwhile, the Geisha wall's being opened as well. So Karma is in a bit of a pickle in his situation in Geisha, but should be able to get out here with good timing.
Yeah, he's also got a shield to play off as well, and if I was in his shoes, I'd probably continue trying to play this spot. The problem is once that shield is gone, he is fully trapped, so he needs to decide whether he wants to hang on a little bit longer and potentially risk overstaying his welcome, but he could have huge impact. Not sure where that damage went down. Oh, here we go. It is Chikena at Shrine, starting to take control of this top floor, but as you said, this is where the yokai is going to come into play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. At this point, there should be enough info on the remaining players in the top floor at this point, at least going their way on inside of... I can't even remember what that room is called. Oh my gosh, the tea room. I don't know why, I can never remember the tea room. Regardless, here we go. Here's Pinku, who should be spotted out by a yokai drone right now, as the defenders are going to choose to pick that battle against them. Nice shot from Shant from down below. Is going to hold on to the bomb site for a little bit longer. Swing from Karma as well inside of Geisha, was being pressured out, but finds good timing onto Pinku. 3-on-3 now. Tough spot for Circular Spheres to convert.
Oh, and that kill needed to come out. That was really well played there. Physics coming in from the side. And, yeah, okay, big kills there. Does put Circular Spheres in the advantage on the attack. But time is ticking away, and these yokais are still up. Now, River has to be careful, because he wants to be denying this plant at the 0-0, and he needs to make sure he's not in a vulnerable position. Sean is there holding the line, but the drop, the double drop, comes down for Circular Spheres. 20 seconds to play. Bit of a wallbang happening from River. Sean from the backstab does bring it back to even numbers, but he goes down. And that does put Panic in the driver's seat this round, except for the fact that they have all fallen to pieces one by one. Circular Spheres convert that 3 versus 3 in the narrow half of the round.
Yeah, great. I would say like situational awareness, I think, from Circular Spheres on the top floor. They realized what they had to do to isolate that player inside of Geisha. Karma, I think, overstaying his welcome a little bit after getting that first pick and then not being able to fall off because they'd made such good headway inside of the top floor despite there being the info on them. So yeah, I think Circular Spheres from that point on just really had to identify where Shant was, find the point to drop down safely, take him out. Yeah, I thought that was really well played there from Circular Spheres. They realized what they needed to do and they doubled down on those win conditions.
Biggest nerd, Dev or Mandy, vote in chat. I cannot wait to see the
You've definitely won this one.
You definitely have.
100%.
Win this one?
100%.
No, we'll see, we'll see. I'm wondering whether we're seeing.
Are we going to get to know the results? Because like we can't see the chat.
I can open
right?
the chat.
So
I could open.
Well, we can't see the.
I could
okay,
open
yeah,
it on my
true.
laptop.
That makes a lot of sense.
I have a laptop, Mandy. I can go to twitch.tv/Rainbow6 and look at the chat.
Yeah.
That is how it works.
Yep. Been mansplained the Twitch chat. Yep.
Damn, I just got caught mansplaining on broadcast. Well, I guess my career's over.
Okay, so Panic, realizing that they've gone down and lost the kitchen, are going to bring us up one floor exactly over into Karaoke and Tay Room itself. They are looking to extend the map this time around, though. Some pretty cheeky mute jammers over all the way inside of the exhibition will make the clear a little bit more difficult for Circular Spheres. Once again, Pinku is going to spearhead this push on the entry, opening up this exhibition window, seeing what he can get done.
Yeah, I think Circular Spheres will have a bit of confidence now, right? Because they've just won an attack on Skyscraper, which is quite difficult to do so. They won all 6 defenses last time they played here, and it took them 4 rounds to get their first attack win. But of course, Panic took a massive risk by going to that tertiary bomb site, as you described last round. I think that was a very poor choice from them. They've allowed Circular Spheres to gain a little bit of confidence moving in, and now we go to the more common bomb site choice. Circular Spheres already have that momentum on their side, and we can see that clearing this map. And also pressure put on Geisha, so I really like this from Circular Spheres. They're not overcommitting to any singular push, they're just keeping their options open.
So this can be quite tough to do on Skyscraper, right? Even if you try and open up a lot of pressure, there isn't that many viable cutoff angles. There's very limited amounts of them. So yeah, even though they've opened up Geisha, they still do need to at least try and make an entry work, but that hasn't quite gone their way either. Realiz sinks a really nice C4 onto Pinku all the way over on the other side of the map. So far so good for Panic. I think as long as Panic sort of like pick their battles here well, they like hold on to good power positions, they shouldn't face too much trouble, I think. Circular Spheres look like they're taking a lot of time to get stuff done.
Yeah, but there has been another pick coming down in favor of Panic Karma with that ACOG. Jakenna's just looking for some kind of a reply here, close to sight, but he gets wide swung by Sean. So Panic firmly in control of this round, and realistically, there's very little that Japer and Physics can do. Japer's position revealed by the Banshee. Physics is trying to support him. He does find the initial pick onto Karma, who, by the way, had a very poor previous game for Panic. Here comes Shant, though, and he catches Japer completely unawares. Massive round from Sean, who seems to be coming into form for Panic as they have recomposed quite handily after that first round.
Yeah, I think solid round there from Panic on the defense. They just looked like they were holding on to their power positions, really, and not overextending, not deciding to go and take big gunfights in the middle of the map or anything like that. They realized that Circular Spheres were taking a lot of time to get things done. Like, yes, the walls were being opened, but, like, you know, the nature of Skyscraper is that the architecture is it's hard to capitalize on some of those exterior walls being opened up anyway. Cutoffs are quite hard to play as well, so I think, yeah, Panic just holding on to their ground, making sure they didn't make any silly mistakes, and that often wins rounds on the defending half of this map.
Yeah, being really slow and boring and passive actually works great on Sky.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I still think that it was probably a bad decision for Panic to go to that tertiary bomb site first. Just a little bit unnecessary. Clearly, they're going to have more luck on these primary bomb sites. Exhibition Office tends to be a little bit weaker than T Karaoke, though. So if there's a next...
Really?
I think so, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
You get like the big breach on the wall, especially with Thatcher in, right?
I would have to agree, I think. That makes sense. Sense it makes.
Yeah, also, it's something about clearing Office Exhibition when you're attacking T Karaoke. Like, if it's a roam clear, for some reason it's harder to roam clear than it is to, like, execute when it's actually the bomb site. I don't know how that works, but no, it's not easy attacking on Sky, that's for sure.
I don't mind what Circular Spheres have been going for so far on Sky. They haven't really overcommitted to, like, fully sweeping the map or going direct or anything like that. They're trying to probe out their options and see what they can get. A little more tough to do on this map, but, you know, certainly one good interpretation, I think, of attacking this. But Pinku has been consistently looking to put pressure directly across from the other side of the map. So, once again, looking to entry in the top of the back stairs. At the same time, Jape has gone in down below.
And Pinku's got his Ash license as well. ACOG on the R4C, that's the kind of player you want. Obviously, he's struggled this round, or this game so far, but he's been a big hitter since he rejoined this roster for Circular Spheres. Jape is looking to drone ahead a little bit with the Flores. Now, he can't deploy that while he's standing on a staircase. Meanwhile, Pinku does get some information and looks for the entry. Now, I believe there's one, I think it's Physics, on the Geisha balcony. It could potentially help pinch a little bit, but at the moment, he's just droning. Elsewhere, Jakenna finds the opening pick, a really good cutoff position for him, as Pinku is just trying to bait this player into leaving Geisha.
All right, C4 rings out from Realiz, but it doesn't sink this time around. The window hop-in has already happened. Meanwhile, though, Karma is there to support his teammate, taking down Pinku early on. Once again, Physics, though, is going to get the refrag onto Karma. Info on the player now swinging inside a shrine. That's the Frost of River, as I don't even know who this is. Jakenna is looking for the cutoff.
He is, and he's already found one player from this position, so they're very aware of it. He does take a bit of damage. Round in the corner is Japer, who's just trying to bait him, but River finds that kill, and with it brings things to an even numbers count. For his side, he's looking very solid here. Another peek from Shant, and he takes Jakenna's head clean off. A massive advantage now for Panic as Circular Spheres themselves begin to panic. With 1 minute to go, a massive flank from Realiz. All up to Goofed. He's been taken very low. Diffuser is not in his hands, and he is such low on HP. Realiz flashed on out, but I don't think Goofed is going to be able to convert this kill. As I say that, he does. He finds him on the retreat, and now this 1 versus 3 has suddenly become very winnable.
Info will go out, but River's fallen all the way back into the safety of the bomb site and has a shield to play to himself as well. So it's going to be all up to Guft now in the 1 versus 1. Very little HP. That is not a winnable gunfight, surely, against the shield. Unless that flash sinks.
They did for a moment, but now able to see once again. Oh, right in the corner!
Oh, no way!
He had the read, he had the positioning, and Goof gets it done. A massive clutch. And with that, Circular Spheres taking the lead and stealing a round they never should have won.
Oh, that is unreal, that round. That really looks like it went in the way of Panic. They made some great decision-making through the mid-round as well to support each other throughout the roam. They realized that River was stuck in his position and Shunt came along to help him out, get him out of his bad situation. Not just that, but Reelers was there to support the roam as well. Great position on the mute, was never really cleared out, but somehow Guft is able to land a crazy clutch. The flashbangs really paid dividends there, especially flushing a lot of players out of their positions. I don't think River realized that he was exposed to top main there when he tried to retreat back through the rotation hole. So yeah, honestly, just fantastic clutch there from Guft. And honestly, for Panic to go back and repeat this bomb site, I kind of don't blame them, right? They didn't make that many big decisions. They just lost out to a massive clutch.
Yeah.
And yeah, go back and try it again.
And for the most part, Panic's early aggression and mid-round aggression, the swings, the re-peaks, actually worked really well for them that round. I think Circular Spheres got a little bit more than they bargained for. I'm particularly thinking about Chikena, who was playing on the Shrine window, right? Like, we were spectating him when he got absolutely destroyed by, I believe it was Shon on the Echo with the Bearing 9. We're like, damn, that is quite a shot to land. And it's nice to see that, like, Panic are pretty fearless when it comes to these engagements, even against a high-fragging roster like Circular Spheres. And, yeah. Of course, sometimes it can come back to bite them. Panic obviously fumbling a clear round advantage there, but now a second attempt, and I do think you're right. Like, they should be pretty locked in here.
Here's Chikena from down below on the Ash, so the license has been passed over from Pinku. And have gotten in pretty early on this time around. 30 seconds of the round has passed, and they've already got 2 boots down in the ground floor. The bomb site, of course, is a repeat of the bomb site directly above them, so it does look like they will try and make use of some of this vertical. Jape, of course, being on the buck, is going to be the perfect operator to do so. Skeleton Key is out for him, and they'll see if they can flush out any of these anchors.
Opening breaches on the wall, the VIP wall now completely opened, exposing this player at the top of the stairs to a potential swing. Now Reelers has to worry about that. He does have one Banshee from Malusi to support him. I like the pick from Pinku as well here on the IQ. Going downstairs and ready to take out, mainly I'm thinking about the Echo, right? Like anyone who's on cams trying to support the roam. Info here as Japer opens up a hole in the floor. Remember, these lines of sight work both ways. You need some kind of horizontal pressure as well to guarantee the kill.
Good pressure, though, from Guft over outside of the housing single Rio, although a player does cross. He doesn't quite land the shots. Oh. Don't re-peek it, River. Don't re-peek it. Don't do it.
How's he not taking much damage? That's my question. Only 1 bullet landed there for Guft. I really like this play here for Circular Spheres, and now they found the pick, catching a rotation elsewhere. Karma caught out.
Info as well now on the bomb site for Guft as he's able to jump in and spots out there are in fact 2 frost mats over here. But it's Physics, that's the one with the diffuser in hand, who will be trying to convert this one. Owen looking for a run out of the main breach, but no one is going to meet them there on the other side. Doesn't really seem like the breach is going to be their main point of pressure though for the attack. The vertical is still what they are looking for with 55 seconds remaining left to go. They know they still have time to play with.
Yeah, this is a very strange, very messy round. A lot of these defenders are split. A single pick could mean the world. You saw him for a second there, Goof. Just landing enough bullets to take him down. Circular Spheres have a clear advantage and can now look for an execute on the site.
They've just made full use of that vertical play, but meanwhile, realize he was on the main stairs. That was the blind spot from all of the work through the mid-round. 30 seconds left to go. Has to be a last-ditch effort here for Circular Spheres, but with the numbers advantage, surely they can convert this one.
Unless if Reelers can go big here. Shotgun in hand in a 2v2. This could swing both directions. Shon is also fallen back. Panic are forfeiting the bomb site. Panic don't want to panic. They want to sit back and relax. Rely on the Yokais for plant denial. Chikena might have the site, but he's not going to be able to plant. There's Shon once again denying, and Chikena has no choice but to stick it. The round is all but over. Reelers secures his 4K, and Panic, a great recomposure there, gets them a round win.
Yeah, really well read there from Panic. They realized what Circular Spheres were going for, and that was that full ground floor pressure, then playing the vertical, flushing out the anchors. But what the remaining players of Panic didn't do was rotate back into the bomb site, right? They realized, okay, the bomb site isn't as safe as we thought it was. So instead, let's flip our defense and play it on the other side of the map instead, inside of Terrace, inside of Dragon, and just wait for that entry to come through. They knew that the win conditions later on, as the time ticked down, was going to be to play the objective and get the plant down. And that's where Echo comes in and is the perfect operator to deal with that. Really well played there. Great composure and discipline from the remaining players of Panic.
In a way, we've just had...
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Biggest
Yes.
nerd goes to Dev. Thank you, chat.
See, I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm cool like that.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Is Mandy cool like that? Vote in chat, no.
Oh god, no, don't do that to me. Oh gosh. Okay, Panic, they've done pretty well here. But honestly, Dev, what I want to talk about is 2 rounds enough? On the attack.
For CS, you mean?
Circular CS. That's what I'm thinking right now. Like, yes, Panic had a really solid last round, and they've got maybe one more win on the board. But is that clutch and one super good attack from Circular Spheres enough?
Good question. Look, for me, there's 2 parts of it. Like, if Panic can go 3 in a row now and close out the half with 4 rounds, I actually think Panic should be in a huge advantage because they'll have that momentum on their side.
But then they have to win 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, 2
might
attacks,
suck,
sorry.
But, yeah. Well, 2 attacks to confirm OT or 3 to win in. I think Panic even winning in OT or even pushing to OT would probably be a pretty big achievement against Circular Spheres. But for me, like the big red flag here is that because Panic went Kitchen Barbecue first, if they win this round, right, they are going to have to go back to a tertiary bomb site. And I don't think they're winning that.
That's what I'm saying.
So
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I have a feeling
You
here
feel
that
me?
they may be paying a price for their choice of going tertiary bomb site early and giving that early advantage to CS.
Could be a bit of a dangerous world here for Panic, even though they look pretty comfortable in the server so far. Meanwhile, for Circular Spheres, though, it does look like they're changing up the philosophy a little bit. They haven't gone anymore for a sweep across the map. They're not going to try and do the roam clear. Instead, from the last round onwards to this one, it's going to be direct takes. Pinku now has got the Buck license instead of Japer, and is going to be down below with that skeleton key to try and flush out any players over on the top floor. Now, they do know that there is someone or 2 people, in fact, inside a mezzanine, so this is a pretty safe cutoff here to be playing on the rotation.
Pinku on the lurky. But here's the first pick. It is, in fact, for Goof, who is playing just outside with the OSA on the top of Black Stairs. A really strong position for him. No ACOG even. This is a really solid, tried and true kind of take to go for your T-room. As you said, a direct take that has some real teeth. And you can't really peek Goof here. First impact does miss. Pinku's position revealed puts him in a bit of an awkward spot, but it's a bit of a stalemate. Goof can't continue peeking, but Panic can't afford to lose their life to it.
This is where they kind of need to start playing the turtle game, right? From here on out, okay, they can't really do that anymore. Gufta's actually just died to the other side from River, so that OSA shield is going to stay in its position. The rest of the Circular Spheres players are going to have to try and use their utility to convert this. Now they've got the Ying charges and 2 sets of flashes as well. That should be enough to sink some of these defenders out of their position. Not only that, but there's even the vertical pressure from down below on Pinku. He sinks a good shot as well. 3-on-3 now. Even Stevens in the server with 45 seconds left to go.
That was beautiful from Pinku. His teammates trapped that player dead in that corner, and he was just there to pick up the pieces through the vertical angle. Now Pinku comes to support the rest of the roster, and Physics actually, with the diffuser in hand, has made his way to the karaoke window where he can look for a repel in and a plant. But Karma is in the playmaking position. The flashbang keeps him at bay, but he would likely have heard the repel in and the goo mine. Karma just needs to convert this kill, spots him for a second, and takes his head clean off. Another one for Karma. Now it's all up to Pinku. Killless before this round. And while he does find a second, it is not enough. A massive round from Karma in the playmaking position to win the round for Panic.
That really looks like a Circular Spheres round through the mid-round there. They had some great pressure going out on the top floor, but then from there on out, they couldn't quite sink the right utility to actually play their idea of doing the vertical flashbangs and enabling themselves into the bomb site. That initiation just didn't quite work out for them. And for Panic, they had Karma in the perfect place at the perfect time. That flash, yes, it did sink onto him, but he still managed to kill the person swinging in anyway, and from there it just snowballed into a flurry of picks from a power position. So, unfortunately for Circular Spheres, despite their efforts through the mid-rounds, Panic stayed composed to the late round.
Yeah, so fickle, so difficult to deal with that tiny dark corner in the Geisha entrance as well. That's such a power-making position, and there's very little that you can do about it, aside from what we saw from Pinku, but guess what? Panic lost one player in that position. Karma just rotates back into it. He's got freedom to move around Geisha And with that ACOG on the MP5, there's just so much that you can do with Melusi as well. Big 3K at the end of that round for him. But guess what, Mandy? We've just seen Panic win back-to-back the primary and secondary bomb sites, which of course means that we must now return to where it all started, where all the problems began. That damn smile, I mean bomb site for Panic Esport. This kitchen barbecue, incredibly difficult bomb site to defend, and Circular Spheres could well even up this half before we move on to see them defend.
It doesn't look like Panic are changing their strategy all too much as well from the last time that we saw them defend this one. Once again, leaning into the Echo, and as far as I can tell, the lineup hasn't changed whatsoever. So I think Panic just looking for a repeat of the same idea, but trying to be a bit more cautious about it this time around. I think what worries me on the side of Panic is that the opening kill has consistently gone in the way of Circular Spheres, right? Whether it's an entry or a cutoff or something like that, Panic have always been fighting from behind, even on this defending half. So what I'd like to see here is for Karma, who's been pretty on fire since the last round, to actually have an impact here in the early round, because I really feel like that would solidify some of these defenses.
Karma has woken up as well. He loves playing this 3-speed Melusi, sorry, 3 ACOG. 3 armor ACOG Melusi. There you go, got it eventually.
So many things that change movement these days.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I haven't seen whether he's running vertical grip. He could be running horizontal grip to increase his movement a bit, but he's gone for a recoil attachment instead. But yeah, pretty clear where Circular Spheres' push is coming from. More drones come out. Karma looking for it, struggling to confirm that kill. Oh, hang on a second. Who's that? The rat sneaking around downstairs. Shant has heard that vault, and they've just passed each other by like ships in the night. Shant is looking for Goofed, but I think the Yokai drone is actually scouting ahead.
Oh, no way.
Goofed has now been spotted. He does take out the Yokai, and Shant looking to push for this kill, but he's a 3 armor himself. He can't realistically sneak up on Goofed.
We'll keep an eye on this fight, but I think the main one that we need to pay attention to is whatever's going on the top floor, right? I've got a feeling that some kind of mini execute's got to come down pretty soon on the side of Circular Spheres, and it looks like it will happen. So they have rotated a couple players out in towards closer to that top floor hallway. Japer's going to initiate himself in with a flashbang as well, so great entry into the top floor, but they've got to convert a pick from this position.
Physics is so close to landing a headshot through the wall as well. Good game sense there, but unfortunately not enough info. Here's Karma. He's the player that you called upon to have an impact in the opening. He has been revealed, he has been flashed. He's completely blind for a brief moment, and now he's back at it again. If he pushes deep, he might be able to find a pick. Owen finds the first kill. Physics has gone down, but Karma very likely to find one here, as out of nowhere, Circular Spheres find 2 picks. All the more desperate now for Karma. Another flash goes out, and he cannot figure out where are Circular Spheres coming from. Big kill for Karma. Brings it back even, and River finds one. Traded back again. Owen looked good for his second, putting it all on the head of Jackenna, and Panic Esports right the wrongs of the very first round of this game. Owen's looking pumped, and they've just won the half, 4 rounds to 2.
Yeah, it was a much more cautious game there from Panic through the mid-round especially. They realized that they weren't really winning out those mid-round fights, so they decided to just stop taking those fights, period. Just wait for them to come to you through the late round. Circular Spheres, yes, they landed some good flashbangs. Yes, they took some good control on the top floor. And it kind of looked like they wanted to pivot down to the ground floor towards the end there. They sort of just gave up taking the top floor. But it came back to bite them because there were still some players loitering around on stairwells that were shutting them down from getting inside of the bomb site. So really well composed there from Panic, realizing that they found their strength in the late rounds and played into that instead.
Yeah, it's funny how it works, but Circular Spheres so reliant on playing that cutoff game and looking for rotations, looking to punish rotations from Panic, and well, it meant that Panic realized, hey, we just chill, and we don't have to do much, do we? They'll just walk into us at the end of the round, like you said. But now things switch. Yeah, the shoe may well be on the other foot, as Panic have to show us what they can do on the attack. As you said, for Circular Spheres, is 2 rounds enough?
I kind of think it is, in my opinion. Last time around we saw Circular Spheres play this, they only needed to win out a whopping 1 attack against Kelton Knights, I think it was, to actually win out the entire map. And with the brand of Siege that Circular Spheres play, I have a feeling that doing your sweep across the maps, looking for roam clears, that type of thing is going to be pretty tough for Panic, and that looks like what they're leaning into as well. That being said,
wow.
I think they are kind of leaning into the strategy that Circular Spheres have gone for here. Mozzie mute to deny the intel, and Solace on top of that from Japer as well. So their push, their intel is completely telegraphed to the side of the defense. I've got a bad feeling for Panic on this roam clear. I just do.
Yeah, Mozzie Mute Solus is an incredible trifecta to be trying to drone into, trying to clear into. And what's more, you've got players like Jekena who are still so happy to take aggressive peeks. Realiz is on a kind of cutoff angle at the moment though, but he hasn't opened this barricade. If he does open the barricade, he may well be able to cut Jekena off. As Jekena tries to go for a cross, Jekena is actually allowed to escape.
Just watch the time tick away though. That's a minute. And they've opened the wall, and they force the roamers back, so...
Bro hadn't even used any of his utility, by the way.
Yeah.
He's only deploying it now, a minute into the round.
Oh. So, one part of the round is done, at least for the attack, but it's been a little tricky to do so far. Meanwhile, the roam isn't actually as clear as they probably think that it is as well, because Japer is still down in the ground floor. Now, whether they know or not is a different question, but here goes Shantz in through the mid-round, or through the middle of the map. Off the back of the bees, will not quite seek anyone on the other side of this gunfight. A few bullets will spray out, but don't connect.
A lot of utility expended to try and clear that position, but it is good ground to take. And believe it or not, Goof finds the opening kill. His position in drum is unfounded, unaddressed. He does take a lot of damage for it, and he's about to get pushed. There comes Karma. He's found 10 kills in this game and is second for this round. Numbers advantage in favor of Panic, and if Circular Spheres aren't careful, that could be furthered here. Japer's in an awkward position. He was cut off for a brief moment. Karma likely about to get that information. He doesn't fully check down the stairs, but he knows Geisha is clear.
So this is the hard part of the round. Now, for Panic, as they lean into their attack, where do they go? Do they actually hit the breach, or are they going from Geisha instead? There is a player inside of Geisha. That's Owen. Jekena's got absolutely no idea that he's entered in through the other side. Karma as well is going to find his third on the rounds. It's just physics in a 1 versus 3.
And he is completely out of ammo. He's swung by Karma. Massive 4K. He's certainly back. And Panic, man, they have come out of the gate swinging the first round of attack onto the primary bomb site of Circular Spheres, and they win it in, to be frank, a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think they converted that one really well through the mid-round. That being said, honestly, I don't think Circular Spheres got as much value out of that roam as I think that we had anticipated them to get. With the lineup that they were running, I thought they would have stayed on for a little bit longer, but it just, looked like they were kind of nervous and fell back really early. And then from then on out, Panic managed to find some great entries, Karma especially, through that mezzanine section of the map, and then we're able to convert it from there. The important thing that Panic were able to do there was actually go and rotate over to Geisha, and then realize that was probably the better point of weakness to go and attack, rather than trying to get stalled out in T room or get stalled out in mezzanine or something like that. So I think, going through the motions of the round quickly was what I thought won Panic that round.
A big stat you might have seen on your screen just then is Karma has the biggest, or the largest, or the strongest, best, whatever you want to call it, opening pick rate in the league. So he's getting the opening picks more than any other player in the league, which is actually saying a lot because we have some serious fraggers in this league. And we're obviously seeing peak Karma in this game, but that was not the case against Antic in just the last playday, Mandy. He had an EPS of only 52. He got 2 kills in the whole game, and his KOST cost was 29%. So less than a third of the rounds is his impact realistically being felt by the team. And now he's gone massive. That was a nice C4. We saw that work last time CS played this map, but not going to be happening today. But regardless, Karma's the big player you want to take down if you're Circular Spheres, and he's lucky that he managed to dodge that one.
Okay, so Panic look like they're thinking about a direct attack with the lineup and the way they've postured themselves around the map. So Realiz has lent into the idea of playing Ossa, potentially. Meanwhile, Owen is here on what looks like a cutoff. But to me, it looks more like he's just preparing to get Geisha wall open. Yeah, so there's a Selma charge already on the wall because they want to, try and attack in closer in towards the bomb site of Karaoke and Tea Room, but there's a mute jam on the other side, so he's got to wait for some of his teammates to come over and help him get that one off.
Another big opening pick for Goofed. He's been dominating the opening engagements in this match. Or Karma, he does find the reply, and Pinku goes down, who's having quite a quiet game. Quite the opposite to Karma. What a great impact nade. Realiz shield does get taken down, and swiftly he is dispatched with as well. Another big impact from Goofed. He's already had a big clutch this game as well. If it wasn't for that, this would be 1-6 the scoreline. Karma replacing that position. He's a man you can trust to nail the critical shot.
Circular Spheres, though, in the man advantage, don't want to throw this one away. They're just biding their time, waiting for it to tick away. Don't take these gunfights if you don't need to. It's not necessary. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Panic, Shant has made his way in through the adjacent side of the map instead, as Owen is looking to put the pressure out on Geisha, but with that wall, I believe, still closed, it's going to be pretty tricky for Panic.
Oh. Karma.
Don't peek Karma. Don't peek Karma.
Do not peek Karma. Absolutely not. Big impact. The back of that flash, he's taken some huge map control. There is still a player inside of Drum. Japer just around this corner. Look how deep he's allowed to get. Japer needs to be there for the refrag, but Karma gets a 3K on the round before he's finally taken down. Massive value out of the massive impact player for Panic. Just 2 players up for each side. Circular Spheres, their advantage, has dissipated into thin air. Sean's had a big game so far as well, and he's got info on the back of the Bees. Owen, I believe, still on Repel. Oh, here comes Sean. He's good for one. There's no doubt about it. Panic on the verge of a match point. Jekena must do what Goof did in the first half and come up big with a 1 versus 2 clutch. But as the time ticks away, he can isolate these 1v1s. It's on Sean to cover. But there is an angle. There is an angle for Sean. And the diffuser has been taken on down. The plant confirmed. And Jekena gets that player. Now on the retake, but Shant is there for him. Panic are up 6-2 against Circular Spheres. The glow-up of the lowest seeded team in this league as they're about to take down one of the best teams from last year.
Oh man, that was an unreal attack there from Panic, really, especially from Karma in through the mid-round. Look, you don't peek Karma, but Karma peeks you, man, through the mid-round. What can you do?
One?
And that's what I'm saying.
How did he kill the second one?
He goes around, he peeks Physics, who's like sitting there holding the angle through the wall. Okay, you know, whatever. And then he rounds the corner. There's another guy there, and he kills him as well.
Insane.
What is going on, man? If you don't take down Karma, Karma's coming for you, mate. That's all I'm saying.
What can you even say for Circular Spheres there? It's like, guys, play your crossfire. It's like, oh, we did play our crossfire.
But we suck.
It took 3 players to kill this one dude.
Oh, God. Yeah, honestly, big round from him. But I think, honestly, credit to the way that they played that end round as well, 2 versus 2 situation. I think Sean realizing off the back of the info and him actually going in from the pinch on the other side was able to collect the kill onto the player inside of Geisha. And then just playing it slow, I think, really, into that last player in the 1 versus 2. Owen, I think, has been tied first now for plants in the league since the beginning of this playday. So I think after getting that plant down in a great situation there, he's probably first place in playing the objective now in this league. So, like, well played to Panic. They definitely know how to play their late game, especially when it comes to, you know, getting the bomb down in a safe spot. Not an easy spot to go and plant yourself in, especially when there's a tiny hole and a soft wall right next to you. But, like, yeah, you know, well-read situationally.
Panic have had some fantastic fundamentals. And that's typically what we say sets apart a lot of these OS teams. Like Bliss, yeah, they're great for so many reasons, but their fundamentals are just phenomenal. And we would say maybe that about something like Antic and say, oh, Antic have got fundamentals and fragging capability. Well, Panic, they've got fundamentals as a team. They know how to play these 2v2s, but they've also got Karma, who's currently going 15-6. So what can you do against a player like that? Well, I guess you can run out on him. Just kill him. About bloody time. Circular Spheres will be celebrating in the voice chat right now. The biggest player on Panic has been taken down. Thank God.
Calm down. That's exciting news. Okay, so it looks like Panic are looking for a direct take into the bomb site. Now, Karma going down early does make things a bit easier for Circular Spheres. Panic as well being pretty brave about getting that wall open with the super shorty. You don't really like stand there on the wall and just shoot it down, but it works for them anyway, so they're safe for now. But they have to posture through the mid-round to try and land this execute from here on out. So they don't have that much hard reach left, as I understand it. Actually, maybe they do. I can't remember if Owen's used anything on the walls yet.
Well, they do have 2 of Shant's secondary hard reaches as well.
One. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, okay. So he's gotten open this single wall, which is good. But it's pretty, like, not the easiest situation from them from here on out, right? Maybe they land some good nades on the Deimos or something.
Hang on. Oh, what are you doing? What are they doing? Great question. Goof is continuing his reign of terror. He is now hit double digits and exceeded them at 12 kills. A massive 2K run out. Great usage there of the impact to enable that. And while there was a player cutting him off, it was just far too little from Reelers and far too late. And now Circular Spheres have essentially won this round 4v2.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. You're not just like standing on the balcony, like opening the wall with your super shorty. That's like danger mode if I've ever seen it, right?
I reckon those two poor souls that died to Goof there are just like, Reelers, what are you watching, man? Because he did refrag eventually, but he was on rappel. He's the man that should have gotten that kill much earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, look, Dev, honestly, I think I might write this round off, to be honest. I think, some interesting motions being played out here from Panic. And, yeah, I don't know, Circular Spheres just looks comfortable. I don't really know what else to say. I think, yeah.
Ooh, did I just see a player?
Strange things.
I think I just saw Physics walk into a mute jammer to protect himself from the Deimos's tracker. That's kind of cool. And yeah, the round does end in Circular Sphere's favor. You're right, the round really was over after that big 2K. So, Circular Spheres will not get 7-2'd, but are they going to be able to clean sweep from here on out? Like, they lost 2 defenses in a row at the start of their half. Can they clinch 4 in a row to try and push OT?
Honestly, mate, Panic, come on. Don't fumble this one down.
Get it done.
Get it done, man. On your ego. It's hard on the attack, but like, come on, man. Get it done. They can do it. I believe.
Yeah, we saw Panic manage to clinch out an OT win against 6 targets the other day. They did lose in the end in their Man Esports game, which was very close. But regardless, like Panic have got 1 point. And I think that would put them above Circular Spheres. Currently, we're 5th and 6th on the standing between CS and Panic. But yeah, Panic realistically should win this game, and they should get all 3 points from it.
This is a pretty dangerous game as well. I think the Desk was alluding to earlier. This is essentially, like, the winner of this is essentially securing themselves out of that bottom 2, nearly, as I understand it, right? Because right now the bottom 2 is what, like
6
16
targets in Kelton.
and Kelton's Knights, right?
Yeah.
So if you've won this one out, you've pretty much, like, you're in the clear, you know? After this one, you've beaten out your nearest rival. So, especially for Circular Spheres, having lost those 2 early on, right? And being pretty far down, as I understand it, on round difference. Okay, never mind, Panic are lower on round difference. How does that happen?
Great question. Oh, Panic did get 7-0'd yesterday, last week. By Antic,
yeah.
So that probably messed with their round difference a bit. But
shame.
yeah, I mean, Circular Spheres also, like, yeah, they got 7-0'd twice, but they also then 7-0'd another team and won 7-3. So this is not a good game for Circular Spheres round difference, even if they are able to come back. But it's funny, this is either going to be a quick 7-3 in favor of Panic, or it's Circular Spheres' first close game so far. Because they haven't had a single close game. They've either dominated or been dominated.
Oh dear. All right, only goes one way or the other for this team, apparently. So here goes Japer, holding on to the hop in through the Shrine window. That's Karma on the other side, the Danger Man himself. 15 and 7, very much leading the grid on kills at the moment. The info will come through, but actually that's a defender drone instead, so I suppose Japer will be safe here for a little bit longer.
Maybe like a late round C4 or plant? I don't know what that info was set up for. Oh, there's a ping here.
Frag him.
Nice swing. It is Karma. He's the player you want to take down. But he only takes a tiny bit of damage, to be honest, so that's not nearly enough. And yeah, if you don't kill him, then he's going to kill you. Big kill there for Karma. 16. I can't believe it. 16 kills in 10 rounds.
I'm a bit nervous here for Panic. I don't know if they realize just how many players are still left in this top floor, whereas Japer seems to know exactly what's going on. Players about to entry in through the top of back stairs, and there goes Pinku to take down Shantz. So if they're not careful from here on out, Circular Spheres could certainly crawl their way back into this one.
This is where it goes down the toilet for Panic. Karma's been taken out. Reeler's flanked at the top of the back stairs. Owen still has the diffuser, but both of these last 2 players are outside the building, and that means that any form of map control that Panic had is now dissipated. Circular Spheres have really re-established their dominance over that top floor now. Was it ever really gone? Perhaps not. And it's basically looking for exit frags at this point for Panic.
They fumble in the bag, dude.
They are, Mandy.
They fumble in the bag. I'm scared for Panic.
Sheesh.
Oh, 3K in the round as well.
Wow.
No, don't give him another one. I've just given him 4. Dev.
He's pretty close to overtaking Karma now, I reckon.
Not good.
He's not good.
It's dangerous.
He's got to be on like 14, 15 kills now.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah, Karma's on 16 and
we can
slowing
get a
down a
scoreboard
little
check.
bit. We can get a scoreboard check. Here we go.
Scoreboard check.
They're actually both on 16 now.
Dang.
Wait, can I see that again? 7 assists. Can I just say, Legion is the most fraudulent operator in this bloody game. This guy has got 7 assists, and he's been playing Legion every round. Coincidence? I think not.
That's funny from you. And even with the Legion nerfs, right, like you can actually see them on the ground. They're clear as day. They're no longer clear Lego bricks. They're solid Lego bricks now. So
yeah, but they also like absolutely mince you to pieces now. You step on one, and it's like a super Lego.
Yeah, they are absolutely dangerous now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how popular it's been, Deb, but like the Legion mines on the corner of the doorway seem to be the way to go.
That's
days,
very
right?
meta at the minute.
That
yeah,
seems
for
to be
sure.
the way to go. And yeah, that's quite frustrating, Cody.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, even though Karma's been a big player, I'm pretty confident. I've tracked a lot of the opening kills, not every single one, but Goofed, I swear he's gotten every second opening kill this game. He has been unstoppable for Circular Spheres, and that is now 2 rounds in a row. Notably, Circular Spheres went to the tertiary bomb site there, because, you know, they lost this Tea Room Karaoke bomb site back-to-back at the start of this half. Now, Kitchen Barbecue's locked, Exhibition's locked. They've got to go back here. Or they could go Master, I guess, but that's a huge risk. They're going back to the bomb site. They got destroyed on 2 times in a row. This is the discerning round right here.
Pinku has decided to go Ella instead. So
he's going to die. He's going to die with no kills this round.
How do you know that? What if he
what
goes
he's
crazy,
done,
mate?
It's what he's done 8 of the rounds. I love Pinku, but he's been shown up right now by Goofed and by Karma on the opposition.
Oh, God. Well, I don't know, man. Pinku's been pretty good up until this game. Maybe he just, like, woke up on the wrong side of the bed or something. But that's okay, because everyone else, like, woke up on the right side of the bed.
It's true.
Anyway, okay, so I think, like you've been pointing out, this is pretty important for Circular Spheres, because if they lose this, they will lose. That's important, right? So going for a roam across the map seems to be the play that they're going to go for. Japer is taking a little bit of damage early on the side of Panic. Like, honestly, Panic have been pretty good at this early game so far. It makes me a little nervous for Circular Spheres.
It's just crazy to reflect on the fact that round 3, Jakenna got a 1 versus 2 clutch that he should never have been able to get. And this game would have been over a long time ago if that had not been the case. Oh, Karma's got an inkling. Speaking of Jakenna, look at this little rat right here. Oh, he takes down Karma. Finds his 10th kill at the same time.
Karma down, Karma down.
Karma down, lads. Karma is down. And Goofed is still up and ready to frag out. He's ready to overtake Karma. We've been singing Karma's praises all day, but he's about to be overtaken.
Karma's crazy.
This game has been a bit of a Karma craze.
Is Panic Esports just all Karma? That's the question. Right? Like, from here on out, Karma's down. Last time that this happened, Panic Esports just like fumbled the bag, right? They all like sat outside of Breach and they all died. Is it going to happen again? Or can they come back from the situation?
No, Sean is the man. Sean is the man to do it. Never mind. They're all dead. They're all going to die. Everybody is going to die.
Info. There's a player there. Kill him.
Yeah, Jakenna's still going to find another kill. Jakenna's going to find another kill and then die. Never mind. Jakenna is dead. Jakenna down. But here comes Goofed again. And there's a very real chance that this guy hits the 20 bomb. Leaving Karma in the dust. He's on 18 kills. And he's got an inkling. Bit of damage. Bit of damage. Big C4. River. Oh, he shot it out and then he shot down Goofed as well. Massive play from River. And now maybe it is possible. Maybe there's a chance. Goofed is down. Jakenna is down. And it comes down to the 3 bot fraggers on Circular Spheres against the 2 bot fraggers from Panic.
Oh man, Fools were not cooked in that last gunfight, but that's all right. So far for Circular Spheres, they're still holding strong to the bomb site, and that is what matters right now. Some great crossfires being established as well between the remaining 3 players. Essentially, they're going to put the 2 entry points in between these 3 players, right? So Physics is right in the middle of them, then Pinku's got a crossfire onto top back, and then not only that, but Geisha's being held onto as well, right? So essentially, it should be pretty hard here for Panic to actually enter into the building.
River's using a smoke to try and cover up these feet holes. Tracks could be pretty impactful as well as... Oh, no, never mind. Just going to walk straight into Pinku, who finds 2 kills.
Pinku, mate.
I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I was wrong. He farmed with the Scorpion. And somehow this game is still going. We've gone the distance.
Fumbling.
12 rounds.
They're fumbling.
Panic are absolutely fumbling the bag.
Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong. We sung them their praises, and then they got to their final attack round, and then it all fell apart.
And it all goes back to round 3 when Jakena got a 1v2 clutch that he should never have gotten. This would have been a 7-2. If not for that clutch, this would be over.
No.
7-2. And instead, Panic are sitting here after losing 3 attacks in a row, going back, being forced to attack the hardest bomb site. And I'm just calling it right now, like, they are cooked. This is Goof's game.
They're cooked. Is that it?
That's the technical term.
That's it. That's the cost. We're done. You know, throw it all out the window. Yeah, okay. So Circular Spheres, they look pretty good now, right? They're back into it. They've got their mojo. They're playing some good defense. But if they lose this round, they could still lose the game. And that's what matters right now, right? 3 points are still on the card for Panic. All they need to do is win 1 attack. One last attack. Now, when you're talking about 1 attack on any of the maps, but Skyscraper, you'd think that's pretty doable, right? But Skyscraper, winning 1 attack, not that easy. Not very easy.
No, 1-2 back-to-back to kick off this half. Where is the form from 4 rounds ago? Panic are surely shaken in their boots. 3 losses in a row. Karma has been so quiet. He's off the Yana now as well. He's onto the Finca. I'm not sure what the idea is with that. This spear is not quite the machine that the ARX is.
Maybe he just wants nades, right? Because like you're Iena and you've got ACOG, but you've got flashbangs. But if you're
wait,
what's this? Finca, you're ACOG, you have nades.
Yeah.
That's different. Nades are kind of important on this map, I reckon. I mean, so are flashbangs, but like sinking power positions, that's a thing. That's important. What are you doing, Jakena? Who's peeking Karma? Who's peeking Karma? Why have you leave them peek Karma?
Ladies and gentlemen, Karma is back!
He's just found 4. He's been traded, but there is no way in this world that Goof wins this. A 1v5. But he's found his first. Next step is a 20 bomb. And after that, it's to win the round and push to overtime. Here comes the diffuser. Here comes the nail in the coffin. What in God's name was that? Karma, Farmer. And with that, Panic have confirmed 3 points.
Mate, I'll tell you what, this is Karma Esports. This ain't Panic Esports, bro. Any round that Karma has gone in and he's gotten the first pick, he's then gone and converted the round after that, mate. I'll tell you what, who is peeking Karma? Why have 4 of them peeked Karma? One by one.
The whole team. It's like, you know, when you're playing like basketball or something, like, let's do some 1v1s. It's like, hey, anyone want a 1v1 Karma? Oh, you lost. Okay, how about you? Oh, no, you lost. He just 1v1 everyone. And he could have gotten all 5 realistically. They just kept swinging him. And we're going to swing this back onto the desk.
Well, you do need a farmer if it's going to be a farmers league, and Karma definitely fits that role well and truly. I don't think I've seen a 2-second period quite like that before, Jake. That was a little bit absurd.
I did warn everyone.
You did?
I did at the start of the show. I said, don't put your channel points in this region. And I'm sure there's a lot of unhappy people right now because Circular Spheres were the favourites. And so we did also say Karma was going to be the one. If they're going to win it for Panic, it was going to be mainly because of him. It was all because of him. 20 bomb, backing up what we saw from him last week. Right now, he is making a statement that he's one of the best players in this region.
Yeah, and I think that there's more than enough warrant there. And the fact that it's even on what we would consider one of the weaker teams in the region even goes to, I guess, compound that, guys, just showcasing what his, I don't want to say glow-up has been, but it's certainly a glow-up.
Yeah, I mean, what an entertaining game as well. You had the dynamic with Goofed as well, who actually found himself in more entry battles than Karma ultimately, or may have ended up being the same, evened out at the end. Goofed went +4 on entry, 90% cost. So it was a real intense battle between the two. And despite CS getting off to a great start in the match, it then started to peter out. Then they battled back. So a really close game. But again, Panic able to pull off another 7-5 victory in this league. Every point is going to be really critical, especially if they are to re-enter the conversation for top 2. So this was a big result from them. And Karma, I mean, holy shit. Like, what an incredible player, and continues to show up in these big matches. He may have had an off week last week, but the ability to rebound is just phenomenal.
I was waiting for you to say something. You don't want to say anything this time. I heard you go, you gave me one of these ones. You went, And then you stop.
No, I think that's called breathing.
Is that what breathing sounds like when you hit 30?
When you hit 30.
He's in his 30s now, so...
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an overshadow for Goof. Obviously had a very good game himself and almost looked like he was going to be the catalyst for why Circular Spheres were going to send this one to overtime and get themselves back from a rather large deficit. We were sitting here on the couch being like, what the hell's going on with Circular Spheres? They looked shocking after the first couple of rounds. First couple of rounds were fine.
Yeah.
They got a couple of attacking rounds, largely on the tertiary. Sure, they were up 2-1, and then we saw the comeback clearly happen on the defense for Panic, and then they just continued that all the way into the second half and got themselves, I think it was a 6-2 lead, and then we saw that brought all the way back to 6-5, so we started to think, okay, well, this is not quite going to go the way for Panic. Devin Mandy is sitting there the whole time saying, if Karma's dead, the round is over. It turned out to be that way. But why, in the last round, you got 4 people solo peeking that office wall?
We'll never know. That's Circular Spheres for you, baby. But we do have Sean on the line, so let's welcome him in and get a little bit more insight as to what we've just seen. Sean, obviously, a very close game, all things considered. First 3 rounds were looking a little bit rocky. We're a little bit scared for you seeing Circular Spheres pick up 2 attacking rounds. Can you give me some insight into what's happened at the start of the game there?
Yeah, look, I think we wanted to take a bit of a risk going to barbecue first, sort of just throw them off a little bit. I don't know, it actually caught us off a little bit how slow they played. We were expecting them to go a bit quicker, that's sort of what those guys do. But they sort of worked it quite slow for what we were expecting, so maybe just adjusting to that a little bit for us.
Sean, I just want to sort of take it back to the map Veto discussion here. When I saw these two, I saw your guys versus CS, and I'm thinking 2 good, young, fragging teams. Fragging seems to be the name of the game. And even in this game, it was, when you kind of look at what your teammate was able to do. I forgot his name for a second. Sorry. And goofed on the other side. Sorry, I did a goof there. Why Skyscraper, though? I think it's such a structured map. Did you guys not really want to go to the more open ones?
Yeah, probably not. I think on their roster, they probably have a bit more fragging power than us. So I think we have a bit more of that ability to play structured. 4 of our players, only Karma's the only guy who hasn't played support. Everyone's played support on our team, so we feel a bit more comfortable going there. We felt like maybe we could bring that strategy game a little bit better than they could, rather than bringing a better fragging game. But looks like Karma did that anyway. So yeah.
Just looking at the stat line for this game, I'm actually looking at you guys and the entry number more specifically. 3 of your players actually went negative on entry in this game. Now, on Skyscraper, normally that's an absolute death sentence, but you guys have recovered really nicely through the mid-round. Is that a strength of you guys at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, we actually did quite well, to recover in the mid-rounds. I don't know, for us at the moment, sometimes it just goes away from us in the mid-round or comes to us. It's sort of on the day sort of thing. So, I mean, it was pretty good that we were able to pull that back, but, I mean, Karma's always getting into insane amounts of entry engagements. That dude's just always fighting someone.
Obviously, Karma's going to get a lot of the plaudits, mate, but in terms of what you and the remaining members of your team are able to do in enabling him, is it down to team communication, coordination? What is it? Because it's not just Karma go in and click heads. I mean, that last round it certainly was, but every other round, what goes on for you guys as a roster, as a team, that enables him to just go off like that?
I think it's got to be us just setting up to give him that opportunity where he's not being held by crossfires, and he's got that info with him or that utility there, so he can sort of isolate his picks. And oftentimes we also have a trade behind him as well. So even if he doesn't do too well, we can make a trade happen. We sort of just pivot off him a lot because he's able to make so much happen.
Well, he certainly made a lot happen in this game, that's for damn sure, Sean. You guys are now on 8 points and looking really, actually, as part of the contending pack for second place, which is just absolutely absurd to think. That's the reaction you just gave me then. That was my reaction when I started seeing it. We had you guys pinned down near the bottom at the start, and that's by no means a representation of you individually or any of the players, but obviously it's a competitive league, and you guys have turned out. So a huge congratulations to you guys in the first 5 play days, and I think you've nearly secured your spot in the playoffs. Obviously, there's still 2 more play days to go, but is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I've got a list of shout-outs that I need to give here. I need to give a shout-out to Jack Scurry and Shan. I think the CS guys will like that one. And otherwise, shout-out to the team. We've been doing pretty good so far. I'm really impressed with us. We had pretty low expectations, and just sort of didn't want to put too much pressure on ourselves. So but we're doing quite well, so very happy with the guys.
Before you go,
shout out to everyone watching.
Before you go quickly, Sean, what do you do with the expectations now, though? Because they're there. You guys are a very good team, and you're making waves. How do you handle the expectations now?
I think we just sort of like try and not put that pressure on ourselves now. It's like, yeah, we won the games, but like we won them because we weren't expecting to do, we weren't like, oh, we have to win this game. It was like, look, we just got to do our best, and then, hopefully we get through, sort of thing,
Mate, that's well spoken, to be fair, because it's you're now in a pretty crazy predicament, heading into playoffs. You guys will start to have a target on your back as well, but we'll let you go. So again, congratulations on the victory.
Thanks so much, guys.
Let's hope we're speaking to you again.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Thanks. See ya.
I think it's something that a lot
what
of
a
teams,
well-spoken gentleman.
Honestly, Sean, and a lot of insight as well. And this is, again, it's actually becoming a little bit of a hallmark of some of these OCE interviews. Is we're starting to get some newer faces in the region that are all starting to take their own shape, and it's great to see. There was a while there where we had just a void of any kind of character or personality, but things are starting to turn around.
Wow.
92% cost from Goof. That is back-to-back performances with a ridiculously absurd EPS, but it's only matched by Karma.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insane. Again, to reiterate, the entry stat, the first kill number for Circular Spheres in this match is very, very good. So lacking conversion in the mid to late round, and we saw some examples of that. There was that round over in Karaoke where Diffuser's in the wrong spot, and just examples like that where if they tidy it up, if they are able to continue to enable the likes of Goof and Jkenna in the early round, then they should be able to convert much more going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a really good match. I don't want to be too negative here, but in terms of what was a difference maker, that's not just, Karma and what we saw from Goof. Is it maybe someone like a Pinku? Did we not get enough from him in that particular game? I'm not too sure. Karma, of course, does get the MVP from the winning team somehow. Even after having the most kills and that being a 20 bomb, he still had the lower cost and the lower EPS in comparison to Goof, which is insane. The multi-kills, but more importantly, the impact of his kills. The fact that when he was dead, they were losing rounds. That is what the most valuable player means.
Again, he had a 2-3 entry, negative on entry, yet he still was able to rack up 20 kills in this matchup and have a 75% cost as well, which is just wild. 5 multi-kills on top of all of that just goes to show that his impact mid to late round, facilitated by the team, was just phenomenal. And goes back to the point we're making in the pre-show. If Karma's on and the team is activated and ready to put him in those positions or trade him out, so dangerous.
Yeah, only way but up now for Panic, and those expectations are real for them. I looked at this as a genuine 50-50, could have easily made a case for both. He went Panic, I went Circular Spheres. We both went Circular Spheres, and for good reason, thinking that maybe after their win last week that they would be back. But as evident in this league, last week's results are irrelevant. That's just the truth of it. Unless you're Team Bliss, the consistency hasn't quite been there for a lot of these teams. It's now on a team like Panic. Are they going to have a blunder? Because they had a blunder last week. They got 7-0'd. I mean, I know that was Antic, and Antic looked great, and they bounced back themselves, but that's still a blunder. So a good bounce back for Panic this week. But who's to say that we now don't see Circular Spheres? Who are they playing tomorrow?
They have the old man LFO.
They could win that game. Will they? I got no idea.
Guys, I saw you biting at the bit to make a comment there.
I think Panic have the most intriguing run home, right? They have Kelton's Knights tomorrow. You can all but pencil that in for victory. They'd have to have a very off day to lose that. Sets us up then for the final play day against Bliss. Now that could potentially be a game for first spot. And if Panic have, again, another impressive day, could also be potentially fighting for second still at that point as well. So they'll have a bit on the line. Do we see that pressure creep in? It's clearly been something that they've been avoiding or deflecting so far, which is in a positive sense, and they're not letting it get to them. But that matchup for the final play day could be really intriguing.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of action still to come, but the anomaly is now becoming a certainty. Panic are no team to push past, and they're going to have a few more games to prove what they've got. Just as we have, I was going to say 6 more games. We've got 3 more games for 6 more teams coming up after this.
Get the flag down successfully. So yes, they got rid of Oda, but Bliss focused more on the main objective. But where did Bulls and Brendo both lose their lives? And it's down to Sage in a 1v3 to deny the retake. Sage is on! Finds 3, just needs 1 more. Frixel's on the plant. 3 seconds, will he get to 9 in time? I do not think he will. It's going to be close. Sage,
no way.
That's
wild.
I think they just got unlucky.
It's really good by Sage. I mean, he's one of those players that you can just rely on in these clutch situations.
Sage is like that player that he can clutch up at any point.
All I can say is Chris
clean luck. Sage wins those.
Bliss are in the oven right now. That's been turned up to max heat. Weddable's in the 1v2. He pushes in. Weddable's has done it and closes.
I don't even know what to say about that one. Something sus going on there. What's so good?
just all the reactions are so good.
I feel like for every clip that I'm in, the webcam says it all.
We choked so many rounds, and it was starting to like get to a few of us. So when I won that, it was like a relief of like, what the fuck just happened?
Well, Josh, you wanted him to make a mark. He's going to have to make a very big one to win this round. 1 versus 4. Gets 2. 2 more to go, and he finds the 3rd. Jumping Josh. Does he know he's on? Oh, Josh!
Probably the best clutch of that stage, to be honest. That's the most hyped I've ever seen Pat in my life.
You love to see it, and you'd hate to be on the other side of that. You're just like questioning, how did that just, like, what just happened? How did that happen?
To be fair, I like do that rotate. My crosshair was on his face, and I like do the rotate. There's a clip on my Twitter. Okay, everybody can see it.
Look, maybe Logic would have won that 1v1 if he had actually focused on playing the game more than typing things up on Twitter.
Josh might be one of the most dangerous players in this region when he's on.
I'm going to destroy Josh.
Very easily flooded in their positions that they're currently in. This is really good from Cairo. Finding excellent timing onto the 2 defenders in Con, and the 3rd as well onto Chef outside. He can safely get back into the bomb site. Oh, no way, no way.
Pretty sick play, and I think it's just pure confidence, which he deserves to have because he's pretty good.
Oh, I knew I was going to see this one.
Making his way inside of Con and can get the down onto Bappin.
He gets that fight. He brings this man advantage. He's looking for a safe place to plant, knowing that there is a Solus below. But is Logic aware of it? What an angle for Prez! With the immediate trade, the double! He's found 3 on the round! And now he looks for this diffuser to be planted. He can call it out. And Eddie must support. Can he see the top of the head? 4 kills for Logic. Cairo just has to play for time.
I feel like the boss was a bit nervous. The boss definitely had the advantage in that situation.
Look, I tried to forget about that round. Now you just brought it back to me, so thanks for that.
So, believe it or not, actually, this clutch, 4 days prior to this, we got in the exact same situation. I was in like a 1 versus 3 or a 1 versus 4 in a scrim. And I got a 1v4, the exact same situation. Like, I'm not even joking. The exact same situation. Everything was the same. The double kill, the kill from below, and then 1v1ing the guy at the end. And I remember when we won this clutch, it was like straight deja vu. It was the exact same thing, played out the same. I don't know, it was awesome. It's like it was preparing me for my moment.
They just all got paid off in that last round. Like there is no way. That's got to be a scripted play.
Well, it's now the battle of the retirement. You really like that content, don't you?
Every time I see that, I just mute it. No one's listening right now because everything's just muted.
No one's listening right now because you're on the desk and we know that it's just going to be absolute bloody shite. Moving on with our night, we have the Battle of the Retirement Home coming up. 6 targets taking on Kelton's Knights. Couple of hips to be broken in this one because honestly the names, the history, the experience on both of these rosters are absolutely absurd. Of course, rounding out the night with 2 incredibly close matches as well in match 3 and match 4.
That's why we're casting them.
Really? You're gonna ruin that for me? God damn it. 6 targets, however. They've made a start. I wouldn't say a good start or a bad start, guys. It's just been a start.
Their results are very difficult to explain, right? Last week, for me especially, 7-3 against Antic, and that game on Border, they genuinely had some really good systems in place and quite genuinely outplayed their opponents. The following night, again last week, they then go around and lose to Circular Spheres 0-7 on the exact same map. So they got out-aggressed, they got outplayed, and they weren't given the opportunity and the breathing space to set up, especially on attack, which proved costly. So for them heading into tonight against Kelton's Knights, it should favour them, this particular matchup. But it's also one of those games, as we kept prefacing, that a lot of experience, they've played against each other a lot, and they should have a relatively decent read historically on what they can expect from their opponents. So I don't know who necessarily that is going to favour, but I'm still a big fan of 6 targets, and I do think if they connect the dots right, they can escape this bottom 2 position. But you lose tonight, and it could actually be mutual destruction where neither team can then make it out, or it makes both of their lives a lot harder.
I really didn't. I don't think I took into account that this is the bottom 2 teams playing against each other. Now there's a very familiar face for those that have watched the OCE League or way back in the day, OCN. OJ is making his return, a substitute for tonight. But there's no Vinny. There's no bloody Campo. They can't decide what they want to do, Jake.
Yeah, and look, it's been a rough stage for them, depending on how much extra time they put into the game and looking to improve off the back of 2023, which, by and large, wasn't really a bad campaign, I think, across the year for this roster. And ironically, ever since Bouncing's come back, he's been the problem.
Bouncing is and was the problem.
It's a bit of a joke, but unfortunately, you look at the numbers for EPS, KD, and yeah, it's been rough for Bouncing in his return. I think you can still get some really good performances from Worthy, Josh. Pat hasn't been necessarily bad, but he also wasn't super Pat from 2023, who had a really, really solid year last year. No Vinci either. As you kind of mentioned, means there's instability in the roster.
Yeah, and to be fair, this roster really doesn't need that at the moment. They're sitting 0 points. Last, -17 round differential.
Of course.
And we head to Clubhouse, a map that both of these teams will be more than familiar with. Back in the days of, well, the great OCE have gone. It's the most played map by country.
The good news is, though, that Kelton's Knights will be defending first. So there's a bit of comfort there on the defender side of Clubhouse. Get off to a good start, get some rounds on the board.
Yep.
For 6 targets, have they got the attacking prowess to get through? Hard to say. They've been a bit shaky this stage. But what I will say, if 6 targets get all 3 points here, you go from out of the bottom 2 and you actually jump like 4 different teams and you end up in like the top 4. I'm pretty sure it's something like that I had a very quick glance before. Yeah, they'd be 4.
Momentarily.
They'd be 4.
Well, we were only having a desk momentarily because it's already time for the game.
Oh, quick, get my headset on. Oh, time for the game. Wow, that was so quick, Rob. I'm absolutely blown away. And I actually reckon, I have a proposition for you, Mandy. I have a proposition for everybody here. Do you reckon collectively the Rainbow Six community for Oceania could cyberbully the loser of this game into actually retiring? Like, I feel like whoever loses this game, it is actually time.
That's in bad faith. Hell no. No, that's not how it works, man. Surely not.
I'm trying to be like all funny, and you're just like bringing reason into it, and I don't know, it's killing my vibe, Mandy. It's really killing my vibe.
You know what, mate? I have the voice of reason. I'll tell you what. You can't just tell people to retire. That's not
You
good.
can, but they don't have
mean.
to. It's true. That is kind of mean.
That's mean.
But it's like good old Aussie banter, you know?
Yeah. No, that's mean. Hell no. Actually, you know what? To be fair, these 2 teams have been on a bit fraud watch, hey?
Yes.
So,
7th and 8th in the league.
7th and 8th place is not a very good look. So you know what? You might have a point. Maybe I'll agree with you.
Who knows? Because Warm OJ is back in the server, and it's been a long time since I've seen that beautiful mug. Dan, who do you think's going to win this now? Do you want to update your predictions?
So we all get... No, I predicted 6T. I'm good, man. Don't worry.
Are you locking that in now that
I'm locking that in. I'm good, man. Don't worry. But you know what? We got Kelton back in the server, and he's been absolutely horrible in the last couple of play days. And now OJ's back in the server. All I'm saying is it definitely can't go uphill. It's downhill from here,
It's only downhill from here. Poor OJ, man. Poor OJ. It's funny because like OJ played like such a structured siege. Like that was his thing, you know. Like he was all about.
That was like him and Pat's thing. They were on that same wildcard team that did that thing.
They did that thing.
Yeah.
Quite the opposite to like the bounce and balls worthy kind of strat. So no clue how this is gonna pan out. The one thing I want to see is I want to see Pat bring it back. Like, man, he actually went off last year.
Dude, that guy had like multiple life games in 2023. I'll tell you what, those are some good matches.
Which is funny because Pat is like historically the support player, the diffuser guy. Like backline never sees anybody, has to 1v4 all the time. But
what if like in his prime when he was like playing wildcard and that, right? What if he was actually not forced to play support? Would he have actually been like a beast? You know?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
Maybe. I want to see him farm tonight. I love this. OJ is running the gold ranked background. So just showing kind of where he's at the moment, where his skill level is after a bit of a break from the game. We also saw 2 Chiefs operator backgrounds and 1 wildcard one. Bit of a throwback. I'm kind of sad that we never got to see the order card background. I think that would have been fun.
Do they have one? No, they don't.
There's a skin on the 5.5.2. So if we got Bouncin' probably running the 5.2 commando on IQ, I would love to see that.
I'm impressed that you actually know the names of all the guns. I don't know the names of any gun except for SMG-11.
I know most of them, I would say.
That's good trivia from you. Anyway.
I am voted in, as confirmed by the community, the more nerdy of the two of us. Can I get like a cool title like King Nerd or something?
Oh,
like,
no, that's gross.
What about Prince Nerd?
Oh, God, that's even worse. You have to make it worse than King Nerd, mate. Okay, here we go. So 6 targets they've decided to start. Defense down in the basement, which is fair enough because the basement is quite strong. Especially when you've got Hibana banned out and Maverick banned out, that does make opening up your hatches pretty tricky if you're the side of Kelton Knights on the attack. Now to try and supplement that, they have brought along 2 sets of hard breach charges on Bouncing Balls. And Josh, here goes Kagan, C4 in hand. Player outside of the blue window does get caught by a Midas. The C4 will surely land and it does straight onto OJ, taken down early on his return back into Pro League.
Poor
Instantly
OJ.
put in his place, man.
Yeah. I would love to know what his reaction was. Like, it was just a big... Because I've seen a few of those in my game. Why did I do this to myself? He's wondering. Nah, credit to Kaken, like big early kill. Also, like I will say, out of all the players in the server right now, like Kaken's probably like the most... I don't know, like, he's definitely the newest player, and he's, like, probably, like, the big, like, loudest, like, most driven guy. Like, I want to give some credit to Tex here. Like, he's been around the block a lot, and I know he's really invested in making this team work. But Kaken, like, he was actually playing last year, unlike most of the other guys in this server. As we can see, though, a lot of good progress made thus far by Kelton Knights, despite being a player down. But this is really mostly just 6 targets, succeeding a lot of map control. And yeah, I'd like to see a pick here for KK. I'd like to see a bit more work done in isolating his positions and shaping up and execute, because that's really where things get difficult on Clubhouse Basement.
So opening up hatches here is quite tough, especially when they've only got the hard breach charge and detonation time is pretty long. And Specker is prepping for a K charge on the other side as well. It's going to be enabled even further so by the 2 morale of Kaken. So that motor hatch is going to stay closed for a pretty long time. They're going to think about kitchen instead. Yeah, that's the thing here. Like, time is just going to bleed out here. I don't think Kelton's Knights are in a solid position to take advantage. But bounce balls could be the difference maker. Now, 2 Selmas going off on the kitchen hatch, no denial. That does open an avenue. Is someone going to push dirt here? Because if Josh drops dirt tunnel, he does, but Tex is actually ready for him. And things are not looking too hot indeed for Kelton's Knights. Tex is going to get flashed for a brief moment. Kelton does eventually get that kill. Looking for another one, but he's going up against a mirror window and he has no smokes to speak of. Almost a big wall bang for him.
Dodging a C4. Pat has to come and support because Kelton is completely trapped in this position. Around the corner, and Pat goes down. Nice that Bouncer Balls managed to get that kill in the end, but a pretty easy and solid defense lockout for 6T in the end.
What is Nico doing, man? Why is he making that face?
Great question. Probably because he sat on site and did nothing for the entire round and still won.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I feel like that's about how the basement should go, really, when you've got so much to lock out the attackers from getting their way in through the mid-round. Yeah, I thought 6 Targets just played a really patient game. They're getting the early pick onto Thatcher certainly helps as well. Making sure that Cade is made even easier for the side of the defense. And really from there on out, it was just don't overpeak. Be passive, play disciplines, and wait for things to happen, which they did, and they won.
Indeed. Nice
also, are we calling Kelton from now on? Because they're all like bouncing.
Yeah, I mean...
So we can't just call them like balls.
Well, that's happened.
You know?
That has happened a few times. I think it happened to Jake as well on one of his casts. But yeah, like Bounce and Pat, Bounce and Worthy, if we're just calling them Pat and Worthy, right? Does that mean we have to call Bounce and Balls just balls? No, that's not...
Hell no.
That ain't going to fly with me.
So we've relegated him to first name basis now.
I don't know. I feel like that's a promotion, not a relegation. If we were to name people by first name basis, how many players in this server could you do? Because
Pat is still Pat.
Pat is still Pat, Josh is still Josh, and Tex is still Tex. So
what, Tex's name is Tex?
Yeah, and Bailey is still Bailey.
Tex's name is Tex in real life?
Yeah, Tex Thompson.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
His old name was Copper and Back. That was his original. When he started playing Pro League, I'm showing my age right now. If anyone in chat was watching in the good old 2018 days when you had Copper and Back .Sinister, you're a real one.
Dude, I did not know that Tex's name was Tex. But yeah, you're right, I guess. I mean, what's Nico's real name?
You should know this. It was on Bliss.
Yeah.
I know his last name. Aaronfield, I think. Is it Nick Aaronfield or something like that?
So his name is Nico in real life. Cool.
I think he is. Kind of funny that most of the players in the server... Oh, OJ's dead again. Bro! Welcome back to Pro League, OJ!
Oh god, what a horrible welcome back. Jeez, I actually feel bad for him.
I
We've actually ragged on
this.
so hard, it's so bad. Okay, here goes Pat. To open up the CCTV wall, Tex wasn't quite ready for that on the other side because the impact did come through from Josh down below. Scared him away, exothermic charge goes on the wall. So some work done here for Kelton's Knights, at least through this mid-round. A minute 45 seconds left to go, and now they're going to turn their attention over to Garage, where I believe Specker is lying in wait.
I was wrong. I'm sorry, Nico. His first name is Eric. I did know that.
Ah.
I had his last name right
His first name is Nico. Is Bailey's first name Bailey?
Yeah. He also used to be called a different name.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
Cutie,
I
right? And then he
remember
changed to Bailey. Same with Tex, like he was originally. All right, Bouncing's got a kill. Let's go. I'm sorry, Kelton. We're tight like that. Kelton has a pick, and it is on to Copper and Back. So that's a good start there for him. And believe it or not, Kelton's Knights actually have a pretty solid chance of winning this round. It seems like they've cleared Rafters. Oh, sorry, no, they haven't yet. Speck is still alive here, but he's very vulnerable. He's completely exposed to multiple angles, and here come the flashes. I'm calling it now. Specker is absolutely cooked.
Now, you never know. He pops out from the darkness, and he finds picks. That's what I'm calling right here. Oh, no,
he's
yeah,
dead.
you're right. He's dead. He's absolutely just got demolished by Pat. Nico on the other side, though, is going to find the refrag instantly, and the down as well. Oh, no, not the down. He's the one that got down. So there goes Josh to finish off the kill. Man advantage now in favor of Kelton's Knights. 40 seconds left to go as well, so they've got plenty of time to convert this one.
Kagan had a feeling that someone was sneaking up the red stairs, which was true before. Bailey's watching this great angle, but he is likely not to win that fight. Worthy gets a little bit of damage. Bailey goes aggressive. He wants to find this pick onto the player outside on the platform. Oh no, Bailey's locked out by Kagan's smoke. Meanwhile, Kelton does find his pick. Bailey in the power position. He spots one, and Worthy goes down. Now a 1v2, and he's got the diffuser. He knows where one player is, but where is the second? Doesn't matter, because Josh has got him on lock from outside the platform. OJ, did he just go for the fist bumps, or was that a big stretch?
I think that was a big stretch, though.
Big stretch.
Anyway, Josh is just too sharp, I reckon, for that. Holding out on the balcony. Good conversion there for Kelton's Knights. Yes, they found the pick inside a rafters pretty handily, all the flashbangs to be sent through. And then, yeah, moving in from there, converting it, making sure that downstairs was vacated as well as Kagan tries to go for his rotation. I believe to play the vertical from down there. So really well done from Kelton's Knights on a map that honestly would be pretty hard to play, I think, with the bans that have come out as well on the side of the attack. So I think very much well deserved.
Double hard breach ban is always a bit of a roughie. But yeah, you're right. They had a really solid attack there.
I'm actually surprised that they're not struggling more, to be honest. Like, getting the walls open. OJ's opening death.
To be fair, it is a 4v5 both of these rounds so far because OJ's
Yeah,
just
but I
died.
mean, like, say you lose your Thatcher, right? There's no Maverick. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I was too busy having a laugh about the player names to actually notice like what they did to deal with
No,
any
Josh had the help there because he was like here from down
Oh,
below. But it's
yeah.
like,
Oh, that's right. No,
you know,
I remember that.
Yeah, you got to be pretty roundabout to get these walls open.
Yeah, yeah, not easy, eh?
Yeah, no, it's not easy. I think if 6 targets here actually lean into that more, to be honest, with some of these strategies, I feel like it would be very easy to lock out the attack, in my opinion. I just don't think they're going to do it.
No, it's risky to pick a Cade, right? Because you go Kaid, and then if you don't spawn pick OJ, then the Thatcher just hard counters your operator. So
No, but even then you can play the trick game, right? Like there's like Bandit on the other side, but Specker is like, it's pretty tough to trick with the lineup they've got. There's no castle to cover him, for example.
and his army's banned.
Yeah, and his army's gone. So it's not super easy. I guess he can trick Convoy.
Yeah, we've seen him top.
Just seems like a bit of a waste, you know? That's all.
OJ, 40
die
seconds
here,
into
OJ.
the round, is still alive, so that's a good start for him. His best round yet this year. And look at that, massive impact from OJ. Huge EMP. That is going to enable a nice big breach there from Pat.
Hell yeah.
And now OJ's on the drones. Oh, Bounce is looking to counter the mirror as well.
Kelton.
Is there, sorry, Kelton. Here, ready to counter this mirror window. An EMP, another massive impact from old mate OJ, as we call him, Matthew.
God. Oh, we calling everyone by first
I would
names
love
now.
to do that
Oh
if we
god,
could.
that would be so difficult. I don't think I know the names of everyone.
I mean, you've got Pat, Josh, Tex,
yeah, but I don't know the
Bailey
names for
for
everyone
free.
else. That isn't like.
Kaken's Nick, because it's Kaken backwards.
Yep, got that. Yep, and then Nico's not Nick. See, I'm gonna get
Eric.
that wrong. I'm gonna get that
Nico's
wrong.
Eric.
Yeah, that's horrible.
And then we got OJ's Matthew. What's Worthy's name? I feel like I knew this.
Trent.
What? Trent, yes, of course.
Okay, anyway, so here goes Kelton himself up the main stairs, the supposed mascot of this team. Taken down by a Fenrir Mine. Well, they'll keep him at bay for a little bit longer. Info does go out and he realizes that he may be caught in a bit of crossfire if he gets to the top of the main stairs and is going to vacate that position instead. It does look like Kelton's Knights are now shaping up for a potential execute going inside a gym. A couple of players posturing outside of this breach and Pat looking to get some work done in Logi. Never mind, he's on the breach as well.
Okay, in goes a flash. Spec up, really feeling the pressure. In he comes. Can't land enough shots, though.
Oh,
Eventually, Josh is the one to fall. And Kakin's come over to support as well. Worthy's gone down. This attempted execute onto Specker has not found any merit whatsoever. Bailey right under the pressure. But meanwhile, Eric's found a double. Bailey looking for the swing. Eventually taken out by Matthew, who does go down. Kelton now versus 4. Trying to live up to the name of his team, but Tex puts him in his place.
I can't do it.
And 6 targets have solidified another defense.
I can't do it, Div. I don't know how you've just retained your composure through the play-by-play with most names. So, yeah.
I'm committed to doing it. I'm
Yeah,
most
you are.
excited for Specker. If Specker has a big round, I'm going to hit him with the first name.
I don't even know what
I just
Spec's
looked it up.
supposed- Okay, fantastic.
I just
Good
looked it
news,
up.
you know? Okay, yeah, solid round there for 6T. And yeah, honestly, I think just being a bit more cautious about the entry that came through from Kelton's Knights. They tried to sink in some flashbangs and initiate the entry from Josh through. He couldn't find the shots in bathroom, got traded out. Kaken was there for the cross. So I think, yeah, ultimately there for 6T, just playing the more passive game. I think waiting for the executes to come through and then somehow dodging the blind spot, being in the blind spot from some of those flashbangs and shutting the execute down pretty easily.
Yeah. Oh, very, very solid there. I do wonder where the ace was. I assumed when I saw the EMP go out on the bathroom wall where that mirror had been taken down, I thought that the idea was to like EMP and then ace to expose Specker's position, but didn't matter because Specker was juggling it anyway. Almost timing there for Kelton Knights. Some nice ideas, but yeah, we're at 2-1 in favor of the defense, which is not very surprising on Clubhouse. Like this could very easily slip into a 3-3 half, or we could see a 4-2. I think those are the 2 most likely scenarios, 4-2 in favor of 6T or a 3-3 even, and I think that Kelton's Knights would be very happy if we ended up at 3-3. If you're wondering why there's a bit of a delay and you hear that beautiful music in the background, it's because, you gotta take pause. Someone DC'd from the game.
Yeah.
I think they had an FPS bug or something.
Yeah. Look, I can't say I'm familiar with the
I cannot say I am too familiar
bugs.
with the bugs. Not an entomologist.
No, I'm not. No, definitely.
I thought that was funny. So.
That was funny actually.
Wow, your enthusiasm is knocking my
roof.
socks off.
Yeah. I've got really cool socks today.
Really?
I
Yeah, you were
don't know.
talking about your socks before we started the show. What are they? Is that a Corona? That's kind of sick. That's
I
kind
don't
of sick.
think I'm allowed to show the rest of the broadcast. Yeah,
they're not.
maybe.
They're not really branded.
No, they're. I mean,
Are they actually branded?
They're pretty branded.
I didn't
yeah.
see any text though. I reckon you could get away with it. Is there text? I don't think there's text, so I think it works. I think that is brand safe.
Yep. Okay.
Because it could just be like, I don't know,
That might
energy
be more
drink.
That might be more of a. That might be more of a Twitter thing than a.
Yeah, probably more of a Twitter
Can
thing.
you imagine me
Can
getting
you
back
even-
on the desk?
Yeah, can you-
look at these socks?
Can you even reach like your leg up onto this desk? Because it's like almost as tall as you.
I think that's more of a flexibility question. I don't really think I want to do it. That could be like not safe for broadcast.
No, probably not. It's ironic because I actually spend most of the cast with my
That's 'cause
feet
you're
on the
tall.
desk. Yeah.
Yeah.
And instead of sitting on these bloody awful chairs, I sit on this railing, which is probably an OHS issue. I've never fallen back and died yet.
good.
Yet. There's still time. You know, we're only in play day 5. Got 10 play days.
Yep.
Anyone from the OHS team at Blast? Please do not come for me.
Oh god, that's terrible for gonna die.
You know what would be sick is if we could cast from like a proper like gaming chair setup. That would be pretty sick. I don't have a gaming chair at home. So
I have been casting from a gaming chair.
Dang.
Because being cast from here.
you've been casting from the studio. You've been full gaming chaired out,
Yeah.
haven't you?
Yeah.
Damn, must be
The
nice.
thing about gaming chairs is they're all so big for me because I'm like a
You
small,
are
I'm a
miniature.
small gal, yeah? So like all the gaming chairs, yeah, they're tall. Anyway, we've actually spoken like nothing about the game in the last 3 minutes, which is pretty bad. So
Is it?
I think so, because like talking about the game is our job, right?
That's
So,
true.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So the game, 6T, have decided to go back down to the basement, having won out the top floor pretty easily.
This was also a very convincing round
Yes,
when
I was
they
going to
played
say exactly that. This was also quite an easy round. Now, OJ has completely given up on being Thatcher, which is, you know what?
Can't get spawn picked
I
on
gotta
Monty.
say, in this day and age, Thatcher, L operator do playing. You're ACOG, you're really slow. You just, honestly, you're just like a big, like, waddling operator, you know?
Basically like a Monty without a shield.
Your gun kind of sucks a bit because it's not high fire rate. So it's like, yeah, poo, right? You don't really want to be playing Thatcher. So instead he's gone on to the Monty, which, fair enough.
And with Hibana banned, he can actually be a heart breach operator, right?
Yes. Now the problem here is
What's
that
he
now
doing?
they really don't have Thatcher.
Can we look at that again? What was that? Can we just go... Oh, what was that, Kabili? On the obs? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Thought I saw something.
It was, yep.
So how is he going to use the Monty? That's my question. Like, are they going to roam clear with... Whoa!
So,
what?
Whoa!
That's
not safe.
he's back. OJ's back.
Not
That
safe
is
for-
OJ's back.
Not safe for broadcast. Not safe for broadcast. Okay, here's Kelton on his entry in through garage, and there is no one to meet him on the other side. 6 targets have chosen to fully hunker down inside the bomb site. Complete anchor halt, shut out of the basement itself, which I think is fair enough, considering the lineup that is available to them on the defense, and the lack of hard breach on the attack. You really want to be holding on to the basement and keeping those hatches closed for as long as you can.
Now, you do not have a lot of options with hard breach, that's for sure. Like you said, you've got 3 Selmas, you'll need 2 of them to open a hatch, and you've got 2 secondary hard breach charges on the Monty. So any of that gets like tricked or destroyed, then you're not getting all these 3 hatches open, are you? Let alone trying to breach that wall into church. We've also got Specker here juggling the Kaid.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So this is making me wonder, like, if I'm Kelton Knights in their shoes right now, what can they realistically really go for? Because getting open this hatch, I was going to say it's going to be pretty tricky because the KE trick, but that seems to have been pretty colossally mistimed, unfortunately, by Specker. Getting open Moto hatch does make me think that they're having a think about doing a triple push, for example, right? Especially when you've got the range hard breach of Pat on the board to try and get that open. But to be honest, through this mid-round, it's really hard to tell what they're going for.
Yeah, only the hatch in Moto has been opened so far. OJ is going to open the stock hatch now, so pressure on Blue can be activated, and it does seem to be that Blue is a heavy point of contest Josh has just used a lot of his util, and Bouncin, or Kelton I should say, has disabled that mirror window as well, facing into blue.
So really the avenues that Kelton's Knights have got right now is to try and pinch out Blue and Moto at the same time. Oh, Worthy's just walked in. Worthy is straight inside of the bomb site. He's realized he's found an opening and has taken down Specker right in the middle of the church.
And that does enable the plant to go down as well from Pat. Worthy to cover. In a 5v4, the diffuser has just been planted on a clubhouse basement attack. And here, 6 targets are the ones that must make the first move. The Monty still up and well. On top of it all, Worthy falling on back. Kelton looking to support his teammate. Here comes a C4. Lot of damage done, but still no kills as of yet for 6 targets. In fact, they fall like flies. Kaken has snuck his way into the back of the bomb site, and Bailey's found his kill. Kaken could be good for one here. Trent goes down, but now it is all up to Kaken. Another beautiful shot. 1v2, but he has no choice now but to stick. Is there time? Kelton, you got to get to it. Kelton! He does it for the Knights. Thank goodness too. Far too close for comfort, but a big round win regardless.
Oh my god, that was a really scary one for Kelton's Knights. I really didn't think they had a lot of options there on the attack dev. They really hadn't got much done. Yes, they opened up the motor hatch, but that was literally it. And then they realized, oh no, we only have the motor hatch open. Better make good use of it. And Worthy certainly did. He dropped in. Yeah, he dropped straight down through the hatch and bang, Speck is dead right in the middle of the bomb site. And it's the only player on the bomb site as well. The only one. And from there, it was a complete lockout on the retake as well. Josh being able to find all the kills that he needed to, even though it got a little bit scary at the end. They took down Kaken, who was defusing it. So honestly, from a pretty tough situation, Kelton's Knights went out a great attack.
And realistically here, maybe a 3-3 is not only achievable, but could we see Kelton's Knights push for a 4-2 split in their favor? Because if there's any bomb site you're less likely to win an attack on, it's that basement one, especially with how dominant 6T were on their first defense of that site. So massive ups to Kelton's Knights. That round showed us great things. They played very differently. And like you said, a lot of gusto from Worthy. We want to see more of that. And this bomb site we've gone to now, CCTV and Cash, this is where Kelton's Knights pretty much stormed over 6 targets previously.
Alright, so 6 targets on the repeat of the top floor. First, we're going to have a look at the CCTV wall where it looks like Pat and OJ can shape up to try and play the trick game against Tex on the other side, the Bandit, who's trying to keep this wall as closed as possible for as long as possible. Josh from down below is looking to try and do that same Zofia lineup as well to assist his teammates in getting that hatch open early. So he's found out no one is down here inside a lounge, no one's down inside a mini either, so it should be safe for him to go and do this lineup from here on out. He's just waiting for his teammates to try and get the cue that he's going to go. Oh, maybe not. He's all the way over inside the kitchen.
Flank watching, is he? It seems.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it seems like Kelton's Knights seem to think that that 6 targets are going to be like running around and they'll catch a player on a rotation by flicking these drones, but yeah, Josh hasn't really seen much. No information is information though, and it does tell them that nobody is flanking, but it does mean that this has been a very slow round thus far. And Kelton here outside the Jacuzzi breach, he's starting to feel like he wants to make a move, but he's lacking information to do so. So the drone goes out ahead of him.
So it seems like Kelton's Knights have decided not to go and open CCTV open first because they think there's a bit less resistance over on this side of the map instead. So they sent Kelton in on the entry, and there is a player inside a master. He's looking for the swing now. It's a player behind the mattress. I have no idea who it is. It's Bailey. He's got some info on him. Red pings do go out on the side of the defense too, so they know that he's there. They know the entries come through. And now Bailey is in a bit of a pinch. He can't really escape from this position. He's got to play it till he dies.
Yeah, and indeed he does die quite swiftly. Good job from Worthy. Like the way that Kelton's Knights just continued to drone him out and force him to make the first move instead of overextending and potentially dying. So a great opening pick. Kelton's Knights are looking very solid.
They're certainly making the moves through the other side of the map, but they still need to worry about the bomb side. That's going to be the tough step going in towards the execute. Keep in mind as well that I don't think the main breach has been opened as well for Pat, who's still got 2 of those in hand. OJ's going to put down 1 of his EMPs, but it's going to get tricked by Tex pretty easily. So I think so far, the pressure that Kelton's Knights have got is very much one-dimensional. It's only come through this con side because they're struggling so much with the wall. And with 30 seconds left to go, essentially the diffuser is on the wrong side of the map if they can't get this wall open. Pat's got to rotate and support his teammates. That's a great pick from Kelton.
big kill as well with Tex going down. That juggle can no longer go through. OJ still has EMPs. Could we see the CCTV wall open? No, they're actually going to completely abandon the position. It was possible, but now Bouncing's gone down. Nico finishes him off. Pat goes in. He goes deep. Looking for the player at top red, but he sees nothing. A massive round from Nico. What a round that should have absolutely been for Kelton's Knights. And it's easily mopped up by 6 targets. That breach not being opened spelt doom for the attack. And 6 targets will happily take that round.
I think Kelton's Knights just took too long to make the choice on what they were going to go for there, really. Yes, they went for the sweep across the map. They found the point of least resistance. The only resistance there was Bailey, who they took down pretty easily. But then by the time that it hit the bomb site, they were divided in attention, right? Pat and OJ were trying to get the main wall open. Tex was still keeping an eye on that, being able to trick it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was still loitering around inside a con, trying to make the execute work from there. It all didn't quite work out in the timing. They didn't do anything simultaneously. And by the time the rotation did come through from Pat, diffuser in hand, to the other side, it was too late. 6 targets were ready to meet them on the entry and took them down pretty easily.
I'm going to say, Mandy, I reckon they could have opened that CCTV breach. They took a really long time, and they struggled, and yeah, good trick from Tex, but...
I think the thing was they just weren't on the same page for it, right? Like,
OJ still had an EMP.
Yeah, OJ still had an EMP, but by the time they get the wall open, he's got the diffuser. He's the only person on the CCTV breach. It's like, it's hard to convert that from there, right? So, like, yeah. I think probably just, yeah, maybe not committing to the same execute at the right time. It looks like the team is more divided on doing something in from con. And yes, opening the kennels wall for that push is important because it means you cut the bomb site in half and you've got pressure as well. But it's not like, you know, that's not what you want your diffuser to be. Yeah.
Just a shame because shame to see a round like that go to waste after a big early pick. And look at this, OJ, he's not been spawn peaked. In fact, he has found an opening kill.
Jobs.
Countering a spawn peak, that's a huge one for him. Bailey going down, that's a C4. Goes a begging as well for 6T. So yeah, 3-3 could very much be on the cards.
Also pick is interesting for Josh. Wonder where that's going to come into use, to be honest, especially on this bomb site. It's a bit hard to tell where it'll be really good.
Oh, that's cool. So Vulcan canister here on the CCTV wall. Look at the bloody radius of that thing. Does make it very difficult for the attack to quickly convert on opening this breach. One great use of the OSA is plugging up the CCTV window that you would usually use to try and aggressively peek the players on the balcony.
Smart.
So I wonder if that is the idea here. Now, Josh does have one deployed already. I'm not sure if that's on the site window.
I feel like you've actually got that right.
Oh,
wow.
okay. But kind of like a worse version of what I was saying.
Yes. Interesting. I actually wouldn't have even thought about that. That's good from you.
Thank you.
All right, okay, so sweep across the map seems to be the way to go for Kelton's Knights. They realise that they've got some control over on cash side off the back of the entry from Worthy. Josh as well is putting the pressure out on the balcony with the OSA shield that we've been speaking of, and it looks like they're shaping up to execute inside of that gym area, especially with the wall open as well. If they can land some nice nades and flashbangs to initiate themselves in, that's the way they're going to go. But the point of contact they've got to worry about is, well, I mean, there's a player on top main, but there's also one in bathroom too. Diffuser from Pat is going to be rotated over to CCTV, which is interesting. It's hard to tell what they're going for from here.
Kakin's actually retaken here in cash, and, well, 6 targets have found another pick. Nico's had a big 2 rounds. Pat, he's the one with the diffuser. He can't afford to die here. Low HP. Fighting with Kakin. A flash goes in. It does get him. And he confirms the kill through the hole in the floor. Beautiful work. That's an oldie but a goodie for the exothermic charge. A player looking to re-aggress now. As this breach goes out on this wall between the sides, OJ can continue looking for something. Bit of damage. Hang on a second. Josh has gone deep. He's found a big kill, but he is now trapped amidst the Shadow Realm, and he is swung and taken down by Specker. 2v2, but 25 seconds does leave the door ajar for Kelton's Knights. Pat with diffuser in hand, eager to jump in. Nico watching his angle. But Specker is well ready. The double MP7 brothers in arms, waiting for the moment, but it's a C4 and the spray to lock in the round for 6 targets. 4 rounds indeed is what they get out of their first defensive half. And moving into the second, Kelton's Knights have to pick up the pieces.
No, see, I think this is Kelton's Knights flip-flopping again. I don't know about you, Dev, but really, like, they looked like they had the opportunity to jump inside a gym. And I think Josh realized that super early on, right? And was just biding his time to find the right timing to make that hop and work. But they decide about midway through the round that instead the sweep is going to work for them because that's where the defenders have rotated out. By the time they make that decision, Kelton's gone on the retake. It's just... I think Kelton's Knights overthinking it a little bit, to be honest, in the mid-rounds. I don't know about you, but it just feels like somehow through the mid-rounds they keep changing their minds about the point of least resistance, and I think that's cost them 2 rounds, to be honest, on the attack. On the side of 6 targets, I really don't think they did anything that special, right? They just held on to their ground, breached positions that they knew were safe, and then played the patience game.
I'm trying to remember, was the Jacuzzi breach actually open?
Yeah, it
round?
was.
It was.
Yeah.
And there was no one playing outside of it the whole round. A bit weird.
Very strange.
Yeah, because
right?
like
Very strange.
the winning kill was actually from Nico, who would have been exposed to that breach. So
Maybe it was close, and I'm just going crazy.
I don't know. I wouldn't have been surprised if they breached it and then didn't actually push out of it. But yeah, I think you've identified a lot of issues there for Kelton's in converting their numbers advantage. Like they got a kill in the first 20 seconds of the round, and they still weren't able to convert with a really solid attack and a solid setup. But now, of course, moving on to defense, this is where in theory they should flourish. Keeping in mind, Kelton's Knights are the only team in the whole league without a single point on the standings. They are looking doomed to come last and not make playoffs. Unless if they can muster up points, not just here, but in subsequent games as well. You know, Panic are firing up. Panic are a really solid team. I think most people expected them to be dead last. Circular Spheres have now got 2 dominant wins under their belt as well. 6 targets have taken some huge wins and also some surprising losses. So Kelton's Knights really are the black sheep of the family. They really need to step up their game in order to even have a chance of making playoffs.
And keep in mind as well, 6 targets also in threat of elimination at the moment in 7th place. So as many wins as they can get will help them to at least get out of that 7th place position. But then they've got to contest with the likes of, you know, your Panics, your Circular Spheres. They're also not easy opponents to go and then defeat, right? So here goes Tex. Jackal and Hant is going to come down the main stage. He's going to put the pressure straight out onto Kelton, who is playing the 2-brow, looking to keep the Moto hatch open. On the side of the attack, they've got quite a lot of redundancy in hard breach charge, similar to what Kelton's Knights will bring in 2 sets of hard breach, secondary hard breach charges, or tin can openers, as we like to call them. Meanwhile, Nico will work the vertical. Time is certainly ticking away for these guys, though. About half the round has gone by. There was not really that much of a roam presence from Kelton's Knights, and they're only just getting these hatches open.
Well, thankfully, 6 targets don't really need a Thatcher here to open up this hatch, but ooh, that could have been really bad. Is that actually gonna... I think that might just get the hatch. Yeah, thankfully.
Nice.
Only the tiniest corner of the hatch was actually covered by the Selma there, but fortunately, yep, the wall has been breached. A minute left. 6 targets have some decent headway. Wow, that's beautiful. That is RAM utilized to its fullest extent, and this should be a kitchen drop if 6 targets can shape up for it.
Yeah, on the side of their utility to go into it, it's not a lot, to be honest. 1 set of flashbangs and 1 smoke. That's pretty tough to land. Now, the inflow from the Grim is going to help them out. 40 seconds, though, and they really need to be cautious about where they're landing the secondary utility if they want to convert the hatch drop from here on out. Because not a lot of stuff is there available for them to actually sink and blind their opponents. It's going to be really tough from here on out to actually make the conversion work. Unless Kelton's Knights are just straight up not watching. That's also very possible.
Big pick. Oh, Specker finds 1 as well. The Grim has been utilized to perfection. OJ finds the first kill for his team. Numbers advantage for 6T as they look to plant this diffuser. But Bouncin', he is caught out. He has been exposed, and now it's all up to OJ in a 1v3 with no C4 to speak of and complete site dominance from 6 targets. They know exactly where he is. Specker holding a very solid position at the back of Armory as all these other players are rotating around his position. Kelton dancing with him, toying with him. And while OJ does find the 1, 6 targets get the last laugh and a very solid first attack onto the toughest bomb site to crack on the map. Bodes extremely well for 6 targets.
Great execute there, especially in through blue. We were on board with the Grim of, I think it was Specker.
Yeah,
I don't know, I could be wrong there.
Well, he's playing Grim now.
Yeah, and I mean, that 1 Grim B thing completely sent the defenders out of blue, right? The two players that were sitting behind Boiler holding that crossfire were like completely pinged out the entire time the execute was coming through. So that gave 6 targets a lot of confidence in their conversion down and through the hatch after that, and then from the blue drop at the same time. It all happened simultaneously, and that was the important thing there for 6 targets, was that they'd scared off Kelton's Knights from what was some pretty good power positions. Most importantly, they'd scared them off from watching that kitchen hatch drop go down. Bailey sent it down, not a tick of health went away from him, and he got the plant down. It was really easy.
Yeah, I really just want to hammer down that Grim. Like, I gotta say, I did not expect it. That one Grim that we saw him place just to the right of the boiler, that not only revealed the player behind the boiler, but also the one behind the mirror window in Armory as well. Like, how do the bees extend?
They fly.
That far? They
fly, dude.
But they went through the reinforced wall. Damn. Like,
it's like an AoE thing. So you know
yeah,
how
but it goes through solid walls.
I don't know. So you
It
know
seemed
how
to.
smoke. I don't know if they changed smoke, but it's like
They
even if
did.
you put it on the. I think they've changed it now.
They
Right?
did,
But
well,
beforehand, if you
yeah.
put it on a solid wall, it will go like both ways.
On both ways, yeah.
So
yeah.
is it like that with Grim's bees as well? Or is it one
Maybe,
way?
because a while back they changed the way that fire and like the smoke
Yes.
works, where it calculates the space available and it fills that space instead of clipping through walls like we saw teams used to do with the smoke. But yeah, maybe Grim does clip through walls, and that makes him even better than I thought.
That, or maybe there was just.
Maybe there was
I don't
something
know,
a bit funky
standing
going
in the rotate or something.
Yeah, maybe there was something a bit funky wonky going on.
Anyway, yeah, would be interested to see how the AoE on that gadget works. I haven't really tested it myself, so I can't really say. But anyway, here goes 6T on their attempt to attack gym and bedroom. So having lost out the basement, Kelton's Knights decide they don't want to go back there ever again, and we're going back to gym instead. That's a good lance as well. I think that's taking down the mirror really early on from Tex.
Yeah.
Oh no, it hasn't? Oh, it has.
No, it did,
I
it
just
did.
can't see.
A lot of people forget that Carly, her gadget drills into things. Like, so it will counter mirror just like Ash.
But like, why Carly?
And
right?
Zero does as well. I mean, Tex just loves it. And also, it's pretty good. Like, it doubles as a Thatcher if you want to get stuff off the wall.
But why not Ash?
I don't know, he just likes Carly. Plus, you get 4 Lancers instead of just 2 breaching rounds.
I see.
You can clear more.
But then you don't have the OCE and the ACOG.
But you do have the SPS MG9, and
Okay.
that is bloody good.
Execute. This is a bit scary. Hey, a 6T are going to go
See?
straight in.
See? He's found a kill with that SMG already. Bailey, very dangerous to destroy a Vulcan canister right next to him. Tex is looking for another peek here, but he does over-peek a little bit and lose his life. Now, a good pick onto this player peeking CCTV. Bounson's gone, or rather, Pat has gone down. Big one from Bailey. Is the site free now? Is it possible to look for a plant? That's what 6T are wondering. We know one player's on the ground. Worthy's considering going for the kill. Bounson's actually down beneath the bomb site, just waiting for someone to wander in. And Pat looks like he will indeed be revived here.
Plant's going down, though, for Bailey. Hasn't been spotted out by the player down below of Kelton. So it will go down safely. Meanwhile, though,
Big.
Worthy's able to find the one onto the breach. He's able to find a second one out onto the balcony, and the retake is on.
Very much. Numbers advantage flipped into the favor of defense. Bailey takes an advanced position. Specker's got good cover behind the weights, but not from behind. Bounson's come and backstabbed him. Do they know where Bailey is? Oh, they've got an inkling, all right. One big kill. Oh, the Vulcan canister, another kill. And Bounson, he's got the read. He must know that Bailey's been taken down. Can he find the diffuser? No! 8 seconds, 7 seconds. He doesn't have time.
He's missed it!
He's missed it! He's fumbled the bag! 6T! Somehow they won the rounds!
Oh my god. Oh my god. That is unreal. How have they got him on
That's
that
a
one?
1v3 clutch!
How have they got him on that one? Oh my god. Wow.
Oh man,
that,
oh man.
honestly, that looks like an unreal retake from Kelton Knights from those two players. Pat gets revived somehow. Then Worthy comes along for a 2 or 3k, and then Bailey, through the fire and the flames, which he lit himself, by the way, as an attacker, clutches it out. That is ridiculous.
But also, like, he kind of lost it. Like, as we eventually see it, I'm sure, on the replays, like, Bounson did everything he needed to except get to the diffuser on time. Like, he double backed, he wasn't sure. Here's the big round from Bailey, right? 1 versus 3. Yeah, Worthy hit some gnarly shots. This is the massive 2k. That fire might have just given him enough time. See, Bounson actually peeked through the flames, and then he wasn't sure where the diffuser was. He stopped for a brief moment. And also, The fire blocked him from taking the short path to diffuser, didn't it?
Yes,
He had to go around the long way.
Did. Oh, God. Oh, what a horrible round. But somehow, 6 targets win that one out. That is ridiculous. Honestly, that is absolutely ridiculous what has just happened in the last round.
It's match point now.
Wow. Yeah, it's match
4
point.
match points for 16. Could Kelton's Knights go 0-5 without a single point to their name?
It's horrible.
Not even an overtime.
Oh,
Not a single point on the standings.
It's grim. Haha. Here goes Specker on the entry in through garage. Okay, there is a player just at the bottom of mini going into blue. Doesn't spot him out though. The Valkyrie camera will instead. That's Josh on the other side. Now, Josh is a pretty lethal player for Kelton's Knights. Not the player that I would want to be peeking if I was there on the entry. Nevertheless, the top floor seems to be relatively clear. Actually, never mind. I take that back. Incompletion. Kelton is here himself on the Vigil. And has got his Vigil vibes out. So drones are not going to be able to spot him, but they will know that something is fishy. Something fishy's going on around here.
Ooh.
That is so dangerous. I'm so scared.
It's very good. Spec is here as well. Oh, bouncing. He's dancing with death at the moment. He's tracked by the Jackal, and Specker lands the killing blow. Numbers advantage in favor of 6T. Josh has not regressed. And Kelton's Knights, they need something desperate here. They cannot afford to fall back to the bomb site. Surely they will fall.
I think this is a good off angle for Josh. I feel like if he's not droned out here, or they get a bit, you know. Okay, yeah, here we go. They've got absolutely no idea he's here. Surely Josh gets this one for free. Absolutely he does. Specker goes down. There's another player outside of the blue window, but he's been kept at bay by one of his teammates, Pat, holding on to that. So far, so good for Kelton's Knights, holding on to ground floor control.
And Tex is caught in a rough spot as well. Bouncing, can he get back? OJ's gone down elsewhere. Bouncing, worthy that is about to get taken down. Somehow he finds another pick, almost another one. Tex has been down, but not out. How has he not been traded? Both of these defenders now regrouped and have actually stolen this man advantage back in their favor. How are you alive, Worthy? How did those shots not land? He's still surviving. He's still kicking. Bailey trying to find an entry, but eventually Worthy goes down. Josh has found his double. Bit of a spray onto the Prisma for a brief moment. In the 2v1.
Go back.
Okay, 2v2 now. Both of these attackers low HP, and Kelton's Knights fully fall back to side.
You know what? It's Josh. I'm a believer. Surely Kelton's Knights are comfortable in this one. It is going to be a tumultuous effort for these two players to actually get inside of the basement, surely. Okay, maybe main stairs is a bit of a hole. But by the time they get down to the bottom of main stairs, Josh just swings them, right?
Surely.
Right? This is good.
They're playing so far back. These defenders want
That's a good smoke.
Oh, but the C4 could be big.
Oh, it is.
There's the kill. 3K for Josh. You had faith. Now we must see if Bailey can clutch up. 1v2. Both players full HP. And into the Dread Mine. And there's Josh with the deal to finish him off. Big round from Josh. And a much needed one for Kelton's Knights.
That's what I'm telling you, man. I'm a believer in Josh. Like, especially through the motions of this game, I feel like it's really highlighted that I think Josh, in his, like, you know, continuation of playing the game from the last couple years, has just like a different level of game sense, I think, between these players. We've seen a lot of times like Josh will see an opportunity and he'll seek it and he'll go for it, and the rest of the team just like won't be on the same page as him, right? We've seen him do that before, even on the attacking half, like from playing Osa inside a gym, or even like down in the basement looking for the opportunity in for the execute, like that type of thing. I just feel like the difference in like game sense maturity is like so much between these players. And I think it's very much highlighted on the roster at the moment. And like, yes, he's going equal kills with Kelton, but I think like behavior-wise, I think that's quite
a lot of
stark
impactful kills
difference.
for sure, yeah, especially that round.
Very impactful.
Yeah, and I got to say about Josh, like if you look holistically at this whole match, a lot of players in this game have obviously been playing for a long time. That's a narrative we love to tout. And some of them, when they retired, you were kind of like, oh, that kind of makes sense. Like they've been around for a while, like maybe they've hit their peaks. And I really would not put Josh in that basket. I think Knights, when they disbanded, like obviously they were in such a good position. I think Sage leaving the team was obviously a pretty big hole to fill, and losing the organization. But Knights, the old Knights, not Kelton's Knights, the old Pittsburgh Knights, they could have kept going, and they probably could have contested Bliss in their current form had Knights retained their old form back when they were essentially the best team in the region. I don't think Josh ever got washed, and I think it's a shame that he's on a team that is on 0 points in this league, because he could easily be at the caliber of playing at these majors.
I think it's hard, like in the market of like teams and plays at the moment, it's hard to find a place where he like fits in. Also like team culture wise as well, right? Like, I mean, he's had a stint with a bunch of young players and it was a bit yonky sploinky here.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, there's a lot of factors at play. Anyway, here we go. Trick game between Specker and OJ on the other side. Now OJ's managed to trick the exo, oh, he hasn't actually tricked the exothermic charge. I think Specker took it back in his pocket. So he hasn't actually been able to grab any of the utility on the side of the attack. So honestly, well played there from 6T to hold on to both pieces of utility, and the someone charge that did go on the wall did actually detonate. So they have got the pressure immediately going out onto the rafters position.
Pat's in a good position here. In Swamp, as many people talk. Hey, was that an impact trick? We might have just heard, yeah, great job there. The impact, I think, has just denied that exothermic from detonating. And as a result, that breach is far smaller than 6 targets would like. Thankfully, there's so much hard breach redundancy here, and Nico's come along with his secondary hard breach, opened up the bottom of Garage.
Okay, the info here as well from Tex, who's gone in on the Monty down into Mini, is Pat. So they know he's there. Now, Nico being the Capital is probably the perfect operator to try and deal with some of these power positions here. He can send in some of his firebolts to then go and zone out some of those players, but meanwhile, down below is quite the tussle from the side of 6T. Bailey's able to take down Kelton in a trade, and there's still a player inside the bot garage. It's Pat who's getting aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive, very unpredictable. They're looking for him. They don't quite know where he is. He's got some form of information, and eventually Pat does go down. That's Kakin. Good pick, but Josh still holds on to Rafters. Even in numbers disadvantage, Kelton's Knights are not in a terrible position.
Josh is going to hold on to this Rafters position for a while as well. Like, yes, the info's coming out from Tex, but it's still going to be really hard to take care of him. There are no flashbangs on the side of the attack, so he's going to be completely with full vision the entire time. Oh! 1v1 into the... How has he just gone and done that? He's gone and backstabbed Tex, which is very hard to do with the new shield rework, but nevertheless, he lands it. Now, the Fire and the Flames is at his feet, and that's going to enable a Nico down below to get the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of Kelton's Knights have fallen. It's a 1v3 for OJ. Very low HP. This is surely a 6T win.
But there's only 10 seconds left. Hitting the single digits, bit of damage. They know where he is. A nice spray through the wall for Nico. Hands in the air, bit of a shrug. He says, I thought they were going to be a decent fight, but I can see why they're sitting in 8th. And the 7th place team have fired up for some more points. Big stuff from 6 targets. They are the better of the 2 veteran teams. And they've taken down Kelton's Knights quite handily.
Yeah, very much the winning retirement clan, if you will, between the 2 of these. And now I think overall they just outclassed them on Clubhouse in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Kelton's Knights, I think, really overthinking it in a lot of points in that game. And 6T just look more in touch with the game.
Well, substitute was not the solution for Kelton's Knights, but for 6 targets, they've had another huge win. And hopefully they can keep that momentum going as we go over to the desk.
Overall, I think a very disappointing game. I don't know many that would disagree with me on that, guys. That is the Kelton's Knights that might even well be disbanding. Honestly, that is. I love my boys. I love my boys. But are you both of you? Can you sit here and make a case for me?
No.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Disappointing game.
Well, look, the talks of disbanding is probably what we're a little bit, saying is over the top.
Was their performance a little bit disappointing? Yeah, probably. I think that's very much a fair assessment. Struggling against the second lowest rated team, perhaps now locking themselves out of a top 6 finish, or at least unofficially, so it's going to be very difficult for them to dig themselves out of this hole currently. So disappointment, yes. Disband territory, I mean, I have absolutely no idea.
Can they get out of it? Sorry to cut you off there, but actually, can they even get out of it?
6 points is all they've got up for grabs.
The next team above them is 6 points in second last. So it'll come down to round differential, of which theirs is completely binned here.
It's their shot. So
like there might actually be
like 7-0, 7-0 to maybe be a chance.
There might be a world where I think that with that loss they're actually done.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough. I don't think it's 100%. But
it might not be
very tough.
If it's not 100%, it's like 95%.
Disband territory.
And we know what we say about 95%. Usually it's mental.
It's pretty much all mental. And speaking of mental, 6 targets, they didn't do too bad.
Yeah, but they didn't do that great either.
No, you don't think so?
They did okay, and look, at the end of the day, it's really difficult to gauge them once again. Still, sorry, Mr.
You've only gone and done it. You better apologise.
Oh,
you better apologise.
That is the limited edition mint Mr. Fury.
Yes,
courtesy of Rob J. Monday. Everyone's beating Kelton's Knights. It's in the same vein as everyone is losing to Bliss. So there's 3 points you're expected to gain and 3 points you're expected to lose, and it's they're equal, which is really nice. So it's really, it doesn't change my thoughts on 6 targets moving forward with this win.
Sure.
It was a good day for Kelton, though. I mean, I'm just looking at the stat line now. I'm still waiting for the last round to come through, but plus 6 KD, plus 3 on entry as well. So a big game for him. And again, to reiterate, Kelton had a really rough conclusion to last year. Obviously, basically left stranded, had to join the team of newbies, and was clearly trying to guide them, and it was as tough as you would expect it to be. So now he's back in a team in a more favorable environment for him with that experience surrounding him. Still putting in good individual performances, so that's good to watch.
Well, funnily enough, it's Kelton we get to speak to. So
W Glaze.
Kelton, how you doing, mate?
You know what? I'm doing fantastic after that game. That was a very exhilarating game. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of Glaz's? Glaz's? What do you think of the Glaz? What do you think of the Guz Glaze?
Shit.
Mate, I always appreciate the glaze, especially since my previous performances the last 4 days. To be fair, all right, I'm going to give myself an excuse. This is an excuse. I did get tendonitis in my wrist just before the stage started, and it's finally healed. So I'm back to 100%. I can play the game as much as I want, so that's really awesome, and I think I showed that today.
Yeah, as someone who's had wrist injuries lately, I can attest to that. Kelton, look, you guys have had a bit of an up and down stage. It's fair to say your ups have been great, and hence with this win, you're temporarily in the top 4. Things look good, but your downs have also been there as well. What do you think is the difference between your best and say the days where you guys aren't at your best?
Honestly, it's a coin flip. We're literally just a coin flip team. I think it's got to do with consistency because Specker took a 2-month Japan trip, going skiing, having fun on the Alps. I think that's in Sweden or something, but whatever.
Same thing.
So basically, we didn't play with him until a week before the stage, so we're still ironing out the kinks. But yeah, it's definitely a consistency
So you're
issue.
saying it's Specker's fault? Is that what I'm hearing here?
No. I'm saying Specker and Zethi are 2 completely different players. Zethi's our sub, 2 completely different players. We had to readjust our play style. Some maps got stronger, some maps got weaker, and we're still trying to figure it out. Nonetheless, we're halfway through the stage, and I think we're somewhat figuring it out.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
It's good.
So you've got Team Bliss tomorrow.
Yes.
Which version of 6T are we going to get tomorrow?
Look, I'm hoping for the version we got today. I'll say even today was our 100%. But Bliss is a tough opponent. They're on the top for a reason. Everyone thinks they're number 1 for a reason. We're literally just looking to give them a good fight. Make sure it's not a 7-0. And I have confidence in the boys, confidence in our ability, and it literally just, we flipped the coin on the game day. And we'll see if we're good or not.
Kelton, you've really set the bar so abysmally low that anything tomorrow will be good. Is that what you're telling me?
No, listen. I'm just being humble. All right, I'm not going to go on the stream and say we're the fucking number. Oh no! Okay. Anyway.
What are you known for?
I didn't say anything.
We've all sworn
I'm
on this
not gonna
stream
go on here
before. It's okay. You're fine. Chill.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good.
We're number 1. I'm not going to go say that. We got issues, but we're a good bunch of lads, and we're looking to put up a fight. And honestly, you guys are moving me towards it. We're going to beat Bliss tomorrow. There you go.
There we go.
I think you convinced yourself.
We had nothing to do with it. You pried that out of yourself.
No. It's your fault. You guys made me think that we can beat Bliss tomorrow, so that's what's going to happen.
Oh, God. How long's it been since we last did an interview with you, Kelton? I feel like it's been
a long time.
I feel like
we got plenty of personalities on 6 targets.
Oh, yeah.
We got Specker talking about like the cosmos and the stars aligning for our victories. I actually didn't expect to get an interview today, or else I would have prepared something. So I'm just here with me today.
How about next time? I'll word you up early so we can get Chef Kelton back out.
Perfect. I think the apron's still behind me, right next to my gym bag.
Yeah,
so
I have absolutely no doubt it is. I'm waiting for the ironing board to get whipped out as well, mate.
I don't even know. I don't think I have the ironing board anymore, so I got to find a new shtick.
It's not going to take you long, Kelton. Let's be honest, mate. You
I'll
are.
figure it out.
We call Jake Xenox and Diddy the content, but truly, it's you've had that name all along, haven't you?
Yeah.
Content king. Who's on the interview for tomorrow?
Me, mate.
We're going to see you back tomorrow?
Seeing me tomorrow. That's it, yeah.
Mate, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. How about we leave it on that? Do you have anything you want to say before we let you go?
Thanks to everyone who supports us. I got a lot of nice messages in my DMs. And shout out Karma, because he shouted me out last time. Me and the bro have been grinding for 5 years, on and off together and not, but glad to see he's doing well. And I followed in his footsteps today, put on a good performance, so glad we're both doing well, and shout out to him and those guys. And thank you for having me. I really enjoy the interviews, and I love playing Rainbow Six Siege, baby.
Actually, Kaken, before we go, what did you describe Siege perfectly. What did you write on my wall?
I said, Rainbow Six Siege is a gentleman's game played by barbarians. But quick match. Listen. That is professional OCE. Professional OCE is a gentleman's game played by barbarians. But if you ever load into a quick match at 5 o'clock in the morning, that's a barbarians game played by gentlemen. I was playing 5 o'clock in the morning, and we were working for this guy. His name was Reckless, right? There were 4 of us, 4 randoms. Felt like I was playing Year 1 Siege. We all ran shields, and we sweat so hard to get him 1 kill, and it made his night.
Nice.
And that was such a gentleman's
made
game.
His morning.
It felt fantastic.
Made his morning, Kaken.
I'm actually crying.
Well, we didn't go to sleep, so I counted as night.
I am actually crying. Kaken, it's always fantastic to see you, mate. I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. That's the one.
Take care, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, truly.
You know what they say? You get 1 F word in a stage.
Yes.
There's every world in which they don't win another game. So he's used his one and done for the
Are
stage.
we casting in tomorrow? Because I might use mine then if they win.
It would be well worth it.
Yeah,
that
we
would
will be,
only
we
be
will be.
fitting. I think I might even drop the F word then, because
Yeah.
that would just be absolutely ridiculous. I think, I mean, honestly, we love both of the teams. That's the problem. I don't like that. That's not fun. 6 targets are starting to break through that mold a little bit, guys. And it looks like they're coming out the end of turmoil is probably not the right word, but just a bit of confusion.
Well, I mean, they're not out of it yet. That's the main thing, right? They've obviously got Bliss tomorrow. They're not going to win that game. Then they've got Man LFO next week. That's, again, going to be quite a challenging matchup. I don't think the standard which they played today is probably going to be enough to, take down Man. It should be very competitive, I think. As Kaken alluded to, though, their performance is at the mercy of a coin flip. Their consistency is one of their main problems. And given how tight that battle is likely going to be now for 7th position, 8th now going the way of Kelton's Knights, they have to make sure that tomorrow, not as important, it's a free shot against Bliss, but next week they have to be switched on in that Man LFO game, because it could well and truly be the battle for 7th place.
Jeez, that'd be tough. That'd be tough.
Why are you shaking your head, Jake?
No, I'm agreeing. It's almost like, wow, that's incredible.
Oh, you're in disbelief?
I'm in disbelief.
Wow.
I'm agreeing with you, though. It is
speechless.
Speechless, yeah. Unfortunately for Kelton's Knights, though, there ain't no battle for them. They're out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, mathematically, so even best case scenario would be 14-0 from here, and that still wouldn't put them in a positive round differential, and you would have to hope the teams above them no longer get even a singular point with still 2 play days. It is not 100% locked in, but it's a virtual certainty.
It may as well be at this stage. Unfortunately, Kelton's Knights are still stuck in the mud. 6 targets, looking better than they have thus far in the league. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, the second half of the night will kick off with Antic taking on Man LFO. Welcome to Drone in the Unknown with my favourite, Oceanic and Agent Hunter.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right.
That's T2 in...
It's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a
That's
bit like
backstairs.
T1. I don't think it's T2.
It's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
the could also be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank you
nice.
guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's Jake.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Ooh.
Villa?
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes,
No,
but
it's
also
not.
cafe. See,
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I
Yeah, it
reckon
has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just
Mickey?
lock it in. I don't even know.
Has to be.
I'm
I'm
gonna
actually.
change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna.
You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Cafe reading.
Oh.
Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
I'm
Oh, do you know what it
I
is?
feel like it's Harry
There's
Potter.
computers in the top right.
I feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
Oh, not workshop.
Customs or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you
Vents.
Bobby.
Oh!
Wow.
Would
Damn.
never have got that.
No one did
That-
coast,
wow,
right?
Nah. Alright. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom? Oh,
Yeah.
Cornhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm
that's
ready, let's go.
That's a light
Shut
bar.
up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No. Steam.
About as good as mine. I said
Theme Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace.
I've been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking. So
Yeah, it's like mattress up against a wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it. I very often pre-place drones here, so I should
Oh,
be on the
really?
right track.
10.
Is it blue bunker?
Yes! I pre-place here all the time!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-place, I
zoomed
was
in
like
like that.
dining, because that's where
is it false scent, mate? False scent.
this one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers?
Yes, it was
I
bank
knew you
lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I was legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
how wrong am I?
Is it?
Oh, it is off! I got one!
I did break room. No way! Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's hope it doesn't
Rob. Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
We got there!
We got there. Well, we now start to kickstart the second part of the night, but it's an exciting second half of the night, mainly because I get to actually swap out some professionals. Let's swap in.
Watch it, mate.
We're swapping in professionals.
Thank you.
We're swapping out the two that we just found on the street that, unfortunately, sometimes they hit and a lot of times they miss. But we now move on to, again, the second half, and this is actually, for me, this is the best part of the stage where things start to get down to the nitty-gritty. You've got in my eyes, this is the top 4 teams playing each other, Dev.
Yeah, absolutely. And the standings would also agree with you. Whether you agree with how they currently sit is perhaps up for grabs.
Yep.
Antic, for example, I think most people came into this stage expecting them to be second place, but they are not. They're actually in third at the moment. Man LFO in fourth. Odium obviously in second and Bliss in first. I don't think anyone disputes that Bliss should be at the top, but where Antic, Man LFO, and Odium sits really remains to be seen. Potentially we could even see some of the teams that played in the first half of the day that are in the bottom half of the standings compete for those top 4 spots. But of course, at the end of the day, what really matters is who's in the top 2, because they get the bye in playoffs.
Yep.
And then who's in 3 down to 6. And realistically, all 4 teams in these 2 games coming up should be in those top 6.
Well, let's start to turn our attention to the team that we thought coming into this was going to be second seed. Antic. Look, they've had a troublesome start, Mandy. There's no doubt about it. But this roster just has all the makings of a great team.
Yeah, I think so. This team, in my view, even though they've had a bit of a rocky start and they've had a bit of a strange loss, let's say, to 6T, who, they looked pretty good in the last game. Still pretty strange loss for Antic. They look pretty good, in my opinion. I think if they can get their stuff together, they can get their workflow going, I think they should definitely be a top 2 team. I would say even against Man Esports. I know we're about to go and talk about them, but for me, these guys should very much be in that P2 position behind Bliss.
Yeah, I don't know. With Antic, I saw the roster revamp. Obviously, last year they were known as Wildcard and then Triple R and then Conductors Emerge, now Antic. Even Osiris at one point.
I was going to say, you forgot one in there.
Yeah, I don't think I really did, to be honest. Obviously, Tuhan, Logic, big players from that old roster. Juicy as well was on them for a stint. Frixel and Killerman being the new players from that old Mammoth roster, which is essentially now this Man LFO roster, right? Yep. So it's kind of them versus their former team, or what's left of their former team after they got poached. And when I saw this lineup, my first thought, as everyone's would be, is like, wow, that's a lot of firepower. Obviously, Frixel and Killerman, 2 up-and-coming rookies that really proved themselves last year to be absolute fraggers. Tuhan and Logic, well-established demons of the region. But I was not convinced that having 4 insane fraggers and Juicy was the secret ingredient. And funny with how it's gone so far, Juicy's actually got one of the best KDs on the team, which is not so much a testament to how the rest performed quite poorly, which maybe you can make an argument for, but Juicy has actually been really gnarly. Like, we've talked about this a lot this stage. He's really come into form.
Which is scary, just considering what he's done in his history and the experience that he brings to this roster. But you said it before, this basically took 2 players from an old ex-Mammoth, which are now known as Man LFO. So it's a bit of a grudge match in certain respects. The roster coming into this really only have, 2 of their remaining players, Chef, Jeff, and Hunter. Very similar to your Logic and Tuhan. But honestly, Mandy, I've been quite impressed with this roster.
Yeah, I think I've been impressed with their progress. I think especially throughout the last year, progress is good. I think being process focused, to me, is the hallmark of what a good team should be. I think for Man Esports, LFO, to be honest, in stage 1, they've looked a little bit rocky. Yes, their progress has been steady, but I think even though they've been getting wins, their wins haven't been as convincing as I think their opponents have been in this league. For example, Antic, every time they've won a match, it's looked like, they've won that match pretty convincingly. Whereas for Man LFO, they went 7-5 to your Panic Esports. Now, Panic Esports, they're doing a bit better than we thought that they were going to be doing, but nevertheless, I still do feel like Man Esports is not quite as dominant of a team as their opponents are today.
Dev, do you feel like the loss against Odium last playday kind of left, tainted their name a little bit, tainted their run?
Oh, no doubt about it, because now you look at it and the only teams Man Esports has beat is Panic and Kelton's Knights. And Kelton's Knights probably even less of an achievement than beating Panic. 100% I thought that Odium versus Man Esports, that the winner of that game would be 2nd or 3rd place, depending on how Antic ends up going. And losing that game, especially in the fashion that it happened, obviously there was a lot of smack talk going on in and out of the server in that game. It was a bit of a grudge match, both Odium and Man Esports in very similar positions within the league and within their current arcs. And these guys just lost rounds again and again, back to back, and essentially got reverse swept by Odium. Huge red flag in my eyes for Man Esports, and they really need to bounce back from that, but it's not going to get easier. Yes, they've played their game against Bliss, and now they're playing against Antic. This should be their hardest game left in the league, but who knows? They could fumble against 6T as well. Yep. They really need to maximize their points out of this game for a shot at getting into those top 2, which is absolutely a priority for a team like Man Esports.
And even then, you've got to make your statements, right? But speaking about statements, well, usually we talk about the 2 top fraggers, Mandy. We're going to talk about the 2 support players who, mind you, are still top fragging.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Juicy has just been absolutely nuts this stage. I don't know about you, Rob, but of a team of 4 fraggers and Juicy being the highest rated player is like, oh my god, what has just happened, right? Is it upside down day? Yes, we are upside down. We're in Australia anyway. But regardless, I think the difference in leadership between these two is, I think, the thing that I really want to point out, right? Juicy, he's been around the block. He's been an IGL leader for a really long time. Hunter is this up-and-coming leader. He's a person that has to put together a team, build them up, make this leadership happen from the ground up. Whereas I think Juicy has just been handed a bunch of players and is kind of like trying to move the chess pieces around, right? Yep. I think for Hunter, I've got a lot of respect for what he's been able to achieve in the region so far. I think building something from the ground up, not only that, but I think being as consistent as he's been so far on the IGLing and on the support is a really good sign. Whereas I think for Juicy, he's kind of been stalled out, I would say, I think, in his performance, especially like from what I felt like was reaching his peak in towards those night stays. Since this new era of Blast R6-0s, I feel like it's been pretty stagnant. Whereas I can't say the same for Hunter. I feel like Hunter's very much been, he started out low on the bottom, but has certainly been on the rise, and it feels like his impact in the region is not going to stop anytime soon.
Well, you have the furthest to fall when you're on the top of the mountain, don't you? That's for damn sure. We're going to go ahead and have a look at these vetoes. Dev, should I just let you do your magic?
Yeah, well, first thing is just to note that Man Esports are banned Chalet. It's what they've played in 3 of their 4 games so far. And I'm very glad to see that they've banned it out. They've just lost it back against Bliss and Odium. And, Antic also lost it to Bliss. I just don't think it's where Man Esports should be going. Are we going it? Okay, we're going back to Club.
Wow.
So I will say this is actually quite an exciting map to go for because both teams are undefeated on Clubhouse. For Antic, it's 3 games in a row. And having a look, wasn't necessarily huge games. They did defeat, so it's actually all in the qualifiers, the Pub Lovers roster, the X-Bandits roster, and the Trident roster. So none of those have actually qualified for this league. And on the Man Esports side, they took down Kelton's Knights, which, to be frank, means very little as well. A win over OBL, which I also think means very little. A win over Trident, so same team that Antic won, also at the same scoreline at 7-2, fun fact. But the only one that I would actually put much stake in is Man Esports beat Estio. Now, Estio almost qualified for this league. They were like the 9th place team in the region. So I think beating Estio 7-4 on club is a decent indicator that this is a solid map for Man Esports. Yep. My question is, how much realistic preparation have these teams been able to do in like counter-stratting? Because I don't know which of those games, if many of them, were actually available on VODs. And so credit to the support staff of these teams if they have been able to go and research in VOD and figure out how each other plays this game, because there's a lot of material out there.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's for us to stop stuffing around. We're going to go across to, I would say, 2 incredible commentators, something along those lines.
It's always interesting that it's James that brings up the Yap meter. I have noticed this, guys. It's always just one particular individual. You don't get it with Mandy. You don't get it with us.
Well,
okay, sometimes you get it with us. You don't get it with Mandy, though, that's for sure. She is the embodiment of professionalism. Big game coming up. The winner of this is locked in for top 6. Double thumbs up.
What do you want me to say? Woo! Top 6, baby!
Playoffs, baby! That's what I want. Yeah, playoffs. Hell yeah. Clubhouse, we go. I wanted a bit more excitement for you there.
No, I don't know why I reacted the way I did. I'm actually genuinely quite excited for this matchup. I think this has potential to be actually very close, very competitive. Everyone wishes this probably goes to OT if both teams are firing at full cylinders. Interestingly enough, 75% of the community in favor of Antic heading into this matchup. I think that's a little bit overly generous, although I did pick them and I am favoring them in this matchup. 2 edge ahead, but only just.
I also did go a little bit ahead too. That you're not locked in yet, but it puts you a long way, and it also means that you can't finish last. That is a certainty. If you do win this, you can't finish last, but you're not locked in. Antic and Man Esports LFO for this game of Clubhouse, 3rd game of the day. Right now, as things stand, 5th and 6th respectively, on the current leaderboard. But a win and 9 points if you get all 3 puts you then tied 2nd with Odium of course, Odium to play Bliss after this, which ends up being a really, really big game. So, huge points on the line. And I think for two teams that are the embodiment of the league that we've had so far, which is it's really difficult to predict. Antic is the easy choice, but Men Esports have already shown us throughout this stage so far, they're more than capable. Even if you go to that 7-2 loss versus Bliss, they were actually really competitive. They put in a really, really good showing. Yes, the scoreboard didn't look that great. Made you look from Chef Jeff with his weekly whiteboard update. But yeah, Men Esports, I think, are more than capable in this game, but they certainly do go into it as the slight underdogs against the big dogs in Antic. See what I did there?
Monty Ying. Okay, that's pretty straightforward in terms of attacking bans. Monty is getting consistently banned out, and Ying very execute heavy. And on a map like Clubhouse can be used to unlock key positions. Solus off the board alongside Fenrir, so arguably the top two most impactful defenders in the current meta have also been excluded from the match. So not really deviating too far away from the expected course here, the expected trajectory in this match, and on the topic of the expected path. Fully anticipating Man Esports here to garner a lead in the first half. They're starting off on defense. But as prefaced before, and I'm sure by the desk as well, I am at least expecting a very close and competitive match between these two, which probably means it will be a 7-0, but I hope it's close.
Yeah, before we get into this one as well, just a slight off topic, but a little bit on topic as well in terms of who these two teams play for the remaining play days after this. We are at that kind of point in the stage now where, you know, you want to avoid bottom two. Interestingly enough, they actually both play Circular Spheres over the last two play days. So for CS now, they're looking back at this game, and this is going to be the next two opponents. They'll play Man Esports tomorrow, and then on the final play date next week, they'll play Antic. The reason why that's somewhat relevant is, well, all three teams right now are on 6 points. So this becomes a big game. Circular Spheres essentially also need to beat these. I think it's fair to say, what's the likelihood that out of these three, Antic, Man, and Circular Spheres, one of them ends up in the bottom two? It's somewhat likely. 6 targets will be in the conversation. They play Bliss tomorrow, and then they play Man next week. So I think we're definitely going to get down to some kind of picture where on the final play day next week, we'll figure out who's going to get relegated out of the league, not go to the playoffs. To win this game, though, means that you are in a much better position moving forward. That by next week, you are the lesser likely of the teams to be in that bottom two position. That puts emphasis on this match. Man Esports on the defense to begin. Antic opening up, and through Jacuzzi, apparently, for a rotate hole. Chef Jeff actually over towards logistics. A little bit of an extension up above right now for Man Esports on the roam. Killer Man.
There's a play right there.
There's a play right behind the gym. And Scars will get a free kill. Positioning just so critical in this game at times, and you can see exactly why. Thatcher gone as well, off the board. And so therefore, those Kaid claws will not be dealt with. No secondary EMPs available either. Kara does get traded elsewhere shortly afterwards, losing his life through Lounge. Frixel getting the opening kill there for Antic.
Well, Diffuser then on an island over towards that Jacuzzi breach. Scars aware of that, and in doing so will hold his position at the midway point of the round. Antic, sooner rather than later, are going to be forced to go for this condition, whether or not it's, you know, killing Scars or finding the Diffuser, perhaps both. And we'll now see that rotation come through. Too hard to drone. Should be able to spot the Valkyrie behind the weights. And then it's up to the rest of the team to converge on this position.
It's crazy that he hasn't been pinched yet. I mean, just a balcony play and a Jacuzzi wall play could do the job. Nice shot from Scars. Couldn't get cleared by Frixel. Tried to make his way over towards said balcony. Gives up on that Diffuser, but honestly, you don't need to play off it anymore. In the 2 versus 4 now, Man Esports have done the job to begin defensively. Logic making his way through Lounge. Okay, Juicy does get the kill onto Scars. With that, you can get the kit. I don't think that was the intended position for that Boogie Auto Breacher. Now, Chef Jeff, we saw him at the beginning of the round in towards Logistics. I'm assuming he never got droned out. He's playing the mute. And held that position the whole way through, catching Juicy, who went to go and gain that Diffuser. 1 versus 3. Couple of clutches so far tonight through the Oceania League. What can Logic do? Not a lot of time. Doesn't have the kit. 1 up above. So even if he clears basement here, the solo and final player will be top floor. And he's not going to check hard right in towards Moto. Easy kill for player. And a very strong start from Man Esports.
Yeah, they were gifted a little bit there on the roam by, I can only assume, Misdrone and or Miscom. Killerman isolated. Scars' position was completely unknown. He was good for 2 in the round as the eventual trade attempt came through in an attempt to recover that diffuser for Antic, but things really only going from bad to worse for the attack. And as for the defense, if you're not forced to peel back and rotate back towards site, it really just reinforces that position. With diffuser on the ground, it's a very, very difficult position for the attack to recover from.
Yeah, and also to highlight Scars there individually, but the discipline, both in movement, not panicking in gym when someone had entered the location, just held his position, knew that he hadn't been spotted or droned out, so backed himself in. But then also the trigger discipline as he kind of rotated in towards bedroom. When you're getting shot through a barricade like that, it's very easy to get startled and kind of panic shoot back. And he may have done that and also got the kill, but just waited until he really had the key piece of information to hit that head. So a great start from Scars. He was the big reason why they were able to win that round. Good follow-ups, of course, elsewhere. Yeah, and a decent extension as well for Man Esports. It's always tricky when you come to a map like Clubhouse. You play basement. It's easy to maybe get sucked into playing very defensive focus. We see some teams make some kind of presence, like through main, and then eventually go back down and just hold 5 on site. And Man Esports really committed to that and did a good job. So up to Antic now to respond in the second round. We go up above for the bomb site this time.
Yeah, so a very traditional lineup here from the attack. The Thatcher with the double primary hard breach combo of the Ace, some of which are being deployed on the CCTV wall, and Juicy on the exothermics. Those can be used on the exterior con and or the jacuzzi wall. Jacuzzi though to kick things off. Thatcher is back up. Early flashbangs and maybe an early hit here from the attack, but Hunter good for 2. Caught in the crossfire. Juicy now to send it forward. Goes deep into his bathroom, so they still have good control, but they don't have the manpower. Only 2 attackers remain. It's Juicy alongside Tuhan. Juicy loses that swing. And now Tuhan, who's still over towards CCTV, his job in the round to sit outside there, post up, apply pressure. Now left in the clutch.
Yeah, and it's a very easy one to break down there. I mean, Antic are at least all on the same page. And if you are going to make a mistake, you need everyone to make a mistake together. To be fair, I don't think there's a mistake. It's just a really good hold that we saw again from Man Esports. But also, you could kind of question, why do you need to go that fast? 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. You open up Jacuzzi. You got pressure over towards CCTV as well. Do you need to go with that pace? Not necessarily. But they opt into it. And we could be completely talking about a whole nother scenario had it worked. It doesn't, and therefore you kind of look to criticize it, but I mean, they all at least went with the same plan of attack. It just hasn't quite worked out for Antic in this round. Credit to Man Esports, though. Switched on, ready to go to defend that. Not anticipating that it was just going to simply be open up Jacuzzi and then people rotate off. They go back on the roof, get balcony position, get pressure through con. They were very much ready for that push. And this is also a match, by the way. I don't know if it was hyped up on the desk, but the old Cairo and Logic rivalry that we see in the Oceanic region, these two, they had the most perfect game last stage in that 1v1 clutch final round. As Tuhan gets a kill onto player, it's just a matter of don't feed the Tui, and you'll be fine. I mean, Cairo is actually quite low. This is a round that is certainly alive. If he finds the next kill, then suddenly every possibility. Default gets shot, but nicely tucked in is Scars. Scars has had a great start to this game. But yeah, Cairo, Logic, are we going to see much yapping in the chat?
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, you mentioned it, right? The 1 versus 1. It was a clutch, ace clutch from Logic to get that game across the line. Way back in, I say way back, last year.
Way back.
It feels like way back.
Way back in 6 months ago.
Yeah, good last round there, though, from old mate Hunter in towards Jim. It's a crucial, at least 1 that he needs to pluck, but the fact that he was able to get 2, and we saw the slight mistime there from Antic. Yes, they fully committed, but with the player crossing, that meant that Juicy couldn't fire, and I think that was probably what gave him that window of opportunity to get 2 kills. Fortunately, then made Antic look a little bit second-rate in what has so far not been the greatest of attacking halves so far from them, but it's only very early days.
Yeah, and the flip side of it too, and the reason why I'm not critical of Antic is imagine a world in which that works is, say, Juicy kills the player Jim, the fast push and vault over in towards bathroom, clears that player. Suddenly it's a 5-on-3. You've got a lot of site control. You can play off of main. You know, it's very easy to kind of win that round based on what Antic tried to do. Didn't work, fair enough. It is Jim bedroom, one of the considered primary sites, I guess, on Clubhouse. Cash and CCTV, very much the tertiary these days. Defensively, again, for Man Esports, we'll see what they can bring. So far, good start. Looking sharp and switched on, not allowing Antic to do a whole lot. But it's also the lineup composition too. Like you bring in the Grim. 2 rounds in a row and I haven't really seen it get used. If you're playing the Grim, you probably want to play a little slower, clear out positions, play off that information that you're going to get. Capitao clearly looking to play towards rafters.
You stole my point. I'm the color commentator, so make sure you just
look, guess what?
Just team up for me.
You got like another 60 seconds. You can kind of just double down.
Well, we're going to see the Mav in play in an attempt to trick the wall mirror window, perhaps to complicate things. As you mentioned, the Grim and the Capitao combo that will be used over towards rafters to flush out that position, but Cairo with his Wamai magnets will directly counter that. Reload! So we'll see if they're able to combine those particular tools. A lot of flashbangs for Antic to help clear those positions. Mirror window now opened up. Lines of sight on the wall, but it won't be opened, at least not yet. Looks like bottom garage was actually soft there, I think, from the defense, unless my eyes are deceiving me. And a line of sight actually from Chef Jeff down through lounge into that position. So maybe the play here from Man Esports is to somewhat bait them into this rafters clear, and they might be able to pluck something for free.
They're cooking.
This is playing out in an unusual fashion where the main breach isn't opened up. They're slowly chipping away at garage, but that's not as free as maybe Antic think it will be. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, this has so far been a very curious round, and I think it's caught Antic off guard. They're not looking at this as being a simplified clubhouse defense.
Okay.
Frixel to get under the way with the Quan. Hive launcher using those canisters to get the bees buzzing, clear out these positions. Cairo will be sitting right in amongst the bees, sensing the pressure to eventually then come from the Capitao as well with the incendiary bolt to his left-hand side. Keeper Barrier gets shot out. 2Hunt does get an opening kill onto player. Pivotal here that Cairo can get at least one. None he gets. Juicy with the kill. They get garage control under a minute remaining with a 5 versus 3. So far it's been a really strong clear. Chef Jeff momentarily does peek over towards main breach, which still hasn't been necessarily opened up, but at this point doesn't need to be. I think Chef Jeff wants to get rid of the Claymore, and does. Opens up a bit more position here, top red. Nitrocell, the timing, it's everything in this game, isn't it? And more. He does that 3-4 seconds early, and he probably finds the kill. Instead, he loses his life. Triple red ping up above. Hunter with the impacts. He could get one, and he does. And that was Kit. Juicy was going for the plant. Gets the knight. 25 seconds. Need to clear down below. And there's not a lot of time remaining in this round. This could get a little bit dicey, but a lovely shot. Was that Frixel with the bailiff? Indeed. Yeah, and that nice response from Antic on the tertiary site of Cash and CCTV. Really well worked.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that Antic weren't able to tick off, at least in the first round, was just basic fundamentals. It was the map clear that time around. In that particular round over towards CCTV, the main checkpoint, especially if you bring in the Capitao and the Grim combo, is to cleanly deal with garage rafters control, which they did. I was a little bit perplexed. I thought that Chef was going to lean quite heavily into that vertical line of sight that he established to try and contest that. As far as I could tell, he didn't. I don't know if that's because he was at threat of the main CCTV breach, and that's why he wasn't contesting it, or he had another job elsewhere. Couldn't tell at the time, but nonetheless, garage control succeeded quite quickly there. Antic, you know, having no real qualms, and looked a lot cleaner in that particular round to what we saw previously. So good work from them, and a good little confidence builder. I don't think they would have been too pleased with the first 2 rounds, the way in which they played out, but that one there where they, again, just went through the checklist cleanly, definitely bodes well for them in the match.
Yeah, it's tertiary site though, so this is where Man Esports aren't going to be too concerned. They get to go straight back to Church and Arsenal. Basement here on Clubhouse, very strong defensively. Now, last time out, they played this pretty aggressive, so I'm imagining the switch-up will come through. I mean, they can still play somewhat aggressive up above, but to the same degree as last time out, deep in towards Jim, holding out logistics with mute jammers. I'm not sure if they're going to go that extensive. Thatcher brought again, who did lose his life early, which would have made the round really difficult in terms of opening up the hatches. Made claws being brought courtesy of Cairo. Right now, though, Antic... Yeah, I mean, I think they're also playing outside the map a little bit better too. The last round, now into this round, bit more drone work. Okay, clear out Jim, no one's there. Let's go and clear out Logistic. Last time out, it was a bit of a kind of open up Jacuzzi fast and then creep into Jim and then, oh, there's someone there. 5 on site though for Man Esports, so they have reeled it in. Deep back of sight Hunter, that's a key position that does need to get cleared. That shield, keeping him certainly safe from blue. Back of Arsenal on the Warden, any kind of drop. Flash and smoke play, and he's going to be a big win condition for Man.
Yeah, doubling down on your point about Cash CC being the tertiary site here on Clubhouse. The map's been played 4 times this stage in OCE. 63% defensive win rate down below, 64% Gym. Cash and CCTV lagging behind at 58%.
That's not that bad. I mean, it's on some maps that's almost primary levels. At least back in the day, maybe not right now in the current era of Siege. Player deep in blue.
It's equal with the most defender-sided site on Chalet, Master Office, which is the most played map.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Minute 20 on this round, by the way. Of course, it's a full 5-stack down below, so not a lot happening up above. Antic not looking to be too worried about any kind of pressure. They've got secret control, main stairs control, kitchen. Moto's opened up. Getting to work now and putting the pressure onto Man Esports. Drone work has been good, still 5 remaining. Kitchen hatch hasn't been open, but I'm not sure they're too worried about that. Still 1 EMP grenade, which is now being used by Kellerman. Frixel feels like he's important here. Kellerman, oh, hang on,
wait,
what's happened here? Well, they do get 1, courtesy of 2 harm, but Killer will fall. I think they're just going to hit site, try and go a little earlier, rather than a last 20-second push. But that's so annoying to try and push through the bees, and Frixel just starts sprinting. But that means his gun is not up. Lovely swing again from Hunter. Indeed, he was the win condition for them, but for some very different reasons. Logic now the solo, in the 1 versus 3, Flash and Moto drop. Not a lot of time remaining, doesn't even have the kit, although it is close towards that triple wall. Can very much grab it, and it could become a factor. But right now for Man Esports, they do not need to peek this. Don't give him an inch. Behind the Kiba barrier, can shoot that out. Certainly enough ammunition in this gun to just spray it down, but Hunter's just a little better. Certainly a big round on the Warden from him. So far been great in this match defensively for Man Esports.
Yeah, really good work from the defense in being able to control that blue generator part of the map where we saw Antic double stack. They were, though, forced to push into a mirror window that wasn't taken down, whether that be off the back of an Ash charge or an alternate form of utility. So being able to play in that dummy's position was very much fortified for the defense. Unlocking that would have been a great way to then establish the cross and help get the plant down over towards triple wall, which was opened up by the attack. But it fell apart elsewhere for Antic.
So this is the issue for Antic, right? Beat Kelton's Knights, lost to Bliss, lost to 6 targets, beat Panic, losing to Man. There's no consistency with this roster, and that's like the biggest issue. On paper, and coming into this stage, it was very easy to say, okay, second best team. Let's see if they can prove it. So far, they haven't proven it. Man Esports have looked great defensively here. Look, it's Clubhouse defense. Certainly not getting ahead of ourselves by any means, but I think the way in which Man Esports are also winning these rounds. I mean, take Hunter as an example too. In that last round, very easy. Sit behind the shield, play deep Arsenal. Instead, he doubles down, helps out that player on the mirror window, and gets a double kill in towards blue. What are you giggling about?
I got a DM from James telling us this is Logic vs Cairo that was on this map last year. We talked about it, bruv. Like, you're not listening.
When did he send that? It would have been at least 20 minutes ago.
No, it was about 20 seconds ago.
Oh, right.
So we listen to them when we're on the desk.
I must say, knowing James, he's probably sat down, pulled up his match tracker, and he's just gone, oh, look at this.
Well, we love James. He's a unique individual. But we all are at the end of the day.
We are. All right, into the 5th round we go. 2 more in this half.
And it's the Thatcher double hard breach primaries. It's very similar from what we saw Antic play last round, although the pacing has dramatically slowed down. The round was all but over last time as they looked to rush through Jacuzzi. This time, though, doing their due diligence. Grim to counteract the Rafters hold, and player is swarmed by the bees. So his position is known. Is there follow-up utility, though, here from the attack? There is in the form of 2 frag grenades, perfectly placed. Wow, what a clear. Chef Jeff, though, able to at least trade 1 elsewhere. Oh, that was, in fact, Frixel. In through Secret, able to get away. So, at the end of the day, a relatively 1-for-1 there for both teams. Selm was now deployed in towards Cash. But Man Esports happy to peel. Scar's almost caught through Con, but both players now back on site.
Minute 20 remaining in the round. Nope. Felt like someone was calling me for a second.
There's no Docker in the server, mate.
It's either that or dial-up.
Oh.
Feels like a somewhat important round for Antic. They want to be down 1-4. It's Gym bedroom, but
You find a way to just will yourself into a round that you can take away from Man Esports, who have looked really in control of this match so far. Pyro lurking down below near main stairs, can make a push back up late. If there's no pressure down below, he'll be, I think, quite successful from that top main position when he does eventually flank. Logistics has been droned. Killerman in through Con. Maybe just anticipating that swing might eventuate. Are we going to see a double drop here? Juicy and Logic. Juicy's low, he'll go first. He then will hope to get traded by Logic.
It's into the Warden though, so Chef Jeff just turns on the glasses.
Glasses off. Spots a foot, glasses on. The timing. Oh, he misses the first couple of shots, but he does get the kill. That was on to Logic too. And then eventually Juicy did lose his life courtesy of Scars, who then lost his to Killerman. 1 versus 2 with 2 on the solo, but there is Cairo from that top main position. There was no pressure down below. He got to hold this position without worry. 4-1 lead for Man Esports here on Clubhouse. And looking by far and away the better team.
Yeah, Jacuzzi's just not opened up, so that opens a big portion of that L corridor from top main leading into Gym for the defense to fall back to, lean into, which they did. It just feels like in so many of these Antic losses, there's always just been that one standout part of the round or potential oversight. That feels like it is being very costly. And Man Esports, to be fair, are leaning into those conditions when they're presenting themselves, so no fault of their own. They've been phenomenal here defensively. Still one more opportunity though for Antic Esports to reach the benchmark. A 2-4 scoreline would be fine. But as you have mentioned, it just feels like there's some inconsistency about this roster at the moment, from week to week, from day to day, from round to round.
Who do they play tomorrow? It's CS, right? I think it's Circular Spheres. Or is that the final play day?
Tomorrow, they play Odium.
Yeah, okay. And then they
It's
play
gonna be a
Circular
relatively
Spheres.
tough opponent, so.
Yeah, it's difficult because they can beat both teams and they can probably lose to both teams. I think that's just the nature of the league, though, to be fair. That's not really just an Antic issue. I can certainly still win this game. Into the 6th round. We've seen plenty of instances as well where Clubhouse is a 1-5 split both ways and both teams end up being incredibly defender-sided on it. Just have that gut feeling, though, that it's more so Man Esports that's just playing a bit better. It's always the difficult nature of Siege these days. You can't trust whether or not a team's playing well because of the defensive-sided nature of a lot of these maps and a lot of these games. 5-1. Yeah, even then, not a guarantee.
I mean, for reference, Man LFO against Kelton's Knights had a 2-4 split. Then went on to win 5 defensive rounds. Good read from Logic.
That's better from Logic. That's good. Now can they capitalize on this? Cash and CCTV once again is the tertiary player advantage. They worked this site really well last time, did Antic Esports. And it looks as if they're doing it again. The mirror dealt with both the window and the player. Cairo does get a kill onto Killerman. Drops down into Garage. No real Rafters hold. Cairo playing deep lounge. Can make his way back up top red and does. So Rafters and Garage is very much free.
Wait, where is Player? Is Player on the other side of the map or am I... Yeah, he's down below. Okay. So no Rafters hold from the Azami is quite unusual, but I think at this point, Man Esports probably need to throw something at Antic to try and find something back. And this could actually be the right play if Frixel gets caught off.
Hasn't been droned. Frixel's going to have no idea. Oh, there's every chance player peeks this, finds the headshot, gets the kill. Oh, the timing again!
Dude.
My God, it's filthy. You would be kicking yourself if you were a player. He's just sitting, and as soon as you go, he goes as well.
And now you know there's 2
He's got to rotate off this now. I mean, there's no point. Unless you want to eventually play from lounge. You could rotate back over to main, but you're on the other side of the map. Cairo, this is so aggressive. Back through the Bs, the only real way out. Almost shot through the drone hole. Minute 12 left, still a player advantage for Antic. And again, throughout this whole time, they've had full Garage control.
Hunter falls as well. Cairo low on HP, needs to put up a final stand on site. Players still off site. He'll rotate probably bot red.
He would have got a free kill. Oh, still almost got the kill. And then the cross, Cairo just had to hold.
No way.
Impact thrown. Player down below. Player dead. Cairo in a 1 versus 4, then 3, then none, and Antic win the round. Oh, the timing has just gone against Man Esports LFO so many times in that round alone. Credit to Antic, getting a couple of really good opening kills. Logic with the game sense on the run-out attempt, and then they're able to once again win tertiary. 2-4 split. And hey, it's a good half. I mean, even as said in the chat there by Logic, at the end of the day, this is You are my sunshine. I don't see karma in here.
I mean, that's the beauty of the format, right? As an attacking team, if you can just be super proficient on one objective, it's good enough for the 2-4 benchmark, and then if you're far better defensively, you can walk away with the game anyway. So I still stand by our comments that Antic, in the 4 rounds they lost, were making some pretty big mistakes for a team of their caliber, but as I just mentioned, if you're proficient on that tertiary site, you can exploit it, which they did very, very well.
Oh, clean.
You can kind of mask that and get away with it.
Very clean. Didn't really make any mistakes.
Camera activated.
I mean, a couple of confusing things there in terms of the way I think, like, again, what players doing down below and then pushing up secret. In, like, the context of it, it's fine. Because if he peeks up and gets that kill, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he misses that. Then he's hive launched off of that position, and either they know he's either going to have to rotate main, other side of the map's going to take him years, or he's going to push through secret. Interesting ground. And now we go into the second half. Straight to Church and Arsenal. No surprise here from Antic on the defense. But what is interesting is how extensive this hold may be over towards CCTV. Saw one rafters. Frixel's thinking about putting a shock wire battery over towards CCTV. And Killerman with the previs. No, it doesn't go for it. Oh. Okay. Nah, that would... Baited. Easily baited. You can see how quick he turned around as well. As soon as that barricade got opened up, he's like, I'm going for it. Doesn't work.
So Logic offsite then. Oh.
Hello?
Killman shuts one down.
What?
Their entry in towards side.
Did he just peek bot main with 2 minutes on the clock? That is very aggressive from Sheffy Jeffy.
May have been on a Valk cam too, so not ideal.
I mean, Logic is in Logi, and you're pressuring bot main. Sorry, what am I on about? Well, I mean, they haven't cleared up above, but yes, still strange from Jeff to die there.
Like, they're not fully committing to their own clear.
It's like a very split attack right now from Man Esports, and you're right. I mean, this is the thing. They haven't cleared Logic up above. They do know he's there. He just denied a couple of X-Kairos on that kitchen hatch, and until he does get cleared, it's really difficult to open that up.
It should be okay, though. Just don't feed him. Have the info. They don't have the info. They don't have the air jabs up either. And so Cairo falls.
Well, you know he's down.
Good work from Logic.
He's like, where's the trade coming, though? Oh, and they're just on... I mean, they're just trying to push site. Player coming from Oil Pit, Tuhan. I mean, seriously, what is going on in this round? It's not playing out in the conventional manner. Hunter is actually deep into sight with Kit. But it's a 1 versus 3. And therefore, his chance of survival is evidently quite low. Does get a tag, position known, on site, gets calmed out for Antic. All three are very much going to look to deny this. Don't have to peek, don't give him anything. Even that from Tuhan, as soon as he makes contact, he actually falls off it. Really smart to not give Hunter the 1v1. Instead, they play the cross angle.
Yeah, well.
Perfectly well played from Antic. Really good round.
Yeah, good work defensively. The way in which Alpha played into the extension was slightly unusual. They got caught, you know, trying to be a little bit more direct towards site. Then they didn't have the systems and the util and the information in place in preparation for those defenders to fall and peel back towards the first floor. And so it sort of compounded from there. And it's all well and good to eventually get Diffuser in towards the objective, but the 1v3 with other players falling elsewhere and good trades on the fallback from the defense meant that it was always going to be an Antic round.
Attackers need to locate
So good confidence builder again for Antic. They're roam successful.
Activating camera.
And just, yeah, bit of life in the game now. Unusual round though.
We'll see if we can get back to our usual normalities here on Gym Bedroom into the 8th round. 3-4 scoreline. Very difficult to predict. I think from here, you can make the argument. Antic on the defense for the remainder of this half, certainly in the better position. Having already achieved the 2 attacking rounds that at this point could be good enough. Man, Esports with a bit of pressure now. After a very decent defensive half and starting 4-1, they looked like the team that had far more control of Clubhouse, but as is always the case, Antic are more than capable of defending well enough here on Club and are so far doing a great opening round. Got their attack rounds. They look confident. Frixel over towards Stock and Lounge. Play outside on the rappel. I imagine he would have heard that. Got a little bit of info. Over towards that con single wall.
So Mav for the CCTV extension. We saw Antic on their attacks lean into the ace, and then the Thermite the following attempt. This time combined and synced. Will it be an immediate push? It is, Chef. Supernova suppressed in hand. Juicy falls. Good push in from the attack. And now Antic, who are all the way on the other side of that, need to retake, but Chef Jeff reads into that.
I mean, they've used their own tactic against them.
Yeah.
The irony, but this time it's actually successful. We saw Antic try this in the first half, and they lost players straight away. No one's holding Jim. Solo player in bathroom. The trade from Con, it's a little late, and Chef Jeff is already in a good position. I mean, he's deep into logistics at this point. He's pushed so deep. They've got drones. They've got full site control. Oh, the Nitro Cell from Frixel. It's perfect, and the response from Logic, oh, so timely, and now the round has flipped on its head once again. After the initial entry from Man Esports looked good enough. Hunter, though, he goes hunting. One more still there remaining. Cairo in logistics. Shoots out the Velt Cam. 1 versus 2. With Logic on the other side, his arch nemesis. It would be tantalizing to see him clutch this one. Flashes Con, sneaks back through Logistic. I'm not too sure if this will work. Now they know with that shot. Does have kit, can go for the plant. And he just will stick this, I think. Can't really get off of it. Needs to play into a post plant from behind. The first contact to come. Cairo needs to be swift. Makes the move. Hits the headshot. Logic is down. No fairy tale finish this time for Logic. Cairo blocked off momentarily. Can shoot this out if he feels the need to. Can certainly find a good angle, and Tuhan is off it. Oh, what a shot. And what a play from Cairo. Sometimes he's just a little better. The question mark as well. And the teabag as Man Esports salvaged that round. Because it almost looked like they were going to lose it after the response from Antic brought it to a 3-on-2.
Now let's have a look back then. This was the initial push through. Again, Supernova, Chef Jeff suppressed. Gets that first pick. No one in gym, no one waits to help slow down that push.
Bro, look how deep he is.
Retake through Con was dismissed. Good Nitro below. And I think Antic Esports did enough to sow the seeds of doubt, especially with the Valk on the board, that getting the plant might be a risk. And instead, Man LFO then transitioned to trying to find frags as best they could. Ultimately then goes down to the 1v2. Cairo, phenomenally well played and well positioned.
Yep.
There was nothing Tuhan could do to immediately trade Logic, and then puts him in that really tricky position. Tried to play around the Kiva, but ultimately didn't work.
Well, the irony in that sense with the own Kiva barriers that goes against him because he can't push through the doorway, that's information for Cairo. He can only come from one position, so he falls back main, looking in towards Logistic because the Kiva barrier on the doorway. Can't come through it. And it goes obviously two ways. At that point, he needs to hunt Cairo down because if he just tries to stick it at the end, Cairo's got the easy swing angle. Yeah, really played that 1v2 quite well. And a very fascinating round considering Man Esports using the same tactic that we saw Antic try to employ in the opening half. And they get that attacking round just at that point in the round where it had been a couple of rounds in a row for Antic. They were starting to look like they were in control a little bit. And even in a round that Antic did bring it back, and had they actually won that round, we would have been looking at a 4-4 scoreline and trouble brewing for Man Esports, but no. Now 1 round away. Again, 3 points so valuable in this league. For Man Esports, they get in the next round, and Antic cannot get all 3.
Oh, Cairo straight off the rip gets 1, but Killerman good for 2 over towards that Rafters position. The attack though, they go deep, and Cairo with confidence flowing, able to find 2 in the round. And there's still over 2 minutes to go. Cairo now with an advanced position top red. And they need to retake through Con, but Cairo shutting them down. The Bees to lock Logic out. There's nothing he could do. He'll be forced down below to retreat. It's a 1v3 post.
Yeah, and he was kind of hoping that he could get to Lounge in time before the plant goes down. Maybe then spray it down with the Deagle and get him off it, get a kill, then it's a 1v2. But, oh, Cairo has just gone nuclear. He has already witnessed this map go the wrong way from his perspective, being on the wrong side of history. And he has single-handedly, the last 2 rounds, made sure that it doesn't happen again. 6-3, 3 match points now for Man Esports LFO, and an incredibly fast rush again. But how is Cairo getting this deep into top red and allowed to hold this position? It's insane. The last couple of rounds he's been great. And again, even just the whereabouts of mine to throw those flashes first and then spray instead of dry peeking, really well played.
I mean, just the positioning and the layering of util there from the attack was great. Tuhan was trying his best to slow things down by getting that gas babe out. Ultimately, that was to his own demise, not anticipating Pyro to go as deep as he did. And then with 2 players to retake through Con and the Grim on the board, it's impossible to retake as a defender. That was really quite impressive from Man Esports, who have played a really exciting brand of Siege in this match, it must be said. Now with 3 match points, they'll deny a total of 3, potentially here for Antic.
Yeah.
Which is quite the storyline.
And again, I mentioned at the start of this game as well what this kind of does. Now, it doesn't solidify playoffs, but it puts you in such good position. If you are Man Esports, you get all 3 points, you go to 9 points. Becomes far more unlikely that you will be one of the bottom 2 teams. Not impossible, but far more likely that you won't be there. But what it does mean for Antic is they're actually at the threat of missing out on playoffs. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that. There's actually every world in which Antic finished bottom 2. And if that does happen, queue up that Logic retirement tweet once again. It's on brand.
That's a bit dog.
It's happened too many times.
Yeah, jeez.
They'll be back for stage 2, though.
Oh, yeah. It'll retire for a couple months.
Exactly. Yeah. Stock getting opened up. Chef Jeff, they've been so aggressive on their attack so far, Man Esports, and I think hence why we're seeing the clash being employed now by Juicy.
Just looking to slow them down, play Disrupt. Kitchen Hatch being chipped away at here by Hunter on the Hibana. Impact tricks, though, from Antic down below to stall that out for a little while longer. That one doesn't land, though. That's not ideal, but ultimately the hatch will get opened up either way. Chef Jeff transitions control over towards that stock hatch now to contest Vert, and it's Juicy to greet them main stairs. He can relay some of that information to the rest of the team, all of which who are on the basement site. Clean shot from Tuhan, good for 1, flashed out, but no drop to follow.
A big kill as well into Cairo. Top fragging at the moment, tied with Hunter. Hunter doing a significant job on the defense, Cairo maybe more so on the attack. Clash spotted, main stairs. Obstacle in the way. But with the fact that they've been playing so well and so aggressive, who knows and how they're going to be able to overcome this. Chef Jeff goes for a little vault over. That doesn't quite work. Still got time, actually. Over a minute remaining, so it's not as if they're getting stalled out for time just yet. They will drop into Oil Pit and go for the long push through. Watched deep by Logic in Arsenal.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Well, I mean, I think the round is over at that point, unless Scars and Chef Jeff can cook something here in Kitchen. 50 seconds, 2 versus 4. But you still got that clash to deal with. The hope is to maybe bait him past so that Chef Jeff could have got that kill. That was the one chance that they had. Couldn't quite find it. Guard break, Skeleton Key, bit of damage onto Juicy. He can fall back down bot main, 30 seconds, just get himself into a corner. Almost lost his life there. Not to be, and through the floorboard, Killerman does catch Scars, and that now makes it a 1 versus 4, an almost impossible challenge for Chef Jeff, as good as he is. This should be 4-6.
15 seconds to go.
Yeah, I really like the clutch pick coming out from Antic in this particular round. Juicy in a position to feed so much information to the team.
5 seconds remaining.
Able to slowly stall out that push. It's making things a real challenge there for the attack, who after losing the first pick, I believe through stock hatch, it's made things a little bit more difficult. There was just never really an opportunity for Man to get back into that round, unless they were going to, you know, overcommit that blue drop and maybe try to flood the mirror window over towards dummies. That may have been an opportunity if it worked out, but in the face of that clash, yeah, it's really tough.
Yeah, Antic certainly won't be the kind of team to go down without a fight. Rehost called. We're going to get a bit of a temporary break here before the conclusion of this game. So 4-6 heading into this upcoming break. Every chance Antic will have more than enough capabilities, I think, to bring this back and send it to overtime. We haven't had an OT tonight. If there's ever a case for one, certainly Clubhouse defense, 2 more rounds. Not impossible to think it could be on the cards. But yeah, as I said, rehost. So therefore, upcoming break. As we go to the break, still 2 match points, 6-4 in favor for Man Esports. When we come back, we will have the conclusion of this game. Well, thanks for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. Back into Clubhouse here. 4-6 scoreline in favour of Man Esports. LFO looking to collect all 3 points for Antic. Unfortunately, they can no longer collect all 3 points. Of course, 1 point at minimum now for Man Esports. If it does go to overtime, they would then battle for that 2nd point. Gym Bedroom still primary site here for Antic Esports, so every world in which that they will be able to make this 5-6. So that was a close one last time we saw this particular site. Fast push for Man Esports was successful, then unsuccessful, and then ultimately successful due to a clutch from Cairo. Best way to summarize that particular round.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
10 seconds remaining.
Ready.
Well then, let's see how this one plays out. Will it be another fast hit from Man Esports through Jacuzzi, or will they temper the pace a little bit more? I would anticipate that with Flores on the board from Scars, they fully intend to slow down the pace and use that as an effective tool in clearing utility. There'll be a decent chunk of that deployable shield from Logic. And you also have the Azami barricades as well from Frixel. Now, we've seen those employed over towards the garage rafters position. And we now see something similar this round as well. Last time, man, they were pretty content in sinking the hard breach on both sides simultaneously, if possible. This time, though, it will be a little bit more of a challenge. No impact EMPs, no Thatcher, so there will be a reliance on Cairo to deal with electrified walls on the Maverick.
Yeah, interesting considering they've tripled down on hard breach as well. Not bring the Thatcher. I think all it does is just delay this a little bit longer. Okay, we shoot that one out. This is an easy open up over towards Con single wall. I do wonder if they might look for a pinch in towards Cash and CCTV, since we did see that setup from Antic. Juicy's going to have to fall back a little bit in logistics, was holding that close. It's not as if you can just walk straight into Con though, and that is still dangerous territory, but you could get a good cross here on the balcony side. Hunter, just cutting one of those keeper barriers. Player very much anticipating some kind of jump out maybe from Jim. Minute 30, much slower approach for Man Esports in comparison to what we saw last time out here on Gym Bedroom. Double stack in towards Cash, playing off that shield facing Kennels. Logic is very much aware that there is a bit of pressure here on this Con side, both on the balcony and also on that Con single wall, which has been open. Cairo makes his way in, so it's not going to hit Jacuzzi at all. Pretty sure that's still closed. Frixel with the opening kill onto Hunter. Easy one there as well onto a sitting Frixel as he got opened up by that keeper barrier being shot out. 60 seconds left. Flash thrown. Logic, yeah, a little bit white, but able to avoid any of the damaging fire that was coming anyway and can hold this position.
Yeah, if Man Esports want to win the round, they need to try and unlock Con. Perhaps have a lurk factor up main or a Logi drop as well, just to apply pressure onto this defensive hold.
Oh,
no one on the Con window.
No one's watching this.
Oh.
Free cross for Logic.
Yeah, he'll be laughing after that.
Well, that might just be the round alone. It becomes so much more difficult. 30 seconds. Scars now at that single wall. They'll get Con clear, although Logic does lose his life. So even though he makes the miraculous cross back to sight, he still loses it. 20 seconds. Not a lot of time remaining, but with the player advantage. Killerman, though, should be good for one. He looks away. Never mind. How to lose a round 101. It's the timing that goes against Antic. Tuhan and Juicy, both with Nitro Cells. Not a lot of time. The plant will be the biggest deciding factor. Tuhan good onto player. Tuhan gets the Nitro Cell, doesn't get the down onto Cairo. Juicy gets the kill, need to deny the plant. It's a 1 versus 1. Juicy, easy swing, easy kill, easy does it for the Don. What is going on Gym Bedroom? It's flip-flop between these two teams.
Yeah, time the biggest factor there at the very end. Man, LFO with some fortunate timing to give them the advantage.
Close.
I can't believe the Nitro Cells weren't particularly effective there. It was the double down. I thought the one from Juicy top main was going to hit the mark. It may have been enough to displace the plant. Ultimately, though, he was able to gun down that final player left to stick in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. After Killerman looked away from Logi Hatch, I thought it was over. I thought it's a 2-on-4. They got the numbers. They get the plant down. But no, credit to the Don, Tuhan as well. And they both are able to win that round. And you're right, the Nitro Cells really weren't the reasoning for it. I mean, to be fair, one of the Nitro Cells got Cairo off the initial plant, which then meant he had to plant later after that and couldn't unstick it. So it still had an impact. We head to the tertiary. Cash and CCTV. Is it overtime or all 3 points for Man Esports?
So as we prefaced before as well, Cash and CCTV is the worst site here on Clubhouse for OCE defense, trailing behind Master Gym, which we previously had 64%, Cash CCTV 58%. Still favorable though for defense, and you would anticipate a team of this caliber in this kind of situation, when the pressure ramps up a little bit, to really stand up, step up in this moment. Last time though, on this site, Man Esports very, very aggressively, spearheaded really by Cairo through the main bridge, then top red, were able to overwhelm site really nicely, and then the two players, Con, could not rotate back with the Grim in play. So there may be a similar tactic employed. We're not going to see Capital from attack. So again, that's suggesting to me that we're likely going to see Man Esports avoid Garage, and if they do play into it, it's going to be a tougher clear without it.
Yeah, I mean, can the Grim alone help facilitate a clear? Probably. Is it easier with the Capital? Absolutely. So if you're not bringing the Capital, what are you bringing instead of that? Double hard breach. To be fair, do you really need double hard breach on Cash and CCTV? Debatable. The line's pretty good though for any kind of entry.
Special charge.
On single wall to get opened up pretty much for free. Same with Kennels. There is no real wall defense here from Antic. No bandit, no mute. Just a denial there with the impact as Juicy's trying to get some damage onto Cairo. This wall's going to get opened up freely. So double stack rafter side at the moment from Antic, looking to double down on this position, which is quite interesting when they don't have the Capital for Man Esports. So this could actually end up being a real strength point for Antic, especially if Man Esports go for a bit more of a con side push. Cairo does find an opening kill onto Tuhan, opens up Con. Does have to take that Guman out, which is taking some unnecessary damage from it due to wanting to get out and drop down. Half health for Cairo. But a good start for Man Esports.
Yeah, double stack rafters. Antic can hold this for now, but if Man Esports elect to go for a plant to the connecting wall into Cash and tuck in, they can avoid that from being a big playmaking opportunity, especially with the lack of ranged plant denial. It's just the Nitro for logic. So they may open this wall and literally plant to the hard right. With a bit of pressure red, that could work. I suppose Frixel, though, is holding Lounge, so there's a bit still for the attack to unlock here. Plenty of time, though, and util to deal with it.
Well, and if they go for that Cash push, I mean, those players' rafters have to eventually try and get involved, and if they do that, you got the CCTV window being held by Man Esports. So they could actually get trapped in rafters without really being able to do a whole lot to actually help deny this plant from being facilitated. This could get real ugly for Antic. Already down a player as well. Grim now using the Hive Launcher to try and clear out this position. Top red, ping, good information. Kara then gets the kill on to Killerman. Man Esports doubling down. This is where that double stack rafters is starting to really lose out, and it is indeed losing out. Hunt with a pistol kill onto Logic. Only 2 players left. There's that push top red. And suddenly Juicy's all by himself in Lounge in a 1v5. An incredibly well-worked attacking round for Man Esports. Ignoring Garage, ignoring rafters. And in that position, if you're ignoring a position that Antic are doubling down on, even better. Less bodies defending Cash and Con. Eventually overwhelming said positions inside of the map. And they are on the verge of collecting all 3 points in this game. It will confine Antic to the bottom 2 or close to it, at least tied, with 2 play days to go. GG called by Cairo. Ooh. GGEs. Great rebuild. Maybe rebuild the retirement home suits you more. Well, there's the trash talking already. 7-5 victory for Man LFO. They're more than happy with that win against Antic Esports. All 3 points collected. And for Antic, unfortunately, now in a position where bottom 2 is a real possibility.
Whew. Wow, what a game. And what a man leading the charge there. Center frame, Cairo gets his revenge, and what a strong attacking half it was from him, especially on that CCTV Cash site. 2 times, back-to-back, big, impactful player. And overall, that attacking half looked really quite convincing for the most part. They just had that clutch factor about them, had that confidence, and Antic Just couldn't match them.
Yeah, and some harsh words there. Chef Jeff basically saying you guys need to head off to the retirement home and be done with it. They've got themselves all 3 points. They got a 9 points. They're currently now tied second for the team. Still looking for an organization as we head back to the couch and see what they have to think.
Well, I have actually heard Chef just quickly message me then saying that the comments about the retirement home weren't actually for the team. It was for the casters on the desk. So moving through this one, though, just overall a really intriguing game, Mandy. I genuinely did not believe that we were going to have a close match after what I saw from the first half of Man LFO. Granted, that last round was a little bit heady going. They did look the goods.
Yeah, they looked really good. To be honest, between these two teams, Man LFO just looked like a better unit, honestly. I felt like the way that Antic were playing was pretty separated, whereas I felt like Man LFO were always on the same page. Not just that, but they were on the same page in record time as well. Yeah. Like, the ideas that they had in play, they were executing, like, really quick. Like, they were super snappy as well. And I felt like it really caught Antic off guard when they just, weren't paying attention and holding the crossfires that they needed to. They really punished that.
And we'll be able to hear a little bit more once we get to the interview, Dev. But one thing that it seems to be quite a strong suit for Man LFO seems to be Hunter. Yeah. Hunter is not only a strong IGL, but a strong fragger as well.
I think that's can probably be said for most, if not all, of this Man LFO roster. And
Fair.
I think it comes a bit down to play style and kind of what you were saying about the team all being on the same page. They love the explosivity. We saw it from Chef Jeff, entry fragging on here, barn a shotgun onto gym bathroom, like from the brief. That's awesome. Cairo did it so often, and I think Cairo's entries, especially just explosively onto the bomb site in unpredictable moments and nailing a couple of quick headshots, really impactful. Hunter can be said the same, and obviously a lot of his role we don't really get to highlight on broadcast because it's much more support focused. But yeah, I think we got a really well-rounded team. I actually want to shout out Scars, believe it or not. He's the one on that roster where he's obviously the newest to the team, and he's a massive rookie. And to think that he's on essentially what is now pretty much confirmed to be a top 3 team.
Yep.
He's been holding his own. I haven't really had many highlight moments from him, but I also haven't had any moments where I can fault him. And I think that this
Say it.
What?
Say it. Say the line.
What's the line?
He's consistently not shit.
Yeah, okay. I was trying not to say that, but you're the one that said it, so I'll take it. Like, you expect a player who's just appeared out of nowhere, out of thin air, to be kind of shit, and he wasn't. And
No.
I'm impressed by that.
No, consistency is key in this league, and one player that's been consistent for a long time, it's his shit talking. It's Chef Jeff. Chef,
Where's
welcome.
my whiteboard? I can't write on my whiteboard. I couldn't find the marker. Hello, everyone.
How are you, my friend?
Disappointed, really. The second best team in the region. Like, what was that?
Oh, you're the third best team.
Well, no, that team. Because you guys have spent the last 3 weeks calling them the second best team, and it's probably the most baseless thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now you've made a bit of a name for yourself, and the roster shuffles look like they've worked out in your favor. How do you feel like it's panning out?
Yeah, look, suffice to say that behind the scenes there is a lot of stuff that we like to change, and it's whatever. But when we get to game day, we lock in and we really do our best to play together, and I think that really shows.
Yeah, Michael, question for you is, what's it been like with the new pickups as well? Like, what's the team culture like? Of course, Mammoth split in half, essentially, at the end of the campaign. So how's the rebuild period been like, and what do you make of your new pickups?
Yeah, well, as everyone knows, Killerman and Frixel split up the ex-Mammoth roster, and I think we were the only team to take a map off of Bliss in regulation, that being in the campaign earlier in the year. And they decided to leave for whatever that was, so we had to make our changes. So we have Gaz as probably one of the better rookies to come in. He's an insanely good player, very gifted entry, and he really follows the role well. Cairo and Player, very solid players. Cairo, the experience shows, and Player is a very reliable shot.
Yeah, just to tag on that question, what's it like versing Killerman and Frixel today?
It really shows that Judd made them. They're nothing without Hunter. It clearly shows they played awfully, and they need to really fix it up if they want to make playoffs.
Big call, man. I do want to ask you another question, though, which is just about the season as a whole for you. Obviously, you started pretty strong. Admittedly, 7-5 against Panic, man. That got me a bit scared there. Almost dropped points against the newest team in the league. 7-4 over Kelton's Knights. That looked like a big deal at the time. Now, maybe not so much since that team has failed to get a win. Then, obviously, really tough game against Bliss 7-2. And then you played Odium. And we didn't get to speak to you after that game. That, to us, was like the 3rd, 4th place match, but maybe now it's more looking like a 2nd, 3rd place match. Tell me about that game. Tell me about what you learned from it and what you're going to do to make sure you actually can steal 2nd place back from them.
Just rolling back. Panic, first game, a lot of jitters, a lot of figuring out what we are as a team on game days. The Kelton's game, we got our quota of 2 rounds of attacks on that. And then we steamrolled the defense half, standard. The Bliss game, expected. We learned a lot. And the Odium game, I think we didn't follow our game plan, and the tech pauses really. We just we really focused on ourselves, and we brought it back this week.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's certainly a statement to make for the rest of the league now. Only two more play days to go before we get into those BO3s. We'll probably talk to you more about the BO3s when push comes to shove. But as per usual, mate, you've got the floor. Anything you'd like to say?
Look, shout out to the Panic Esports roster. Nothing prepares us for a game against Antic Esports like Karma dropping 20 against us in scrims every map. That guy is insane. And yeah, shout out to the boys. Let's go.
Nice and easy, mate. Short and sweet. Thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the campaign.
Thank you so much.
Campaign? I thought the campaign's over.
Yeah, I think it is. I think I might have thrown that one under the bus a little bit. Obviously, their campaign now looks a lot better, Dev.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Man Esports. Obviously, after the campaign, funnily enough, they were looking like the 2nd best team in the region. Absolutely. That Osiris roster was meant to be the 2nd best, then they disbanded. Now they've come back and obviously not looking in hot form. Hey, Antic not even getting a single point out of this game, which is a huge red flag for, as I think it's fair enough. Firstly, I think it's fair enough that we were touting them as the 2nd best team in the region because they were last year for the whole year. And no one really could question that. And I also think it's fair enough that Chef has called us out for it because now it is pretty clear that this is not the 2nd best team in the region, probably not even the 3rd best team in the region. They now actually have a negative win rate, losing to Bliss, 6 targets, and now Man Esports. And big revenge game for the old Cairo as well. Of course, he was on Odium last year, but there was that infamous match that went the distance, and this guy right here lost his 1v1 in the final round to the big log dog, and I'm sure he will be ecstatic to get one up over his former teammate.
Well, lightning doesn't strike twice. That's all I can say. But we've left the best until last. Bliss, they take on Odium, and it's coming up after this short break.
Yeah.
Right, well, it is coming down to what could potentially be the match of the night. I don't know if we topped that game we just saw. How you doing over there, Rocky?
I'm ready. For
You
the
sure?
biggest punch on of the stage, number 1 versus number 2.
That was perfect timing. That could not have gone any better. Already, we've had some pretty close games. Panic with what would be considered somewhat of an upset. Kelton Knights, I mean, they're still 0 points, unfortunately. We are not getting anything out of them this stage, which really goes to show that, you know, old dogs can't learn new tricks. But Antic just not hitting the mark right now, Dev.
Yeah, very much so. I'm actually going to have a look back at the predictions, and I think you called it, mate. You were the only one of us that called the man LFO win.
It was actually the only one I genuinely felt like could happen. I think I went Kelton's Knights and I went Circular Sphere. Actually, no, Circular Spheres I felt.
I reckon CS would be the favoured team.
They
in
were,
that matchup.
absolutely they were. And I thought they were going to do it. I genuinely thought they were going to do it. But
Karma Esports, mate. Karma Esports. Karma Esports in the Farmers League. Karma the Farmer. He doesn't let up.
No.
I always had faith in Panic. I think I picked them for 2 upsets now, maybe 3. And yeah, I really rate that team. I'm really excited to see what Karma can do, especially when some of the other players on this team get kills as well. But yeah, Man Esports, big upset for them in their favor, and really just changed the whole context of this league, right? Yeah. Like, we thought Antic was number 2, Man and Odium are fighting over number 3, and it's definitely not the case anymore. Odium are pretty solidified number 2 now.
yeah, and I mean, look, that might change now. This is their game.
They could be number 1, you saying?
Oh, sheesh. Could you imagine? Could you imagine they actually jump over
I
Bliss?
could not.
I hope so. I hope so. Let's start talking about our final match of the night. Team Bliss take on Odium. And both of these teams, to be fair, have had a decent start. Odium with a small little hiccup, which we'll talk about once we get to them. But Team Bliss have been nothing but flawless. They've had... look, to be fair, they've actually had a couple of closer games, Mandy, but even then, 7-4, 7-3 is not close.
No, absolutely not. These guys have been through and through dominant in Stage 1 so far of 2024. 3 of these 5 players make up the top 5 in the region at the moment, by far and away, Brendo being the first one out. Not only that, but Wetables and Oda combined are equal first in clutches. Of course, they farmed those in the last Kelton's Knights game that they played. That map arguably should have been closer than it was because of how many clutches they'd won out. But yeah, you cannot count any of these guys out because they are the best in the region right now.
And there's just no doubting it, Dev. I think, you know, we joke about using the D word quite often, both internationally and domestically.
So I'm trying to figure out which D word you're talking about, because I know a lot of good D words.
I do know a couple. I do know
Is it
a
the one?
couple.
Is it Dynasty?
That is
That's
that is the
one.
trend. That is the trend. But truthfully, if Bliss continue on this trend, there's undoubtedly, there's no way you could not make them the best team ever come from this region.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look historically, obviously at a time we had Fnatic, but even then they were always contested locally by the wildcard roster when they were Atletico, Auglis, etc. Then we had wildcard for a while, we had Chiefs, but we haven't really had any other team that had a monopoly on this region the way that Bliss do now for as long as Bliss have. And I think Chiefs is probably the next closest. They had a full year where they won everything. everything.
Yep.
But they didn't make as big a splash overseas as Bliss already have.
No. And look, to be fair, it could well continue to trend that way. Obviously, Manchester is calling. Will they pick that call up? I don't know. Maybe. Odium, they are the contenders right now. They're sitting in second place, the only team that came into today outside of 6 points. So this one, for me, Odium have really showed that this roster actually has a lot of bite, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Last week we interviewed President, and he seemed pretty confident that these guys would actually be contending for this Manchester spot. He thinks that the team energy between these 5 has never been better than it was before, and honestly, good for him. I'm really happy to hear that for this guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, these guys look really comfortable in the server. They've got a lot of team flow going. I think that each player is willing to pick up a different role, even their new pickups. One of them is willing to jump on that more supportive role. Quixie's able to get more on the fragging role. It just feels like all the pieces are falling into place for this team right now. They look really good.
Yeah, and look, to be fair, I don't think we could sum it up any better than what this head-to-head looks like, Dev. These two teams really are the best we've got at the moment.
Yeah, and Odium hasn't been perfect, I will say. Obviously, they lost their big game to Panic, but they did get a big win over teams like Man Esports, over 6 targets, some of their close competition. They haven't played Antic yet, so I think that'll be a telling game. But of course, this is the most trying one of them all, playing against Bliss. I believe they play Antic tomorrow as well. I saw a tweet earlier from, I believe it was Prez, saying that this is our big week. And yeah, I just think that they're fired up and ready to go. They lost arguably 2 of their best players coming into this stage in Player and Cairo, who we just saw obviously win with the Man LFO roster. And they picked up Quixie from Desire ESC, the worst team from last year. And also they picked up Dirty, who's played in other FPS games in the past, and both of them have fitted in amazingly. Quixie in particular, he's had some rounds where it looks like Odium's going to lose, and then this guy just finds a 3K.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think it goes to show the nature over nurture kind of comment. You know, when you put the right player on the right team, they can seriously have that kind of performance. And the head-to-head there, Brendo is that exact conversation. We saw him all the way back in the day on Ground Zero, break through the OCL back then, the Challenger League, and started making a name for himself. And then all of a sudden,
same team as Prez, by the way.
Yeah, actually it was too. There you go. That's
the Prez alumni.
Yeah.
Prez alumni.
There's a lot of them around. But it just goes to show, you put the right players on the right team in the right environment, and things start to flow. I think that might actually sum up Bliss nearly perfectly.
Yeah.
They've continued to be a dominant threat throughout this region, and I'm sure they're going to continue to be so in the future. Dev, maps. What are we thinking?
Well, we had a little bit of we put our brains together.
We did.
Oh, I like this.
Obviously, there's a lot of maps in the pool. If you want to eliminate everything, it's going to take forever. We kind of narrowed it down to basically Clubhouse and Chalet, right?
I think it has to be Clubhouse, basically, right?
So 3 clubhouses tonight.
Yeah, I think so.
Or Chalet.
I mean,
I reckon it could be Chalet.
Okay, that's also. Yeah.
So I'm just going to put some context behind that. Odium won pretty convincingly over Man Esports on Chalet, but if they let Clubhouse through, this is basically on Odium. They're going to ban Club as well. So the big call here is that Odium lost Club to Panic. But the 2 maps, is it going to be Bank? Is Bank banned?
No
It
way.
is by Blitz.
It's banned.
Yeah.
So it's not any of the maps that we thought it's going to be. It's
Oh, no.
ended up going to Border, which is a
no.
surprise to me because Odium banned this quite a lot. And the one time that Odium have played this, they actually lost it. And I'm trying to find that result. It was a bloody long time ago. It was back in August. Essentially not the same Odium roster. They lost it to OBL, which is not a great team. So I guess this is just brand new for Odium. They've essentially hidden this and they're trying to take it to Bliss. And this historically has been a great Bliss map.
Yeah, damn, that actually shocks me quite a lot, to be honest. I really thought that Odium would have had a smaller map pool than that. Banning out Clubhouse as their last ban and then being comfortable to go to Border, that's damn, that's pretty gutsy. I'm pretty impressed they were able to do that. Now, will it pay off on this server? Yeah. Yeah. But that's pretty gutsy.
I have a little theory.
I love theories,
I reckon so Bliss historically, they were amazing on Border, especially last year. But when the vertical nades got removed, things changed a lot on how you have to play Border because it used to be about nuking people from below. You look at the last 2 times Bliss has played Border. One of them was against Fury at 6 Invitational, and they lost that map 6-8. The time before that, it was against Space Station at 6 Invitational, and they also lost 6-8. I think Odium have identified a weakness, and I think Odium are ready to take advantage.
Well, they're after blood, but will they get it? The vengeance might be tough to find against such a team like Bliss. We're going to go to your casters now as we head to Border.
I'm actually convinced that the Yapper meter stopped Dev from going on about another 3 minutes of rambling. I'm not gonna lie. I think he had more in the tank, but he has been put on a bit of a leash there and has been halted.
He has very good endurance on the desk, so somebody has to rein him in.
He is. He's a man with stamina, that is for sure. We head to the last game of the night, though. Team Bliss looking to keep their undefeated streak going as they take on second place Odium, who, yeah, I mean, to the credit of Dev and Mandy on the desk, they thought this would be a club or a chalet. Odium said no to both of them.
Whoa, sorry. What?
Well, that's wrong. This graphic cannot be
that's
correct.
wrong. That's fake news.
That has to be incorrect. Yeah, fake news, indeed. Bliss should be at about almost 3 digits, and there's a 1 starting at the end of that digit.
I'd say, to be fair, maybe like an 80-20, but yeah.
Yeah, someone skewed with the voting here, and for those maybe unfamiliar to this region, I am going to add the caveat very quickly. Save your channel points, or spend them every single one of them on Bliss. Actually, you know what? Forget about saving it. If you want to make about 1 extra channel point, just put it all on Bliss. You're not going to get much back, though.
I don't know what the odds would be. I'll have a very quick look if it's up, but I can't imagine. Oh, it's just started.
Oh.
84% to 16%.
It won't stay that way.
There you go.
Yeah, don't put... Did someone put 1 million points on Odium? Oh, no, that's in total.
No, that's... Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Accumulated.
Well,
you get 1 to 6 odds on Odium.
I mean, you do get 1 to 6. You guys are some incredible gamblers. That's all I'm saying. Dirty says, have fun in chat. Last game of the night here. Odium attacking first here on border. Yeah, maybe not the map where we're expecting to go to. All the DevMarta match tracker history says this is a bit of a surprise, at least from Odium's perspective. But I also think going to the more established maps, Club and Chalet, probably just plays into the hand of Bliss anyway.
As a wise man once said, theory will only take you so far.
Who's that wise man?
Pretty sure that was Oppenheimer.
It certainly wasn't me. Well, I'm not a wise man.
I don't think you'd be smart enough to pull off the scientific feats that he did, but
close. Maybe in another lifetime.
Your commentary can be explosive.
Yes, that's true.
Brava and Zero off the board. Now, we always talk about Team Bliss, their ability to gain and then play off information. Both the Brava and Zero are great at both collecting and denying info, so intriguing to see them both off the board for the attack. Team Bliss will ban Solace. I bet all of my channel points plus my life on it, and there we go. Azami also taken down, and that will just reduce the number of play-making positions for defense. You think about things like the break extension and other various positions around the map will be weakened in the absence of those Kiba barriers. Eager to jump into this one, though. The results on border have skewed the numbers, no doubt, but this has actually been a very heavily attacker-sided map so far.
Is it actually attacker-sided, or is it more just...
it's very attacker-sided.
How many times have we seen it? You know,
take a punt. It's been seen twice.
Like 55% in favor of attack?
I mean, a bit higher.
Oh, really? A bit higher?
Actually, quite a bit higher.
Really? Like 70%?
Yeah, 76.
Oh my goodness! We've seen
17 rounds.
17 rounds, and it's 76%. Well, who are the games?
And Armory Archives has a defensive win rate of, guess what?
I mean, at this point, like, what, 30%?
Lower.
No way.
13.
13?
8 plays. What? So this would be the greatest clutch in esports if Bliss win this side.
This is an OCE league, and you said 4 plays?
2.
Oh, 2.
Again, the results skew the data.
Jeez.
Hey, we've got to make it fun somehow. We've got to give Odium a lifeline in this match, Jake. Come on.
Bliss are about to demolish those attacker-sided statistics as they begin on the defense here at border.
I'm not convinced.
I'm pretty convinced. In fact, I'm going off of all of the historical knowledge that we've got of this roster. Going to Copenhagen, Atlanta, our side, top 8 team in the world, undefeated this stage, defending first on border. Yeah, there's a little bit of data that says to me that Bliss should fix the stats there on border at this stage.
They beat Wolves. Wolves beat W7M. Therefore, Bliss top team in the world, not top 8.
Okay, yeah, no,
they just got robbed of the hammer.
I can't dispute math. Happen. Little early engagement here.
And into this round with Monty and the Ying in play. There's every point in which this could be a very direct hit over towards Archives. They're sneaking into that position, posturing early. Emps as well to potentially deny information and things like Fenrir mines as well. So keep an eye on Odium here. They could look to go for a fairly direct hit. And I honestly think that could be the play against Bliss. With a lot of moving parts, sometimes you can risk overcomplicating things. So we'll see if this works.
Yeah, Quixie will look to stand in front, save them plays from behind, gets the plant down, air jab to go out to stop any kind of close swing There's the plant now. This is so far working. Candela did go out from Dirty through the window. Push does come through eventually by Wettables on the board and gets a nice kill, then the second as well. Plant has been successful, but it's a 2-on-5 at this point. If Wet wants, he could just try and stick it nice and early. And Save does get swung. I mean, lovely pressure immediately from Team Bliss. They're not wasting any time. Dirty, does he even know that Wet is on it? Probably not. In through the chaos. Only one team makes it out, and no surprise, it's Team Bliss. Not a bad effort from Odium by any stretch of the imagination, but Bliss are always going to be ready and prepared for that kind of play on that site. It's not completely out of the ordinary, and I thought they played that really well.
Yeah, I mean, losing pressure there on Archive's window proved very, very costly. It then meant that the Monty had to protect the planter, which he did for the most part, but eventually died. 2v5 post. Very, very, very difficult to hold on to that. And Bliss, I mean, yeah, they're going to make every use of that. Really good presence of mind to shut that down and get immediately back on that kit for the counter defuse. So good first round from Team Bliss. And the oversimplification there from Odium goes punished.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Bliss there was how quick they got the pressure onto the balcony, not really allowing Odium at any point to get into a proper post-plant position. And Wettables' aggression was incredibly calculated too in trying to deny that plant. Got the double, although plant did go down successfully. It was then very swiftly able to get onto that for counter defuse. Very fast start into the second round we go. It's Veto Workshop, so once again extension up above in towards Lockers and Archives. Bliss might employ a little bit more of the roam game in this particular round in comparison to what we saw in the first round. Odium are going to have to be ready for that. Flank watch through the Nomad once again with the air jabs. Just the solo hard bridge with President on the ace. No EMPs. Batteries employed from Sage on the Bandit. And it's a top east stairs entry once again here for Odium. Although this time on the correct side, stairs side.
Oh. Well, a small opportunity presents itself to Save to find the entry in this round, but not capitalized upon. A very small opportunity at that, but Bliss often don't present many of those. Control the east stairs. It goes uncontested by Team Bliss, and understandably so. No Azami in play, which is typically used to fortify that spot.
It's on the other side of the map, though. I mean, at this point, this is not a position you need to defend if you're Bliss. So, oh my goodness, come on. Oh, Quixie's making a meal of this, and then the goo mine. There we go.
I mean, he can apply good horizontal pressure from that point as well.
Yeah.
Some was used to counteract the castle util. Electrification, though, in towards Archive. Sage with a pre-ripped Nitro, and he can lob that over to the single window. And if he times his mark right, he could find the hard breach.
There's the previs as well in this day and age. Double reinforced off as well with both batteries, not getting that opened up. No Thatcher employed.
Well, I mean, look at it. 4 have dropped for horizontal with 1 posted above for the flank.
I wonder if they're getting baited into the fact there's not much defensive pressure on the horizontal.
Now they're coming back up. Okay, so I think they've changed their minding once more.
They've still got one down for sure. Oh, that's a good shot from Bap and top waiting. Gets that kill. And I think they're going to go for a double here. Down below and up above. Saved up close. Does catch Fisher Guy. A lot of control now for Odium. Their border can open up if you can start to find a couple of kills. Wet does get one. Although I think he makes the right call of actually staying down below through customs, knowing there's a lot of pressure on the horizontal by Odium. And I wonder if he makes his way over towards waiting. Maybe through main. No, actually back up main stairs.
And then they have 2 drones. So these positions from Team Bliss will be 4 to 5, but not unless they walk into line of sight. Sage caught off.
Good push with Quixie. Quixie was there initially. We saw the bathroom entry and then able to push through, open up. Got coupled up with President. Now looking for the plant. Oda. Yeah, I mean, this is where Wettables is got to try and retake up above. Can he deny? Oh, easily.
Oh, no.
Easily. And Oda does his job as well. On site down below, Wet swings through and suddenly Bap it in a 1v2. Not a lot of time remaining either. Goomine stepped on. Has to take that out. 15 seconds to try and recover this round through Workshop. He's got no idea. Does not have a clue where Oda is. Trying to find him. The goo mine already gave away that position. Bliss win the round. And only in which Bliss could do so. Down 5-3. They had lost 2 players early. They gave up horizontal. They were losing Ver, and yet they still managed to win it.
I mean, I said it before, and I'll say it again, and we'll probably say it multiple times throughout this match. You are not going to get many opportunities against Bliss, and when they present themselves, you have to convert. You have a Nomad on the board. and a player's been allowed to flank top metal. You had somebody outside on office balcony doing nothing at that point in the round. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's against a team like Bliss. If there's any pocket of space that they can take to get themselves back in a round-winning position, you can bet your bottom dollar that they are going to find it. It's one of their strengths. It's why they're the best in the region. Odium played so well up until that point. Their ability to read the map, you know, teeter between horizontal, vertical, won the opening engagement, applied really good pressure, flushed out Sage despite now only having 2 drones left, and that's probably why the flank watch was weakened. So close yet so far for Odium. Second on the standings, and that storyline ringing true already in this match.
Yeah, and it's incredibly indicative of this team. Team Bliss are able to do so well internationally because they're just naturally a team that don't make many mistakes. I mean, fundamentally, as a core of 5, they play really well together, good coordination as a unit. They don't, again, make many mistakes. So when they do get opened up a little bit, in this region especially, you need to punish that. Now, at the top level, that's the kind of round Bliss will lose. To a Wolves, an SSG, whatever, they would have lost that round, and they would have felt like, okay, we left some holes in that defense. But I mean, that's the kind of round, I mean, Odium just kind of thrown that away. Going for the plant, never really cleared sight, so one stays below. Oda then gets that kill because you didn't clear sight. You were too worried about getting the plant down. You then didn't think about the flank back up through the vert because you thought you cleared it. So it's these little things. You didn't quite tick that checklist fully off. We'll see if Odium can respond here into the 3rd round. And by the way, that was also tertiary side. That was Vent Workshop. So now we go over to Talers.
No doubt we'll be keeping a keen eye on Saved for the next few rounds. He'll be key on entry and has been in the past for this team. Rocking the ARX ACOG combo, which is very dangerous at the moment. Potential gunfight over towards CCTV, but Oda peels back from that position. Reinforcement in pocket and can fortify Fountain off. That will give space potentially to this attack. And Brendo, wow, caught off again. And that's 2 opening duels going against Brendo, one of the best players in the region at the moment.
There's not much Brendo could do there because I made the same analogy in the last round. He doesn't shoot because he doesn't get intel. You don't want to just randomly spam the barricade, gives away position. Bappin just gets a bit fortunate. I think he obviously had a bit more information as to Brendo's whereabouts. I don't think Brendo's done much wrong there. It's just a really nice kill from Bappin. Does give Odium again, 2nd round in a row, player advantage on a map like Border. Got to make the most of this. Saved, aggressive through customs. They can get, again, that kind of pinch up above and down below. It's very reminiscent of as to what we saw in that last round. They got pressure on first floor and also on the bot floor, but then it's Wedables and Oda again. Deja vu. With 1:20 left, it's 3 versus 3. Oda and Wedables are making an absolute meal of Odium here. 7 and 3. They got 10 combined into the 3rd round. Oda.
And again, 1 drone left. Last round there was only 2. So the drone economy here, despite the Solace being banned, is really quite poor for Odium as Quixie finds that pick. Oda still top east. Now needs to make a decision whether or not to peel back and elects to do so, but Pinch is saved inside of lobby alongside Fisho.
Play sight, that's all you got to do. 50 seconds left, play off of each other. Dirty also has stepped on a goo mine, took a bit more unnecessary damage. So both up above right now for Odium and both down below for Bliss. 45 seconds left, Hatch can be played. Trying to find some more information, which is pretty decent. May as well make the most of this. Still a bit of time, Kit will get retrieved, top east. They are both going to have to drop though. The question is, does one go hatch? Does one then go through lobby? Dirty holds the angle. Very low as well, by the way. Dirty's not going to be able to survive much. He needs to basically hit headshot immediately. Love the little frag play. There's the goo mine stepped on. Easy swing from Fisher guy. He's good in the clutch. Through waiting comes Quixie. Not a lot of time. Needs to find the double. Fisher's quite low. Oda will have to go down very quickly. So Oda just has to hide at this point. Does stand up, then goes prone again, gets the information. They know exactly where Quixie's going to be coming from. Slips into lobby. Not a lot of time remaining. F not mine. Easy swing for Fisher guy on the Fenrir. And Bliss will make it 3-0.
It's a late round diff. Bliss just do not put a foot wrong in these kind of situations. Even in the 2 versus 2 there was an opportunity for Odium to try and put somebody on an island. Yet they drop hatch. Quixie was nowhere near a tradable position at that point, so there was, the communication fell short in the late round there, and they worked so hard early on. Again, opening duel goes their way.
We're gonna have the same conversation we had with Man Esports, where it's like, oh, the scoreline doesn't really tell the story. The rounds were close.
The rounds aren't close. Like, they're not. Sure, the early round is making
They just had 2 rounds in a row with a 5 versus 3.
But the late round is so convincing from Bliss.
That's the difference, yeah.
So yes, man count's one thing, but a 2 versus 2, if you get slammed like that, it's actually not close.
Yeah. There's not many teams in this, well, there's only one team in this league that you still feel confident even in a 3 versus 5 on the defense, it's Bliss every time of the week.
Every time.
You need to still do so much more, and that's what makes them such a juggernaut in this region. And now you imagine a world in which you don't get those opening 2 kills because they've had it back-to-back rounds now. So this is a world in which Bliss go back to fundamentally the toughest site to win for the attacking team. What if they get an opening kill or 2? And suddenly then you just feel so constricted as the attacking team. You've had 2 rounds in a row where on a map like Border, you got a 2-player advantage. They can't find round wins. That's quite concerning.
I mean, all it takes is for Brendo to maybe have a little bit more luck go his
He's
way.
0-2. How often are you going to play against Bliss and Brendo goes 0-2?
Yeah.
Sage is 0-2.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting an opportunity right now, Odium, but you're 3 rounds down. It speaks volumes of Bliss, though, more than anything.
Yeah, Wedable's fragging out. We know the potential that he has. He's shown it on the international stage as well. And poised for another very strong domestic match here.
Odium don't look scared, though. I mean, to their credit,
yeah,
I think they've been playing fine. We talk about the late round execution difference between the 2 teams, but their early round has been good. They found kills. They are more than happy to try and get themselves inside of the map nice and early, nice and quick. They don't fear Team Bliss. So that's kind of the observation I've got of them. So it's very easy to speak highly of Odium right now, but the reality is, for a team that's in second, you're 0-3 down to the team in first, and you want it to be a bit of a contest. Good top east stairs control again for Odium. 2 rounds in a row. They've been up 5-3. What can this round now offer? Massive stack on this north side. And that's another opening kill for Bappin onto Brenda. I mean, he's got him in his pocket right now.
Yep. Sage trying his best to trick the triple wall, but eventually falls off. Wall open up.
What the hell is going on? It's 5 versus 3 again!
Surely not. Surely not a Bliss round.
This is where Wedable's like, oh, okay.
If I have to.
If I have to, for the 3rd time in a row, Oda insecurity. Good angle. Just shot the hand of Saved as he's throwing that flash, which was ineffective. Makes the cross successfully. Bappin says no to Wedables this time. 5 versus 2. Not often we see teams dismantle a Bliss defense. But arguably for the 3rd round in a row, Odium are kind of doing it. This time now it's all about the late round execution. Surely, Sage activated, big kill. Him and Oda certainly more than capable in a 2 versus 4 with 60 seconds on the clock. Odium are not out of the woods yet, and they know it. What is that from Quixie?
Guys, come on.
Oh my goodness. Drop down from Oda. Easy kill onto Quixie. Position was given away, but he has lost Sage. Needs to get the ace now to win the round. 5 kills for Oda. Plant now from President. Bit of information. The bailiff is out, but he's not going to stop this. No way. He doesn't. And surely from here, Odium will get on the board. Bot main, there's 1. 2 more to go, though. Oda in a post plant. Up main. Needs to go quick. This whole process needs to be quick.
I mean, they've killed back to the perfect position, so breaking this cross is going to be almost impossible for Oda.
23 seconds for Oda, pushing through Archives, has cleared out Fountain, makes his way through. Kit at the bomb chassis, spotted, easy swing, easy kill? No, not easy at all. Dirty, finally, for Odium. Finally. This time they do not mess up the 5 versus 3 start in the round. This time they get the round win that they feel has been coming, has maybe been deserved earlier in this match. 1-3 on the scoreboard, but it's now 3 out of 4 rounds they've had a 5-on-3 start into a round.
Yeah, I mean, the early round is really phenomenal. Odium are applying so much pressure onto Bliss. It's very rare that we look at a defensive unit of Bliss, and you know, part of it is Border, but where they look, you know, a little bit intimidated and a little bit unsure, and getting caught off guard from positions where they're not actually even directly dueling their opponents, they're just dying. Mounting response in the late round has been a very different story, though, and even in that position, with such a huge advantage, I was still of the mindset of, wow, Bliss could bring this back. You know, you never know. The Oda Sage combo, they started to get things going. We saw Quixie fumbling with flashbangs, bot metal, and it just felt like surely from here, maybe Bliss could do something crazy once more, but eventually Odium were able to connect that default pattern, get the plant down behind the chassis, and it was a well-played post from there. So good confidence-building round for them. And it's just about maintaining that same pressure early round and then backing themselves in late round.
Most importantly as well on a primary site in Armory and Archives. To the 5th round, repeat as well for Team Bliss. Odium will look to emulate what they did in that previous round, try and do it again. And are looking now essentially for their 4th round in a row where they're trying to find an opening kill. have been outstanding on this balcony play. Bliss have not been able to answer it. But this time,
he's back.
On cue, they finally have answered it. And Brendo also getting that kill onto Bappin. That must feel good for a player. He has been shut down by Bappin this entire half. Gets one back. This time he wins the battle, holds onto security, makes this round now so much harder for Odium. Down a player, Bappin's been fragging. He's been a big reason why you've been in these rounds, why you won that last round. Can they get the kill onto Brendo elsewhere, not from Bappin?
Yeah, this is where you get really tested as an attacking unit. And we'll see how Odium go about isolating players now with the disadvantage. They'll have to be taking a couple of risks, you would assume, in this round. Brendo in box. They have flashbang util and a read on this position off the back of those drones.
There's 3 drones left, by the way, with 2 minutes.
Yeah, the drone economy from Odium has been, you know, startling low. Last round it was a little bit better. I think they had about 4 or 5 remaining late round, but yeah, chipped away at this time. Fisho doubles down for Bliss.
Yeah, moving around the map a little bit better as well. Bliss looked a little more free. Lovely nitro assault from Brendo. The utter dominance that we typically expect from Bliss certainly happening in this 5th round. The earlier round wins for them have all been scrappy, playing from behind, clutching up, good end of round mechanics and fundamentals. Bappin with a classic.
I think he might be lying.
Hint.
Will Bliss fall for it though?
I don't think I mean, like, the thing is, the amount of time someone has said that a player's AFK, how often are they actually AFK? Very rarely. I'm not talking about this game, by the way, right now, but I'm talking in general. Ranked experience, casual experience, or whatever. Saved in a 1 versus 4 after getting that kill onto Sage. Half health position known into officers. He's pretty much just expecting someone to swing him, someone to be close by, but all down below. By the way, I thought it was up above, but I was wrong. They did get a vent workshop, interestingly enough. And, well, pressure from above, though, so strong from Bliss. Certainly a site that isn't as prevalent, but Bliss look like they've cooked up and have got a good defensive strat for. Playing it well in the vert up above. Good extensions. I mean, border can feel like a very small map at times, and I think what Bliss can typically do is make it feel very difficult to move around, and you could see at the end there, Save just had nowhere to go. That was free. Final round of the half final round of the half coming up. Bliss looking to make it 5-1. I did say it was going to be the stats that would get fixed up a little bit.
Yeah. You're right. Oh, the other stat as well in this game, if Odium want a 2-4 split and keep the game alive, they must win the entry. They have to win that entry battle. They didn't look anything remotely close to winning that previous round after Brendo got the first onto Bappin. Bappin has had his number largely throughout this game. And so for me, that's going to be a large proponent of the round. Now, I don't want to completely rule out Odium and say it's the end of the world if they lose the entry, but unless it's quickly traded or they get some kind of ground elsewhere, it's probably going to be another case of the round compounding against them.
It'd be so infuriating as a player when you're someone like an Odium. You're 3-1, you've had a great stage, you're playing well, these are really good players. Fundamentally, as a core team, I think they've got a nice lineup.
5 seconds remaining.
Beating everyone, you're winning, and then Bliss are just existing. They just exist. They're just naturally better across the board as a team, individually. But that, though, is something that Bliss had to deal with a couple of years ago. Not necessarily this core 5, but certainly a lot of these players. All of these players at one point or another were either tier 2, were bottom of OCN. The Rise eventually does make its way through if you persist enough, if you've got that hunger and drive. I mean, look at Oda. Used to play with Repix, now he's gone to SIs. You can turn your life around very quickly. I mean, look at Rob. He's hosting at SIs. I mean, seriously. Anyone can do anything, apparently.
The sky is the limit. Speaking of sky, phenomenal observing. Border is a very difficult map to observe, so shout out to our man Skizzle, Cthulhu as well on the free cam. But quite an early round between these two. Often at this point, we've already had an early engagement. Either way. Typically, Bappin onto Brendo, and it may well be another duel between the two, with Brendo top east, Veto, though, has that cross with Castle Barricade. His position now a little bit more under pressure. Oda also top floor. Saved could also be the one, though, to get into some action here. He has a position top metal stairs, although may need to project that if he wishes to move forward. Minute 30. No cause for concern for either team so far. It'll be a case of how much information of Odium being able to gather. They at least this time around have 7 drones still remaining, which is a big improvement, but it is Brendo onto Bappen, falls off the side and wins the pick.
The young goat. Oh, a shot from Saved on the Wettables. 60 seconds left, but yeah, not even remotely close to sight is Saved. Does need to clear, still up above. Couple of players, I think
Oda's
it was one
dead.
close right. Oda, no, he's not dead. He does get the kill onto Saved. Goes for the drop shot. He does drop, though, and gets shot. 3 versus 3. Dirty, quite low. Bit of 90 control, but again, still not quite close. The bathroom towers are Dirty and President. Where's Quixie? Well, he's a little bit closer. Has a drone coming his way. Certainly the drone economy looks a little bit healthier in this round for Odium, but 40 seconds left. Got to get off those drones. Push down into waiting. Fisher holding sight of the Fenrir. He is very much a figure that will be hard to dislodge. Oh, what a shot from Brendo. Quixie was lurking in through lobby. Now a bit of a rush over towards top east, and Brendo's ready for it up close against Dirty. President with all to do in a 1v3, drops and then drops to the floor dead. 5-1 half for Team Bliss. In the end, no one remembers those 5-3 starts for Odium. No one remembers those great entries in that half. Only look at the scoreboard. That's all that counts, and that's all that matters. Bliss, incredibly dominant in that half.
And again, if you are new to OCE,
almost got him. He almost got him.
Potentially your first time watching, this is a battle currently between first and second. And this is how one-sided it is at the moment. And goes to show how good Bliss are, how much they've been able to improve with their experience overseas. And really highlighting the benefit of a team that's stuck it out together. Veto has been a phenomenal addition to the team most recently, has slotted in real nice. He's cooled down a bit. He had 7 kills to start very early on.
Yeah, it was 7-1.
Yeah, just on the 8. I say just on the 8. Still equal top fragging for the team.
Brendo's the big one for me, though, considering he, for all intents and purposes, was getting dominated by Bappen on a lot of those entries. And his job is to kind of hold these denial on a lot of those entry positions, and losing that meant things were a little bit more vulnerable for Odium. It's very easy, especially for young players, to maybe drop your head a little bit, but he just, I imagine, calm and composed, didn't really affect him. He got himself back into the game, started like 0-3 or something, and now he's 5-3. Big turnaround for, I'm going to start calling him the young goat. I think there's every I think there's every opportunity in this region.
Oh, shit. Brendo's got like 3 months in him, and then he's going to be shit. You've just ruined his career.
Well,
you've done it before, and you're going to do it again. Jake, I thought we talked about this.
All right. I won't hype him up too much.
Okay, good. Thank you. He's mid. He's mid.
He's not mid.
He's not, but I can say he's good. You can't.
You can. Well, let's see what Odium can maybe do on the defense themselves here, and whether or not they can kind of deny Bliss from being able to get swift entries, open up sight, which they can typically do very much at ease, playing into that Montang. I do wonder if they're going to try and emulate the strat that we saw from Odium in the opening round of Armory and Archives. Look to get a swift plant behind the Montang. They've got the Grim, along with the air jab from the Nomad for Brendo. And the way they're shaping up right now does kind of lean to suggest they're going to go for some kind of play akin to this. Fisho now makes his way into Archives, and he goes for the backwards plant. The bit of that vert, though, not going to come through. Never mind, it does. Nitro Cells are perfect here from Odium. Pick up from Sage immediately onto the diffuser. Hive Launcher has pinged out a couple of players. Sage actually goes for the kills, let alone the plant. He has got the kit. Another ping information at the back. You don't swing this, though, if you're Quixie. Saved with a nice kill onto Oda. And this is perfect. I mean, really, really smart from Quixie that he doesn't swing. Let the others that are closer do the work. President gets the kill onto Sage. And the round is essentially forfeited as Vettables is over towards bot main, making his way up. In a 1 versus 4, shoulder peek, information. They now know where he is. 90 seconds left. He doesn't have kit. Very little hope. The push does come through, and Bappen gets the kill. Odium with a big round there.
Bravo. That's really well played. You saw the set play there from Bliss, centered around the turtle plant from the Monty. Vettables outside, lining up the Bs, which make it very difficult for those players inside of Archives to swing and deny. That's why the double Nitro was so critical in that round. Odium did not put a foot wrong. Perfectly played, lobbed over. They couldn't deny from below with Oda lurking. And so the win condition there from Odium was exactly the one in which they played into. So phenomenal round from them defensively and a really good response to Bliss. And as you alluded to as well, they didn't then overstep the mark in the late round. There was still that opportunity and still that lingering feeling that the likes of Sage and Wettables, that combo, could try and bring it back with the Grim Info on board and the positions they held, but Odium didn't overplay their hand. They did a phenomenal job closing out that round. And again, if they could just chip away this half and continue to apply pressure on Bliss, they might see them crumble. It's very unlikely, but there's always that possibility if they can keep it alive.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to lose as well. I mean, been saying for quite a while, for this region, it's very much a matter of just forfeiting the 3 points to Bliss in your calculations for top 6 and playoffs and seeding and all of that, because across the board, everyone has lost to them. So you're not really worried. You're not sitting back going, oh, the 3 points or anything along those lines. But for Odium, the more rounds that you can get in, it's almost like your training partner, your sparring partner in an official. I mean, I know they scream and everything, but it's a different feeling when you're at an official server with something on the line. So the more rounds you can get in against a team like Team Bliss, it's incredible practice that you can take eventually into the playoffs. Learn from them, the way they play, the way they move around the map, some of the strategies employed. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, I know it is 2-5, but Odium don't look lost. Like, they don't look completely like a shaken opponent.
No. Confidence isn't the issue for the team. It's really just late round fundamentals that have proved costly in this match, which is the story for every team in O's comparatively to Bliss. It's just the nature of where Bliss are and the other 7 teams are at. And a lot of that off the back of international experience. It's saved again to get the entry. Sage, the danger man, also dealt with. It's been a rough game for him thus far. Can Odium convert another entry advantage in this game?
Yeah, didn't even see he used any of those logic bombs either, so poor entry here from Bliss. I mean, getting themselves close to sight. Clearly a game plan employed with the Montang, but a nice kill. Bappin could actually just completely ruin him from behind had he been able to just drop down. I don't know why he's looking to swing that left side, but he had a player there and saved, and then eventually trades him. Brendo does lose his life, and this is when you've got the man advantage, you've got the numbers, you can just start to overwhelm the attacking team. Odium have played these positions so well. I think Bliss tried to take a bit of a shortcut approach, a little bit lax there momentarily, could have lined up top east. Wettables could have been on for 2. He's not, only got the 1. Really nice shot from Bappin to close that round out, but I mean, what's with the double push underneath bottom east stairs looking into sight in towards towers when you haven't cleared up above?
Yeah, I mean,
that's not like Bliss at all.
It's back-to-back attacking rounds now from Team Bliss where they've had a set play which is intended to be very direct in towards the objective that has been disrupted very early on and has given them very little breathing room with little control elsewhere to then recover the round in a Team Bliss-esque fashion.
Take your time, just clear.
Odium did a phenomenal job to get the opening pick and then to choke them in that position. They had no exit route from bot waiting. They had nowhere to go. That's why Oda eventually tried to make his way up top east. Fell himself into a cross. Wettables as well, lurking around, also caught off, although it was quite irrelevant at that point of the round. So that's back-to-back rounds now from Odium. Very strong defensively. If they can triple down here on the tertiary, I don't know. It makes things very intriguing.
I will say, I think also Save getting that kill onto Sage is actually really important because you're shutting down the Dockerbee. Therefore, any kind of roam clear becomes a bit more difficult without those logic bombs. Not impossible by any means. Yeah, 3-5 and a scoreline that's far more apt and fitting now. I think an Odium like 7-1 loss or 7-2 loss wouldn't have been quite fitting to the way they played. What the frick? Okay, James Devmana?
Well, it's not every day of the week you see OBS blockers in Siege. Even at the competitive level, they're not a particularly popular piece of utility, but the config there to make the drone across from office in towards is found to position quite difficult. And so we see Saved place down 2 ADS devices to hold down this spot. So this will be a key part of the map for Odium throughout this round. And in response, Team Bliss will, more than likely, if they want to contest, have to dump util in there.
I mean, they're going to have to contest up above. No more direct hits or no more horizontal play from Bliss. They're just going to have to back themselves in to win the gunfights against Odium. I can't imagine they're sitting here thinking they can't. Do love that little hold, though, especially with the mirror window. That one, though, easily dealt with by Sage. Quixie with an uh-oh in chat. Not sure what that may be in reference to. Could be playing mind games, potentially, against Team Bliss in this 9th round. 3-5 scoreline. Oda. Well, again, very much playing this first floor. Opportunity. Goomine stepped on, though. Gives away position and an entry point here 8-4 and 5 was really impactful to begin this game. It has also cooled off a little bit.
I mean, they may not want to play it all into the mirror config with the fountain hold and the ADS devices. They might not want to, but I think
they're going to have to.
Ultimately, Bliss will need to apply some pressure there. Otherwise, it's incredibly reliant on the lurk from Oda down below, and his position's already known. So,
hey, it's not often you see Bliss a little bit hard stuck outside, but right now, just taking their time to look to find a clearer entry, especially into Armory. 90 seconds left, still 5v5, but where's the map control for Bliss? It's, well, non-existent right now. Trying to play into the drone game, but only 3 drones remain.
Yep.
Very similar to what we saw from Odium on their attacks, and, well, you kind of pointed out the economy there of the drones. We'll do so now for Bliss, because it's not looking good.
A lot of angle holding at the moment. They're trying to garner a bit of info with the remaining drones to try and formulate something, but this is tough. Bliss look a little bit stalled out. Oda's the first time to make a move.
No drones. They have no drones with 60 seconds left. None.
Well, you got to play reactive and then around the Grim.
No information. Oda looks like he's just trying to make something happen down below. Weddles has also left the game. Everything right now not quite working for Bliss, and another uh-oh from Quixie. Nothing that Bliss can do about it in this round without Wettables. Now down a player. Oda. No information off that Hive launcher. 1 canister left. They've lost Sage. Falling apart quite literally at the seams right now for Team Bliss on Border. Oda with a good angle gets the kill onto President, and with that, the round opens back up.
Yeah, 30 seconds though. Fisho eventually will probably need to go for plant, but that position of Dirty, unknown. Oda will trade it.
No, he won't! Don't make assumptions! Oda losing his life, and with that, the round most likely to 1v4 now for Brendo. Wettables has returned, but only to see that his team has gone up in flames. He loses his life, 4-5, and Odium just may be sensing an opportunity for an upset on the cards here to close out Play Day 5. Bliss losing their advantage of 5-1, now 4-5. I told you it'd be defensive Border.
Yeah, I mean, Odium are locked in. I mean, taking a snapshot at right when Wettables DC'd, unless they had something cooking that we did not see, it did not look great for them. Hard Breach was hard to come by. They had no drones remaining. Oda was trying his best to unlock something horizontally, but an opportunity didn't present, and Gumines was stalling his push out. There wasn't a lot going for Bliss in that round. They looked incredibly static from a team that often does not. So that's a credit to Odium. They've looked rock solid so far in the last 3 rounds, and they're putting a real contest up against Bliss. Now, again, not to get too excited yet, because Bliss would have learnt from those last 3 rounds. So unless Odium have alternate strats that will be in preparation for when Bliss inevitably switch things up, they could walk away with it from here, but very much positives to be taken away so far for Odium. Oh, Quixie, what Town Hall level? It's not in focus, I can't see. Great.
I'm also trying to look at Wettables and his particular screen at the moment, because I believe he is the one we are waiting for.
Oh, there's some strats there, I think. Oh, hashtag leaks. I can see that's definitely the strat book. I'd pay good money for that. Oh, Saved's on it too.
Well, you know what the issue is, though, with this for Odium? It's not really an Odium thing. It's more of a Bliss thing. It's so hard to really gauge the confidence level of can they do it.
Oh, that's a nice COC.
I don't know what I'm looking at here.
That's nice.
I don't know what I'm looking at here. Are they like big towns or something?
Oh,
like
they're massive.
Massive?
Yep.
Okay, interesting.
They're
Well, it doesn't look
real
like Wettables should be too much longer. He's now loaded back in. That's the hard part. That takes the longest.
I mean, I thought he'd already returned, so I guess maybe there's a rehost or something. I'm not sure, but
Well, from what I can see, I don't know actually. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like one gets in, then another one leaves, and then I think we're going to a rehost now. So 4-5 right now here on Border. Final game of the night. We don't want to go too far. We're heading to a break to get this sorted out. When we come back, though, we will see. Can Odium pull off the upset of the stage? Alrighty, short break, a little interval. No rehost, fortunately, so we do get to keep the KDA numbers, which is always a pleasant surprise. Maybe just allowing the anticipation to just simmer a little bit here at 4-5 round 10. Certainly an opportunity here for Odium. Guz, they are up with every kind of chance of stealing this one. And in terms of what it could do for Odium, they would be the only other team that could contend for the #1 seed at the end of the group stage if they beat Bliss here and get all 3 points. They need to win the next 3 rounds in a row to do so. On defense and over to Armory and Archives here in this 10th round. But for Bliss, they've been in these kind of positions before, and every single time they usually go on and just win the next 2 rounds and finish this one off.
Usually.
I also did tell everyone to put like every single channel point on Bliss this game. So
you could get 1 to 6 odds on Odium channel points for this game.
I also did say at the start of the night, don't bet channel points in this region, so yeah. I'm not liable.
Send all your hate mail to @ZenoxCasts on Twitter.
Oh, early pressure from Oda.
Oh, saved!
Oh! Saved! Death from above! And almost reared off his teammate, but allows him entry into Fountain. Well, Oda has not quite been able to make it work on this half. It was great, though, defensively for Bliss. I mean, to be fair, he was very close to getting himself to double-digit kills, but not to be. Brendo looking for entry into top east, and suddenly we're on very much for a big game here. Pressure on Bliss to subvert any kind of upset.
Yeah, almost anything that can go wrong has been going wrong in terms of entry for Bliss in this matchup. Saved really stepping up. Bappin's had his good moments as well. But Bliss love fighting from behind, even in 5 versus 3.
What's going on?
Let's see how Odium go about locking out this round.
Saved and Bappin are just on a heater. It's another 5 versus 3, not for the first, second, or third time in this match.
And they have 7 drones up. So.
And they know exactly where Quixie is, but what can you do about it? Not a whole lot. They haven't been able to deal with this mirror window. Information there for Bliss, but playing off it. It's another story. Sage goes for the swing. Desperate times call for desperate plays, but he gets the down and the confirmation. Massive kill from Sage, but he loses his life to a Nitrocell from President. Werdables through 90, already top medal. But watching through the hole, it's Bappin in Fountain. President is pumped and Odium tie it up 5-5. Bliss sweating here.
Where's
the timeout? I mean, at this point, it has to come, and it does immediately. As I mentioned it, they need to talk things over. 4 rounds in a row to Odium.
Yeah.
Are we about to witness the upset of the stage? The darlings of OCE, the champions, the top 8 team in the world. 2 rounds away from losing their first game of the stage, and this is how close Oda was. What a reaction time from Saved.
Good night.
Wow.
Look, if this game does anything, even irrespective of the result from this point onwards, again, it does highlight that if you have players really firing, and in this case you have Bappin, Saved, the rest of the team pitching in, you can apply pressure on Bliss. It is not an insurmountable task. It's possible. It is only a best of 1, and Bliss aren't going to fret even if they lose this game, but
yeah,
still, it would be a huge result. And for Odium, I mean, hell, the sky's the limit. You can take down Bliss today. What's to say you can't do it again in the playoffs?
Of course, Bliss lost the best of 1 last stage, 2023, before Atlanta still went on to win the remainder of that particular stage, and we know what a journey they've been on ever since. But I had excuses that back then. The boot camp, they weren't playing that well. Apparently the scrims weren't going that well. This is a bit different. This is prime team Bliss off the back of SI. This is the best they've ever been, and Odium are taking it right up to them. So I would say this is quite different. This would be their worst loss in at least 6 to 12 months. Like, we're talking probably, I don't even remember if they didn't lose the game in stage 1 last year. So this could be quite monumental. Odium's on the defense as well. I think that really helps them out here. They look confident, defending quite well. So Bliss are going to have to pull out the tricks now.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
A win here for Odium won't be enough to propel them into first place. Round differential still will go the way of Team Bliss, who led by 10 rounds heading into this match compared to Odium. But they would be equal on 12 points. And I'd hedge my bets that Odium will be secured for top 6 playoffs as well.
Yeah, this would lock them in.
Which would ward off the threat of, again, that that last week chaos that's likely going to ensure the last 2 play days where so many teams are still at risk of the bottom 2. Let's see how they go this round, though. The entry has been incredibly important in this match, especially for Odium. Where they've lost the first pick, they never look like bringing rounds back. So we'll see how they go about achieving it in this round, keeping an eye on the likes of Bappin and Saved to step up once again here for Odium.
Win this round and you already put a dent into Bliss's campaign. It would be at minimum overtime. At minimum a point gained, and Bliss wouldn't be able to get all 3. Massive 11th round. Absolutely crucial. For Odium, just cannot let the occasion get to them. They fought so hard to be in this position. What an angle found by Oda. The follow-up comes through. Save was peeking, wanted to take the fight, and Oda just makes a swift entry through security.
Yeah, I mean, Odium may be regretting not holding their ground there, falling off quite early, then trying to retake, proving to be problematic. Bappin, though, is still alive, and he finds one back at least here, but Bliss, with the advantage, should be good enough to convert this round. Dirty had to win that fight. We'll see if Bappin lands the trade. He does. That's snappy. But again, already being held from top east and now present in the 1v3.
Oh, he does have intel. Headshot there, finds it. 1 versus 2. A lot of time remaining. Fisher guy with the kit in hand. Brendo. Air jabs that can also be placed out. President now heading back towards site. 1 close left, planning in. Nitrocell above. Interesting. Not sure what the sound cue was there. Position known in main lobby. No Nitrocell available. Swings towards Towers. Easy kill. No, couldn't hit that shot. Needed to. Arguably, you hit that shot. Becomes a very interesting 1 versus 1. President in that moment just falls short. Brendo with a big kill for Bliss and gets them to match point and 1 point secured. For Odium, they can no longer get all 3 points, but they can still send this one to overtime. Started with Oda. Big double kill entry. Saved has been so great in this game, but in that moment, just looked a little lost. Bappen did his absolute best, and President still had a way to win this round at the end. It was scrappy. I think Brendo was caught off guard just a little bit there.
Mean, President had initiation on that final fight. He wins that 1v1. Didn't have the nitro because he wasted it earlier, or tried to use it as maybe sound cover. I wasn't entirely sure, but yeah, I think Saved will probably be a little bit frustrated because he did forfeit that security position and then had to retake. But
I will say, in a 1vx, are you really worrying about util? You want your gun out, so I think you're right. Maybe it's sound cover or to just maybe throw off a bit of a wrong cue to Bliss. Either way, moving on. Match point, 6-5 now for Bliss. Should say, this is usually what they do. They make you feel like you can get the win. It's like the old Fast and the Furious. It's like you thought you had me. Doesn't matter, you know, how close it is. Winning's winning, right? At the end of the day, for Bliss, it's 7-5 or 7-1. Doesn't really matter. You get the 3 points. Unless it comes down to round differential, then it does matter. But
I don't think for these guys,
I don't
really
think for these guys that's a matter. That's a problem. One more chance for Odium. Even just getting this to overtime, even just winning this round, it's spilling blood. Bliss would not be flawless on the stage. They will have not gotten all 3 points every single play day. Still a very crucial round. You win this round as well for Odium, and every single chance then on OT, you can still find a way to get the win. And as we know in best of threes, OTs don't matter in terms of points. It's win or lose. This being a best of 1, sure, but yeah, it sets you up really nicely for the playoffs. Drone in from Sage, pretty clear, through security and break, in towards officers. I feel like Brendo's the one to watch, though. Brendo v Bappen has been a very intriguing storyline in the game itself. Oh my goodness.
Good pre-fire.
Yeah.
I mean, he's critical in this round, Brendo, to deal with those mirror windows. So it's a high risk going for the breach on the triple wall himself. Fortunately, though, he does survive both of those sprays, and the mirror window dealt with.
Threw a lot of drones at that. 3 remaining for Bliss with a minute 50 on the clock. So the drone work in this game for both teams. I mean, at this point, I'm starting to think they've just been both really good on the defense and dealing with these drones. Open up into archives. Quixie has such an aggressive angle here. Could this be an angle that finds him a kill or loses his life? 90 seconds left in this round. Bliss, bit of control around the map, through 90, through the hallway, in towards officers. Need to clear out Fountain. Save with a big kill, though. Quixie still holds this angle. It might be enough to get him 1, and it will. 3 now, down for Bliss in a 5v2. Sage and Wet adds the 2. The flawless campaign might just be coming to a close unless Wettables goes huge. Only the 1 now done. Sage is the solo against 3 remaining, and no, he can't get it done. Odium spill first blood against Team Bliss this stage and send us to overtime.
You can see by their reactions, it's almost like they've just won the game, but that goes to show that pushing Bliss to OT is certainly a feat to be noted. Really good extension up above. They didn't succumb to the early pressure with the mirror window Fountain faltering. They chipped away at the drone util real nicely. There's only 2 left, and so Quixie could hold that position. Others around that top floor hold also winning their 1s. Good work. 6-6 scoreline. Bliss, though, on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's an astute observation. It's been very defender-sided, hasn't it? But to be fair to Odium, they also had multiple rounds in the first half on their own attack where they got really good entries. 5v3 multiple times in that opening half was courtesy of Bappen, Save, getting these early kills, especially from Bappen. And the question is now, if you are Brendo, for example, how aggressive do you want to be on these spawn peaks or these entry positions? He was losing them quite a lot in the first half. Does he taper off a little bit? But you do that, then it has the adverse effect of allowing Odium a bit more of that control and hovering. The Deimos suddenly in OT, Quixie on a map like Border. How can this maybe change things up? Coupled with the Lion, Yana, Dockerby, and Ash, it just screams, we want to frag, we want to push in, we want to find kills early and just push.
Yep, I like it. It's the perfect composition as well to snowball. So if Odium keep up that trend of being able to shut down the likes of a Brendo or maybe a Sage on entry, which has been, you know, one of their huge conditions, all that util, the logic bombs, the E1D scans, the death mark from Quixie, all of those
this could be quick.
Big. I don't think it's going to be that quick to start.
No, but once it goes, it'll go.
Yeah, you've got to isolate the first pick. So this first minute of the round is absolutely crucial for both teams.
Just confirming, but so far 4 drones have been already shot out. No more than that. HUD bug firmly in effect right now and getting a little bit corrected. But yeah, only the 4 drones. I say only. Drone work has been very interesting in this game for both teams. They're more than happy to just kind of throw them around like Skittles. Logic Bomb used early on along with the EE1D. So already a bit of pressure here from Odium onto Bliss. Breaking the barbed wire over towards bot metal. And has done so without repercussion. Deathmark now underway onto the Aruni of Oda. 1 versus 1. Oda. Well, he doesn't go challenging this, surely. Dirty losing his life, though, to Sage. That's the Dockerby off the board. No more Logic Bombs available. There was 1 still up and wasn't able to be used. Another scan for President, the EE1D, looking to still push up top metal, is Odium forcing this issue. Bappin stuck at the moment outside top east stairs, and now it's Sage that's getting tracked.
Yeah, losing that Dockerby, though, will strengthen the Valkyrie in this round. Team Bliss will be able to utilize those information gathering tools. Sage elects to play passive. He can sit behind half wall and has wettables to cover.
Bappin finds the entry kill. No surprise there. Now 14 and 8. Very impactful. A lot of these coming on the entry for Odium, for Bappin. 60 seconds. Quixie, 1 more death mark available that he can use later on in the round if he so chooses. I'd almost think about saving it, at least for a little bit longer. Under a minute, though, and suddenly it's very tense and stressful. Bliss not moving. They're not even looking to give Odium much of an inch, which already is the respect that Odium have certainly deserved and warranted. Onto Valkyrie again. Sage being tracked with the final death mark from Quixie. Pushing up top east is Bappin. Saved over towards Metal. So certainly a spread around the map, and he does get that kill onto Wettable. Sage feeling the pressure. Swings. He gets aggressive. The Nitro Cell, but it's already been blown up. The wall is already open, and Save will lose his life to Oda. With 30 seconds remaining, 3's the number. Because it's 3 versus 3. Oda expecting that balcony pressure, but it's actually a vault in. Sage roaming down below, was able to get himself out of dodge and out of position with 20 seconds left. A lot of pressure now towards site for Team Bliss. Holding firm. Sage gets caught. Never mind, he gets the kill onto Quixie. Oda's very much strong on site. Bappin in a 1v2. No kit. Into red time with no health virtually against Oda and Sage, and he cannot beat the man himself who's gone Super Saiyan in this game. Bliss have got themselves overtime match point.
Yeah, really good work from Bliss there, especially in response to the Deimos. They didn't succumb to the pressure that Deathmark can present against teams that aren't good enough to play around it. Sage backed himself and the team, especially Wettables, to hold that position. And so when we saw Sage push up Metal and drop Wet, I was like, wow, that's really going to weaken over towards Office, and we saw that initially. Sage had to over-aggress, and we saw him, the Hail Mary Nitro. He probably should have died in that instance, and then, if played correctly, Odium could have overwhelmed Oda inside of Archives, but unfortunately not the case. They tried to go a bit Route 1 through Fountain, didn't work out. Oda repositioned perfectly and backed himself in that position. And so the late round proficiency from Bliss comes out on top. Good fight back from Odium, despite losing the entry, but not enough in the end.
So another opportunity now for Odium on the defense, though, to recover from that previous round. Defense has been king here on border. We go to Venton Workshop for this overtime match point round. What are Odium cooking here? 15 and 9 for Bappin on the Malusi now as well. We'll put those Banshees out. President on the dot. I mean, at that point, it probably is just saying, well, let Bappin do his thing. If he takes a bit of damage, fall back to President, get healed up, and back out again. Observation block is set up again towards Fountain. We saw that earlier in the second half. I don't know if we followed up onto it, whether it was largely impactful. We didn't, I guess, get to see the finalization of that round and how it really played out or had a part. Nothing too crazy from Bliss, the Finker, the Lion, the Grim, Dockerby. They got themselves good entry. And Dirty just sits in detention for now. Although looking to deny the secondary hard bridge, he will do so successfully. Of course, though, the main bridge comes along and Sage will throw out the Selmas. And Dirty's going to have to give up that position from detention, falls back to supply. A lot of drones already taken out. Again, 4 drones shot out. Team Bliss.
And you can see Oda posting up there at the moment. He's going to be very eager to try and get in and lurk to this position. He loves that customs lurk. We saw it before. Might not go for it now, but it is a you know, an entry that they can look to play into later, and Dirty responds accordingly with Guru Mines. We'll get back to that, though, later in the round. Elsewhere, Brendo has been able to find an entry in towards Break, uncontested. There is pressure over towards that armory wall. It's Bappen holding there. 15 kills for him.
That's a really solid position for Brendo. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be good for one, but he's certainly in a great position that he could catch someone from Odium off guard. It goes for a rotate, tries to maybe fall back towards armory, or, you know, wanders in through the hallway top metal. And there's probably very little chance that you're going to see someone from Odium flank him in there. Brendo does get that kill onto Bappen. He does catch the main man himself, and with that, Odium are very much weakened, wounded, and certainly for the taking now.
It was good pressure from his brother as well, the Salmon, to just force that swing, so good work.
Still over a minute remaining. Still more work to be done. It's not just the Bappen show. Saved has been great. That's a team you can't count out. Odium, but they lose Quixie. He had a Nitro. Bit of utility that now goes missing. Saved, losing that battle in Fountain. Is it all just falling apart for Odium? We've seen the same story play out many times in this region. Bliss always find a way. Will this be the way? As Save gets the kill onto Wettables, the Adrenal Surge was activated. Brendo can go again and get Sage back to full health. 45 seconds left.
And they have their hard breach, so unlocking Fountain here may actually be a challenge, and instead they'll go direct.
And Brendo's got a good cross as well. Sage with a drop. Easy one there onto Dirty. Shot in the back. Another one over towards the President. And Fisher guy got off it momentarily. Sticks it once again. Sage is actually down. Can get brought back up with the Adrenal Surge. Doesn't matter. Oda gets the kill. On to Saved. And President now in a 1 versus 4, essentially, because Sage will get brought back. And with this, Bliss will overcome, surely. 3 more to go for President. And no, cannot make his way past Sage. And Bliss get over the hump. They get over Odium. A bit of a fright and a scare here on Playday 5 for this Juggernaut roster. All credit to Odium. They were tremendous in this game. Pushed Bliss the absolute distance. But hey, Bliss are Bliss for a reason. They're just too good.
Yeah, you can get close, but actually taking them down, proving to once again be a very tall task. Well played by Bliss, especially considering in so many of those rounds they were having to fight from behind. Entry was certainly not one of their strengths in this match, but the late round able to pull them through. Positives for Odium, good takeaways from them. I think they fought in this game like a team that really wants to solidify themselves as second best in the region. They achieved that.
Yeah.
And if they go head-to-head in the playoff bracket in the best of 3, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, great game to close the night out as well. Bliss getting pushed to the absolute brink. Shout out to Odium. They do pick up a point from that game. That gets them to 10 points. The only other team on double digits is Bliss. That in itself is a good showing for Odium. I imagine we're going to be seeing them in the playoffs. And boy, are they one to watch moving forward as we look to wrap up the day here for Playday 5. Back to the couch.
Well, the beast can be wounded, but when it's cornered, god damn, there's a fight back, Mandy. That was a very scary game for Bliss. And again, just to reiterate Xenox's sentence, technically, sentiment there, this is huge for Odium.
Yeah, absolutely. Odium put up like a very valiant fight there against Bliss. They really look like a unit, I think, in the server, the way that they're playing each other, playing off each other, especially holding the crossfires, staying on the same page, playing the pacing of the round the same way. Especially your players like Bappen, like Saved, that can really play these like frontline roles so well, but know how to dial it back as well. It just feels like, yeah, Odium have definitely put in the work to be a good team. I think for Bliss, though, they just probably on another level, I think, in the mental game.
Yep.
Right? We've seen a lot of these teams struggle to close out. We saw Panic earlier today on match point, struggle to close it out.
Yep.
Same thing there on Odium. They had the match point there in front of them, and they just couldn't quite cross the line. And it's always a really hard hurdle to go over as a new team.
Look, to be fair, this is now it's a good sign, Dev, for the region as a whole to see that, you know, you can get close to the likes of Bliss. But this isn't the first time we've seen this roster do it.
No, of course, Odium did get a point off Bliss last time, but that felt like a very different scenario. I think Stage 2 last year, Bliss were in a very different position. They'd just come off of really struggling in Copenhagen, and I think they went through a little bit of an identity crisis, obviously had a roster change, were in a bit of a rebuild. They lost a game to Kelton's Knights, who are now
a bit of a joke in this league.
Whoa!
To be frank. And we're talking a very different situation now. This is the Bliss that was top 8 at SI. And I want to credit Odium for a second. Like, these guys picked Border. We were surprised on the desk. We thought it would be Shillelagh Club because both teams love those maps. We thought that Odium would say, let's VOD Bliss on a map that we like and then counter them on it. I think that wouldn't have worked nearly as well as Border. I reckon it was a ballsy pick to bring out a new map that Odium had been practicing on.
Yep.
And it clearly paid dividends. That was awesome. It's a shame, though, that Odium actually picked to start on the attacking side. And then they went down 1-5 in the first half.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot about Odium's preparation and confidence in their attacks, but then for them to come back from a 5-1 deficit is a huge testament to their ability as a team. I did not rate them coming into this stage. I thought their roster changes wouldn't benefit them too much, but clearly they're better than ever. Bliss, however, have continued their streak.
Yes.
It has been 210 days since they last lost a game to a local team. And that streak will continue.
It certainly will. And we've got an interviewee standing by. So, will the real Slim Shady, will he please stand up? Oda, my friend. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You've even got the gold chain to go along with it. Who are you, P. Diddy? God damn.
I'm Slim, mate. Slim Shady, baby.
Yeah, look, I've got to ask you a very serious question. I'm going to bring it straight back down. And hit you with the realism here.
Hit me with it.
Were you shitting yourself then?
Always. When you got a close game, it's always in the back of your mind, But you just put that to the side and kind of think next round, not the score, really.
Jeez. Just so stoic in your speech. Never questioned it, Oda. But look, coming into this game, obviously, I think it's fair to say that this is by far the most confident we've ever been in a team in Australia. So what is the preparation coming into each of these games looking like for you guys? Because I know you guys do a lot of work behind the scenes, but this is a very serious game. This is 1 versus 2. The only team to really take a point off you outside of Kelton's Knights in the last 210 days, like Dev's mentioned there. What's the preparations leading like into this?
I mean, the prep for this is like every other team, but obviously, you look at Odium as, they're top 2 right now. But you look at every team and not think, it's an easy dub. So we start the week just looking at the map Veto, really, and what maps they're confident on and what maps we're confident on. We think no one really wants to play us on Border, but apparently they do. And, props to them. They played a pretty good Border that we weren't ready for, and we just adapted and just got like those 2 rounds to win the game pretty much. So, yeah.
Yeah, Oda, mate, I had a question. I had a bit of a theory, actually. We were talking during the break about how you guys really haven't been challenged for quite some time. And if you go into Manchester, obviously haven't qualified yet, if you guys make it there after farming a local league without ever being truly tested, is that actually a worse scenario for you guys going in, playing these huge games, the level of competition rockets up, having never actually been challenged? But if you have these really tight games against teams that are not at that major level, like your Wolves, your Space Stations or whatever that you're used to versing, if you actually get challenged by teams like Odium, Antic, and you guys have to really work through that adversity, is that actually better for you?
Oh, 100%. You want to be challenged. Like today, we'll go back and look at that map and be like, oh, this is what our problems are, dealing with the mirror and like the Cade and all that. Where if we come in and 7-1 every team, it's boring, you know what I mean? You're not going to see your problems and what you need to work on. So like that game, I take that as a win for us, You can improve off that.
What's your honest opinion on the rest of the region? So we on the couch reckon that 2 through 7 is pretty close, like tightly knit, and the competition doesn't vary that much. Do you think your opinion is the same as us, or do you think it's changed over the last couple play days and having scrimmed the teams over the last few weeks?
Going into the stage, I thought that Antic and 6T would be at the top. And if you look at where they are, they're at the bottom. So, yeah, I would say it looks pretty close. I don't know what teams have changed because Prac is still pretty troll, to be honest. I'd say, honestly, Man Esports is probably like, and 6T are probably like the best Prac you get in Oz right now because, like, they actually look like they care. But, yeah, I don't know. People are changing the way they Prac, I guess.
Sheesh. Such a polite way to put it. I like it. Oda, look, we'll keep it nice and short, mate. Do you have anything you want to say to the adoring fans out there for all your music?
I like to shout out Bliss, and I like to shout out Save Them Bappin because they think they can get into my head, but I'll still drop 15. So I don't know. Nice try, boys.
I was waiting for that one to come, mate. It's always lovely to speak to you, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you sometime soon.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Here you go.
Well, I guess it's time for him to clean out his closet. Interesting times ahead for Team Bliss. They've shown that they are obviously resilient, but that they can also be damaged. And that is a very, very clear calling card to the rest of the region now. They are in a space where there are opportunities being given. And look, does it take a bit of a wild card in terms of the pick? Maybe. Does it take a player to step up and stand out, Dev? Maybe. But it can happen.
Yeah, I think this is a real lesson to all teams in the region, that Bliss can be beaten, can be challenged, and it really comes down to good prep.
Yep.
And like I said before, Odium went to Border. Even Oda himself was surprised, saying most teams don't want to take us to Border. I think Bliss probably wanted to go to a chalet or a club. It's, you know, it's the maps that they're comfortable, and a team like Bliss is happy to play the same map week after week because they just know they're so good at it. And I wouldn't have been surprised if Odium were like, yeah, Antic couldn't beat them on Chalet, but maybe we can. No, just go to Border, crack a new map. Mad respect for that call. And Oda, despite being rocked, mate, he still rocked the server.
He certainly did. And again, it really does come down to, you know, on the day, who's standing up, who's taking that lead, that charge. And to be fair as well, you know, outside of Oda, Wettables is obviously having another life game. Just loves to do it. But Sage in the latter rounds as well really started to pull his own. You know, there were a couple of moments, Mandy, where we were saying it's not always about the kills, it's about the impact you have in the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's so true. I felt like at different points throughout that game, each player of Bliss eventually stepped up to the plate. Like right at the beginning, it looked like they were struggling a lot in the early game, but through the mid-round, it was Oda Wettables. Like they were constantly bringing that round back, right? Yep. Then towards the end there, it felt like everyone started to make their contribution. Brendan started to jump back on the entries and was winning out those. Yep. And yeah, you point out at the end there, Sage making some great macro decision-making as well with his rotations, keeping his team in place, holding the strat together. You just need to be in the right place at the right time, really, and do your job even when the score line's close. And it can be really hard to do that. I think Bliss is the team that will be able to achieve that.
I feel as though, you know, even though you can be wounded, it's still good to see that they are all but impregnable. Sorry.
I didn't know where you were going to go there, man. Like the two words you were tossing up. Both have just as much innuendo, man. And if you're trying to dodge the innuendo, probably
I went with the worst one.
You did.
But what I will say is before we start to wrap up shop, we spoke about President Alumni at the very start of that map.
Here we go.
Now, I went back and did the research. 3 of the Team Bliss players in that match right then are part of the alumni from President's reign, if you will. Now, I actually went all the way back, and the names might shock you. We've got Josh, who has had an absolutely incredible career up until this point.
When was that? Was that Sleeper?
That was Sleeper Gaming in 2019 under 6 Masters way back in the day. Fisho Guy was the next to kind of be on his list under Noble, the Noble roster, if people remember back then. I'm actually going to throw a couple of names in there just for a bit of a laugh. Ed Pan as well, back on the Fury days, just because we love him. But Brendo and Tuhan played on the same team when they first broke through the stage, which I believe was 2020. That's when they really started to make names for themselves. Wettables joined that roster later on. He's obviously played with Karma, Kakin, and then, you know, the 2 to recently leave Player and Cairo, who are holding their own. So there really is something to be said about President and his alumni of incredible players. And I'll put a poll out there as to what his nickname should now be, whether it should be the Professor, the Dean, or the Maker. I think that one of those 3 is quite fitting to see that there are so many top players in the region all coming at one point under the IGL and the, would we say mentorship?
I don't know.
Maybe just the IGL.
I think he was the one being mentored when he joined Noble under Fisho.
I have no doubt.
Maybe a bit of Fisho's greatness rubbed off on him, and he's held on to that all these years.
Maybe it just took a little while to sprinkle the magic. Let's go ahead and start to recap how these matches had played out for tonight, because, of course, they were close. In fact, the only game that didn't go the full regulation was the 6 targets match. Unfortunately, Kelton's Knights are just at absolute rock bottom, Andy.
Yeah, look, they're struggling a bit, hey. They've looked like tremendously bad in this stage, unfortunately. But like, that first matchup was a real surprise to me, Rob. I don't know about you, but you know, Panic have really showed us some good things. I predicted Circular Spheres against them. I think you did as well. So we've got the egg on our faces because yeah, Panic show that they know how to play some good Siege. They know how to play some methodical Siege.
Yep.
And yeah, that was a really good takedown, honestly, against Circular Spheres. And then same thing to Man LFO as well. We thought that one was going to be pretty one-sided to Antic in the predictions, and they proved proved us wrong. And so, I don't know, being proven wrong twice in one day is either humiliating or you just embrace it and you're like, you know what, it's OCE, baby.
You just embrace the chaos, don't you, Dev?
Yeah, you very much do. I think this is a great day. My personal favorite game, I know it's hard to look past the Bliss Odium one. I really love the Panic Circular Spheres one.
Yep.
All, jokes aside, with both of those rosters having a bit of a crazy story this stage, I love the Panic storyline, and it ended in such a bang as well with that insane 4K from Karma. As we see how the standings are shaping up, I could not have picked this. Let's just go back in time. Pre-play day 1, this is exactly how it was going to pan out. Team Bliss, Antic, 6 targets, Man Esports, Odium, Circular Spheres in there somewhere, and Kelton's Knights, and there's no doubt about who's at the bottom. It's going to be Panic. They are the odd ones out here. Kelton's Knights don't have a game win yet. No. Circular Spheres are at the bottom. Antic are in 6th. They could not make it to the bloody playoffs. What the hell? Odium, despite losing their 2 best players, are the only team that has actually pushed Bliss. This has been so much more exciting than I think we bet for.
Yeah, more than we could ever anticipated, and I think that's what makes OCE beautiful. It's starting to compete with Asia for the most competitive league. Definitely not for... I feel like the entertainment's starting to whittle away with us 3 on the desk. Look, one thing that's really important to note, Antic Esports, for all of their issues they're having right now, they've got a +2 round diff when every team outside of the second place team is in the negative. So make of that what you will. Maybe we're being harsh on them, but they are currently in 6th place. They've really got to strap their boots on now because things are going to get hot and heavy with only 2 play days to go. Circular Spheres on the outside of that conversation when we definitely thought they would be further up there. Everything is starting to get a little bit scary, Mandy, because ultimately, 2nd through 7th, we said it at the very start, it is incredibly tight. Only 4 points between them.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I feel like the difference between a lot of these teams, and especially after looking back on that last game, is in that best of 1 setting, the teams that did something out of pocket, were more likely to win somehow, in my opinion. Especially in a league where you've got a lot of repetitive maps, your clubhouses, your chalets and whatever is always going to appear. If you do something like, why are we going Skyscraper? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then suddenly the team you don't expect it to win is like, oh, they're really good at Skyscraper. What's going on? I feel like that best of 1 setting is on the wrong day, at the wrong time, any team can go down.
Yeah.
And especially if you try and do something that's quite unique, right? And I feel like we've seen that a lot, to be honest, in OCE. We've seen teams play maps that we didn't think they were capable of doing. And I think that's why this best of 1 shapes its way to be the way it is now.
And it's beautiful because we now have a bolstered league which sees playoffs with best of 3s. Dev, anything you'd like to say?
I just want to say that tomorrow night, Bliss are going to play 6 targets. And while 6 targets have been a bit up and down, Bliss themselves, Oda, just in the interview today, called out them and said they are one of the best, if not the best practice team in this region.
Yep.
And I really believe that 6 targets could fire up when it's a big game against Bliss. And so I would really love to see that a big result. Also, every game from here on out has huge repercussions. For example, Antic, their 2 games now are Odium and Circular Spheres. Now, Odium obviously are doing phenomenally well, and Circular Spheres are the ones chasing Antic for that playoff spot. There's a very real chance that Antic don't make it, and so I think those are the 2 big storylines I want to follow. Is it possible for anyone to take down Bliss, and is it going to be 6T? And is Antic even going to make it to playoffs? Because if not, they disbanded for losing in a Rex tournament. What would happen if they lost and didn't make it to playoffs? I shudder to think.
Oh, I don't think I could have summed that up any better. That's just beautiful. We'll leave it on that
note.
Someone
had to say it.
Someone had to say it. Someone's definitely said it. We're wrapping up. We're closing up shop. Thank you very much for joining us here for Playday number 5. We'll return tomorrow. Same place, same time. So until then, please take care, stay safe, good night, and say hello to your mother.